Oh, well. Stock up on your iodine. Alright, there we go. Yeah, this map was in Gears 3. I remember playing on this a lot back in the day. Oh, fuck. Oh, nice. Take it. I wanted Nash ammo. Alright. They're all right there. There we go. Teamwork, baby.
Taking fire!
There we go. Aaron of the 2, Griffin, thoughts on Iran enriching uranium to 60%. I don't really care that much. I don't really have any particular thoughts. This all started when Obama gave them billions of dollars, which allowed them to hire, you know, all these nuclear experts. So, we can go back and thank Barack once again for his wonderful contributions to the world. Yeah, they said the same thing about Saddam. Yep. I mean, they've been saying that Iran has been 5 years away from a nuke since the fucking 90s, man. So this is nothing new. It's the same song and dance that the Israelis love to peddle. They love their arbitrary numbers. Ooh, I actually hit it. Damn. Alright. Don't do it. Oh my god. I need to adjust my sensitivity. Fuck! Damn it! Shit. Alright, let me do that real quick. Game, I guess. Oh shit, they can turn off camera shade. Oh.
I'm putting you all
Oh,
into
shit.
commendations. Damn fine.
My sensitivity's way too low, damn. Like, I can't whip my shotgun when I aim down sight. Wait, you can't change your fucking settings while you're waiting for a match to start? Bro, what? Yeah, this is a lazy ass remaster. They didn't even remaster it. It's literally just the fucking Ultimate Edition ported. Yeah, there's no borderless full screen, there's no FOV slider, you can't adjust your settings in the fucking menu while you're waiting for a game to start, like... Yeah, it's pretty bad. Let's see, controls. Let's try that. I'll see. It's crazy how much slower this feels compared to newer games.
So hot.
Yeah, Gears 3 is my personal favorite. I think that's where the gameplay felt the most fluid. The multiplayer was the best.
Lucky shot!
Go, take cover, shit. Damn. Yeah, and this is just a lazy port of the Ultimate Edition, you can tell, because it has all the missing graphic options and everything.
Shit!
So it's a re-release of a re-release, and it's having network problems, like... That's really bad. There's absolutely no excuse for that. Bro! How much damage did I deal to him? I wish it would tell you. You gotta, like, butt stuff motherfuckers on this game in order to,
I'm in the zone, baby.
Like, bro, that shit... Alright, there we go. You gotta, like, shove it up their ass. Yeah, that's the thing. If you're not aim down sight, it's like it doesn't do any damage. Shit, somebody took it. That's the one really irritating thing about Gears is every single game when you're like, you know, basically no-scoping the Nasher, there's a different hitbox on every single fucking game. That's probably the most irritating thing about the franchise. Is there's like no consistency with a lot of like random shit like that.
I will take those. Frag out! Yeah, which one of you freaks is next? Whoa!
Few more battles like this, and this war is as good as over.
Yep, they should have given it the MCC treatment. I agree. But that would require effort on the part of Microsoft, which good luck. Good luck, man. They're just in cruise control mode now. They don't care. I mean, this is a lazy-ass port of Ultimate Edition, so... If you don't have borderless window, an FOV slider, and I can't even change settings while in a multiplayer, like, lobby. Like, come on. That's lazy as shit. Dude, Sissy Hypno, there you go. I think I was getting like 150-ish FPS, like when I was actually playing. Thanks Leo with the 15. Fun fact, Iran tried to retaliate on Friday the 13th while I was sleeping like a log in the backyard. Cops woke me up though. I was gone. Yeah, hopefully you're not near the rockets, bro. So they're launching the hypersonics, which cannot be intercepted. But I guess if you slept through it, you're not near him, so hang in there, dude. And Fluffle Nugget with the 2. Gears of War Reloaded, more like Gears of War Recoded. Yeah, right. They're not doing any coding. If they did, they outsourced it to India.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 2. Is Fred the most pathetic YouTuber you've seen? Definitely not the most pathetic, but I have zero respect for him. There you guys go. There's the LGBT skin. I guess it's more of like a gaming light skin, but yeah, Gears of War re-released, more like it. That's it. Yeah, this is a really lazy port, though. Fuck.
Enemy spotted!
Thanks Leo with the 15. To be honest, I gave up on the war. The economic and political fallout is what scares me most. I'd rather get game ended by a rocket and not starve. Well, I don't think it's gonna come to that, man. I think what's gonna have to happen is Netanyahu is gonna have to abdicate the throne, essentially. Which is what the Iranians really want. Like, he's been a thorn in the side of them for a very long time. Since the 90s, maybe even earlier. So, because he's been around a while. But yeah, I don't think it's gonna get to the point where there's like mass starvation or anything like that, so I wouldn't worry too much about that. The thing is, with like this new era of modern warfare, it's not really you don't really have to worry about like the Soviet style starvation campaigns or anything like that, where they deliberately mass starve the populace. There we go. Yeah, well, his last name is fake, which is what's funny. He literally changed it to make him sound more Israeli. I forget what his actual last name was before he moved to Israel. I don't remember. But yeah, it's not even like his real name. He like changed. Damn, bro. Yeah, let me see what it was. Netanyahu, real name. Mielikowski. Yeah. Mielikowski. Yeah, he changed it in order to sound more, I guess, Semitic is the right word for that. Because technically Arabs are Semitic people too, which is kind of ironic that that word gets misused so much.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Well, I mean, all the Israelis are European Jews. They're not actually Middle Eastern Jews. So that's the thing, is they're all displaced Jews from Europe. So none of them have, like, an actual connection to that region genetically. They're all transplants. So, yeah, it's just kind of weird, like the LARP. But, yeah.
Damn it.
Bro, did that shoot through a metal grate? What the fuck? Yeah, what happened is the British controlled the area of Palestine. They had taken it over from the Ottomans, basically. And after World War II, they gave it to the Jewish people to form Israel. So it was a British colony that got converted into what's known as Israel today. But yeah, before that it was an Ottoman colony, so the whole, like, narrative surrounding, like, there being natives to that area is, you know, questionable at best. It's been, you know, traded hands so many times over the centuries.
Come on, let's do this.
I can't afford this shit!
But yeah, basically that's what happened is, I think back in like 48 it was, the British turned it over, it got converted, and most of the people who originally went to Israel were transplanted European Jews from places like Poland and such. Specifically in Eastern Europe, to my understanding. And then over time, like, you know, the general Jewish populations kind of, I guess, gathered in that one spot. So they all just kind of started moving in over time. But originally it was, yeah, mainly for European Jews, and it was a British colony. So I know, like, a lot of the Middle Eastern countries, when, you know, things like happen with regime changes and stuff, a lot of times, like, Middle Eastern Jews will flee to Israel as a result of, like, the political upheaval. Like, prime example with, you know, the Ayatollah taking over in Iran. That pushed a lot of people. So, yeah.
Lily-livered, panty-waist bullshit.
But yeah, originally it was European transplants, essentially. Let's see. So thanks to Leo with the 15, I wasn't talking about government starvation. I meant like being able to put food on the table. 8 months into the war, the value added tax got raised by 1%. I wouldn't worry about that, man. You're probably going to be fine. So, you've got Jordan, Egypt, the Saudis, and then, you know, the rest of Mediterranean Europe as well that'll have supply lines to you. So you'll probably be okay, I would imagine. You know, unless Netanyahu just wants to go full scorched earth and take everybody down with him, because this is his last hurrah, then I don't think it's going to get that bad. He knows he's on his way out. All night Yahtzee with the 5. If I tried to game end a cop, he/she would shoot me in the head. These protests should be the same. I agree. I know this is old, but how I feel? Yeah, I mean, personally, I think people who steal from a store should be shot. Like, we need some actual consequences back in the equation, man. So, people aren't afraid of breaking the law anymore. Thanks to Leo with the 15, not all of them. It seems like that since most of our politicians... Yeah, that's mainly what I was talking about, like your political class are mostly like Jewish Europeans. But there are also Eastern Jews that come from Arab countries. Yeah. Yeah, I know that. I'm more so talking about like the original / like ruling class types. If that makes sense. Kind of like in South America where all of the politicians are pretty much just Europeans LARPing as South Americans. So, yeah, most of their politicians are white, too. Yeah, I did see the clip where he said they could run him over. I think North Carolina has that law, too, which is great. That's how it should be, man. If people are blocking the road, then they should be treated as the road. Run them the fuck down.
I can't afford this shit!
Dude, I really wish the FOV was higher. It's really bugging me. Cracked him.
Time to get messy.
Ooh. I'm not really great at Gears of War. I used to be a lot better. I've never really been good at the first game. I'm a lot better at 2 and 3. And then, you know, 4 and 5 by extension, because they're basically 3's combat copy-pasted. Oh, shit. I didn't think he was going to round the corner. Dude, I should use mouse and keyboard for this. Oh shit, I don't know how to aim down sight past that on mouse and keyboard. Shit. Oh, you gotta click the mouse. Okay.
Come on, let's do this. Throwing frag.
Oh. Thanks Leo with the 15. Of fucking course, they aren't afraid of breaking the law. If they're gonna get a hug and a head pet and get released, they will walk the law again and again. Yeah, or, you know, worst case scenario, they get OD'd on Fent, blame a cop for, you know, that OD, and then get statues built of them in liberal cities, so. Worst case scenarios, they literally die a hero for being, you know, criminal scum. So it's all sorts of fucked up. Yep, you get to go down like St. Floyd of fentanyl.
I'm in the zone,
Blessed
baby.
be his name. Truly the greatest of us. You know, he could have shot that pregnant woman, but he didn't. He had restraint, unlike that awful cop. Shit! I don't think I would qualify for the draft anymore. I think I'm too old. I think the cutoff's 26, right? I'm 27, so going on 28. So I don't know if I would qualify anymore. I mean, they could always expand the age, but I'm not sure. Again, I don't think it's escalating to that point, personally. In reality, I don't think anyone has enough skin in the game for mutually assured destruction. But we'll see. I mean, you know, maybe Netanyahu and Ayatollah Khamenei, or however the fuck you say his name, want to just go suicide pact. I have no idea, but I doubt it. I was trying to get off a chainsaw, but nope. I couldn't swap in time to my, yeah, I'm getting shit on, bro. Ah, shit. Thug money 420. That hurts. And thanks Leo with a 15, we have the same problem with criminal enterprises of Arab descent inside Israel. They get detained, interviewed, and get released back out there. Yeah. I don't understand it, man. You know, take us back to the time where a criminal got crucified. I don't know, like, there's just no fear anymore. The entire way, like, the way a law works is you're afraid of breaking it. When you remove fear out of the equation, it's just literally toilet paper. It means nothing. So. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm going to go to the military parade tomorrow in DC, see how that goes. They're having a Secret Service checkpoint. I don't know why I said social security, but whatever. They have a Secret Service security checkpoint, so I think it should be fine, but yeah. I'm gonna go to that tomorrow and see how it goes. I can witness the false flag firsthand. Who am I going with? My fellow patriots. I don't know. Me, myself, and I. It's like a 10-minute metro ride for me, so maybe like 15. But it doesn't really matter. It's easy to get down there for me.
Remember what we're fighting for, soldier.
I can walk to the metro from my apartment,
Everyone's
so
counting on you.
just hop on the metro. No, I can't bring Apollo. You have to go through a Secret Service checkpoint. They don't allow dogs or anything. You can't even bring like folding chairs and stuff, so it's pretty tight-knit security. They gotta like up the security for all the Trump-related events now because of the assassination attempts. So it's actually kind of a bitch to get into them now. Which, you know, is for the best because you don't want to get shot, but, you know, it makes going to them kind of more of a pain. Like, it was wild how low security, like, January 6th was, for example. You could literally just walk right up. There was quite literally nothing there to stop you. Which tells you what a false flag that shit was. Same with the first 4th of July thing he did too. You can just walk right up to the Lincoln Memorial. Oh yeah, no, the Capitol Police were escorting people in. No, absolutely. That shit was the biggest, you know, false flag probably we ever witnessed live. So, and, you know, the lefties still hold on to that like it's actually something real. It's pitiful. Democracy almost died. Well, if that's what it takes to kill it, then maybe it should have. Oh shit. Yeah, I'll be the one out there blasting the new Kanye song. So if you hear it, you'll know. Oh shit. Mr. Lanky Esquire.
see that? Did you see that?
No, I didn't. Why don't you believe that Kanye is Christian? I can believe it. Most black people are Christian, so it's not really a crazy thought. Griffin is part of the sleeper cell. False flag. Yeah, exactly. Only I'm gonna kill the other false flaggers instead. I'm like a sleeper cell inside the sleeper cell.
You're more than soldiers today.
I can't afford this shit!
You're warriors.
Let's see. Genocide King Revive with the 2. Judgment Day is happening on Thursday. Why on Thursday? What is significant about Thursday in particular? Griffin playing as the Kang, that's right. My favorite minority in gaming. I don't think you can do the story right now. This is just the beta, so.
I can't afford this shit!
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Genocide King Revive with the 2, followed by a video titled, okay, take a look. Mr. Kill Jr. with the 33 months. Show me your bounce skills. I don't have any anymore, especially not on Gears 1. If I was playing 5, I probably could do it, because I'd have the high FOV and that has the more smooth movement, but yeah, I never really got good at Gears 1 because I didn't really play much of it. What do I think of Kate Diaz? I'd hit it with her face down. You just download it off the Xbox store. I just typed in Gears Beta and it popped up, so. You might need Goyim Pass for it, but I'm not sure. Would I smash Greta Thunberg? Hell yeah, dude. Oh god, the Black Ops. Okay, Black Ops 2. Here, I'll pull it up real quick.
This video is triggered to play upon my assassination. Cordestier, you know how to proceed. My death will shine light upon ubiquitous darkness.
The plot to that game was really bad. I don't care what anybody says. Black Ops 2's campaign was such a massive downgrade from 1. You're supposed to believe that Senor is going to start an entire worldwide revolution. I don't know. That plot was always just kind of retarded to me. The last good campaign from Treyarch or from just Call of Duty in general? In general, it's probably Infinite Warfare.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Fluffle Nugget with the 5. Greta Thunberg yelling, "How dare you," when you release your carbon emissions inside of her. Sounds kind of hot, I'm not gonna lie. I know, you can slap those little retard titties around too. I bought the Pointless Remaster. I didn't buy it. It's a demo. It's literally the beta or demo, whatever the fuck it's called. I don't remember. Goy means a nation? No, Goy means a non-Jew. It means a Gentile. I think oy vey just means like oh my or something like that. It's like a way to express surprise or something. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. It's just fun to say. shit, bro. I'm the bug people now. Oh shit. Dude, I was fucked either way. They chucked a grenade on my ass, and then also I got fucking sniped. Yeah, I got some sweats in here. Look, level 17 and level 15, level 10. Yeah. It's Jover, man. I'm gonna get my ass kicked. These guys have probably been playing Gears ever since, you know, 5 came out. They never stopped. Oh, fuck. Crouching and cover is solely based on the height of the cover. So, like, right here, you can crouch behind it. But if you go up against a wall like that, you cannot. So, it's like how you snap on the wall. Jesus Christ, bro. Yeah, we got like some fucking super sweats. Great. One of them died. That's it. One person died. See, this is why I stopped playing Gears 5. It's like it just became so fucking sweaty. Because there was nobody playing it other than just the fucking tryhards. Wild. Jeez. Nah, I'll be in the riots tomorrow. I'm going to the military parade. Holy fuck, bro. Yeah, this is exactly why I stopped playing Gears 5, dude. It's just... This is when Gears is not fun, is when you just have people who take this shit way too fucking serious, and it's the only thing they play. Like, the fact this fucker's already level 17 just tells you everything you need to know. Like, come on, bro. Come on, peek out, whore. Oh, I have auto reload on. I got sniped by another fucking person. Not even the person I was shooting at. God damn it, bro. I can't. I'm already fighting off one super sweat with a fucking sniper, and then I get sniped by another fucking one. God damn. That sums up the entire match right there. That's the entire fucking match summed up in one fucking clip. Just insta-kill headshot. Bro. Yeah, Gears 3 is a really good looking game. Dude, this shit desperately needs an FOV slider, though. Yeah, that's the thing, Britt. It's very competitive. This is the game that spawned the MLG shit back in the day. So, Gears of War 1 is what spawned MLG. So yeah, this is the original Sweat game. Yeah, I would imagine only Sweats are playing this, because most people probably didn't pre-order it. What the fuck are you shooting me for? I wish I had... See, the thing is, too, is Gears 3 has, like, the best collection of characters, too. Like, I can play as Civilian Anya or the Theron Elite in Gears 3. Not in this game. Like, look at this fucker, bro. He's, like, bouncing like crazy. See, that's the thing, is, like, people who are good at Gears are, like, good. The skill ceiling in this game is crazy. Which is why people like it. But, yeah. I don't know, I haven't played this game in like, I think 6 years now, pretty much. Since Gears 5 came out. Was the last time I played a Gears multiplayer, so. I used to be decent, I was never really good. Yeah, Gears 5 has an FOV slider. I think 4 did as well, too. Oh, shit. Damn it. Almost. You can get the Civilian Anya skin. Oh, so you have to pre-order the game in order to get Civilian Anya? They knew what they were doing with that. That's like the primo skin of Gears, so... yeah. That's not surprising. Yeah, I liked my my Gears 5 Kate skin. Despite not liking her as a character, my skin in Gears 5 with her I did like. So, I did play as her. I had it physical, so yeah, no, I never had it digital. I'll probably buy it on Steam anyway, so. I don't really want to use the Xbox launcher if I don't have to. Nope, it's just the first game for $40, which is pretty overpriced if you ask me. Especially when Ultimate Edition's like $3 on sale. And it's the exact same thing. Like, there is zero difference in this versus the Ultimate Edition. Like, all the missing features and everything are still there. So, you don't even have borderless window. You don't have FOV sliders. You don't have, like, the ability to open up options, like in multiplayer menus. It's just basically the exact same thing. Oh shit, I didn't know it was still alive. I was just fixing the chat.
Lose like that again, and I will kill you myself.
Opinionated Junkie with the 5 hot take. JD looked more badass in Gears 5 than 4, but his character towards the end sucked. Got put down by Kate. What a joke. I know. Gears 5 was a humiliation ritual for the fans. So, just like The Last Jedi was a humiliation ritual for Star Wars fans. Nah, I killed the black guy. Whatever his name was. I don't even remember. Yeah, there's no way I was killing Marcus's son. I did a racism? Yeah. Yeah, I really love the Billie Eilish song in Gears 5. That was really cool, dude. Vendetta with the 2, they canceled Gears 6 because too many people saved JD, probably. Probably. There we go. Opinionated junkie with the 2, Coltrane for the win. Yeah, I like Coltrane personally. Yeah, I'm surprised this didn't get announced for the Switch too, honestly. This could easily run on the Switch too. Maybe it'll be announced at like a Nintendo Direct coming up. No! God damn it. I downed him, but it wasn't enough. 2 assists. Dude, Nintendo actually has 0 restrictions now for the eShop. Like, especially when it comes to nudity now, which is what's kind of ironic. Like, Nintendo, which is supposed to be the kid-friendly brand, has, like, you know, the most, like, uncensored, like, Japanese, like, pseudo-porn games and, you know, nudity and stuff like that, so I don't think Nintendo cares anymore. I think they realize the Switch appeals to a adult audience too, so.
Smoke out.
Yeah, I would be doing everything in my power if I was a game dev to get my shit on the Switch still. I mean, those people buy games. That's the thing, is like people who have Nintendo consoles buy games. And in mass quantities. Like indie studios literally have been on record saying like the majority of their console sales by an overwhelming portion come from the Switch 2. Like people are interested in playing games on that console.
You will not lose again. I will not tolerate defeat.
I think I need to up my sensitivity again. Can I do it? Yeah. Just gonna crank it next. Still feels slow, man. Yeah, I think most Nintendo fans are millennials and, you know, late Zoomers and stuff like that. The notion that Nintendo only appeals to kids, I think, is kind of retarded at this point, because it's obviously not the case. I mean, most people who play video games now are adults, so... It's not like during the 360 generation where it was kind of taboo for, you know, young adults to play video games and stuff. And it was mainly just a teenager-dominated industry. Damn, we're getting shit on.
This is one battle in a long
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
This day goes to
Brit with the 20 months, I absolutely love my tier 1 membership. Well, that makes sense. It's cheap, just like you. Yeah, that's the thing, is like in school, if you talked about video games too much when I was a kid, you were seen as a dork. But, you know, everybody went home and played video games after school, so it was kind of retarded. So it was, like, still not really socially acceptable to, like, openly discuss video games and shit. But everybody played them in their private time, if that makes sense. Several of my friends are embarrassed to talk about gaming. Yeah, no, it was never really seen as a cool thing to talk about gaming. When I was growing up, you were seen as a nerd or a loser, or, you know, it's not the place. You shouldn't talk about it in public, you should only do it in private. Just like homos, bro. It was really putting the gay in gaming. Shit. I was gonna try and get one of them, but nope. No! Shit! I got stuck. Fuck. I probably could have chainsawed that fucking retard. I forgot if this game has the butt plug chainsaw execution or not, where you flip it upside down and shove it up their ass and saw upwards.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Yeah, that's the thing that sucks about using the Lancer in this is you get execution canceled every single time you get shot, and it makes you stop. So in Gears 3, you can keep walking and you can keep your chainsaw running, so you can actually counter the Gnasher pretty effectively if you have your chainsaw running and you get close enough. But in this one, that's not the case. Your chainsaw stops the second you get shot, which kind of sucks. There's a lot of quality of life improvements that really improve the multiplayer in 2 onwards, but mainly 3 I would say is the best. Bro, what the fuck was that? What? I don't even know what the fuck killed me. Jeez. Yeah, this is the problem with Gears multiplayer, is when you have one guy, which this Zeta guy is like a fucking hardcore sweat, it's like you just get absolutely ass blasted. And there's no real chance that you have, because like the skill ceiling's just way too high. Yeah. Nothing I could do there.
Kind of pathetic, lily-livered, panty-waist bullshit was that? You're not soldiers, you're a bunch of meter maids.
I don't know if host advantage is still a thing or not. Yeah, that's the thing, is like this, you know, the community for Gears, like they kept playing it even past, you know, becoming irrelevant basically in the mainstream. So there's still super sweats, man. Let's see, Scholar with the 3 months. So how's the Switch 2 been? Oh, it's really good so far. It's a nice little device, so I'm very happy with it. Any games you're gonna be getting? Just I think Donkey Kong in the immediate future, but I don't know. Eventually, whenever the first-party Nintendo games come out, like I'll probably just get all of them for the most part. Like the Kirby game, I'll probably get Metroid Prime, even though I'm not really that interested in it. But yeah, mainly just probably all the first-party Nintendo stuff. But yeah, it's a nice little device thus far. And Britt with the 1. How generous of you. Or should I say, Britt's dad with the 1. Bro, how did I get melted that fast? What in the fuck? I just got like immediately melted in like 10 seconds. Meanwhile, I'm shooting another guy for the amount, like the same amount of time, and then immediately, you know, I go down. He does not.
You're broke!
It's racist,
You're
bro.
fucking poor!
Oh, yeah!
I need to figure out where the fucking hip fire spot is.
Done. Let's go.
Because it's not in the middle of the screen. Alright, let me see. Yeah, it's shooting up to the right.
Yeah, nice job, jackass. Blew that one.
To the right is where I need... Or, I guess you have to aim to the left, and then it shoots like to the right. I never played the original Bloodstained, so probably not. Yep, there we go. Aim to the left.
It's never enough time.
Bruh, how the fuck did I die in like 2 seconds? God damn. I wish my fucking Lancer would kill people that fast. Like, jeez. Fucking rip. Yeah, it's a scary sight to see when I'm top of the team, man. That's not a good sign. Not a good sign when I'm top of the team. Oh, they left. Great. A 4v2, man. This should be fun. This should be all sorts of fun. A 4v2 with sweats. Fuck, bro, my aim feels too slow. They need to up the ability to, like, fucking juice your sensitivity. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm at max already. Yeah. I am already maxed out. And it still feels too slow. There's no point. There's no fucking point. 3 of them spawn camping me. How nice.
Hey, down this front. I'm in the zone, baby. Enemy mark. Enemy mark.
Smoke out!
Shit.
Lock and load. Enemy mark.
Lovely. Yeah, that's scary, bro. I have the most kills in the lobby. Not a good sign at all.
Enemy mark.
Jesus.
What kind of pathetic, lily-livered, panty-waist
Mr. Kill Jr. with a 5. They half empty their land. Yeah, the extra damage. Still, it feels way too fast, regardless. I don't know. This is the reason why I stopped playing Gears 5 like a week after launch, is because it just became so fucking sweaty. And this is already feeling sweaty. So, I don't know. Not a good sign, because I don't think this is going to have a super successful launch. Maybe I'll be wrong, but I don't know if it's going to do like insane numbers to where it's going to repopulate the multiplayer. Should be repopulating Japan. I mean, if you want to have half-breed Japanese kids, that's on you. I don't personally. You know, if you want to have, you know, half Jap children, then go for it. But preferably, I would rather my kids actually resemble me in some manner. It's like the... I wish I could find it. It's a really good meme where it's like Asian woman, white man, lonely Asian man. Then it shows the picture of the white guy and the Asian woman having an Asian kid. Then it shows the Asian kid grown up as like an Asian man. And then it goes back to the cycle of like the lonely Asian guy. And then it shows the white guy with the Asian girl. It's like, yeah, basically you're making like this vicious cycle of lonely Asian children. I don't know, I should find it. It's pretty good. Oh, shit! That wasn't who I was going for, but I'll take it. I want my kids to be half black? No. White is right, brother. Nah, I just mainly want a white chick, bro. You know? That's all I ask for. I'm not looking for anything exotic.
So hot.
Skip it a button.
Fucking loser faggot.
I don't give a fuck about scholarships or D1 schools. You know, sports ball retards are not my concern. I have zero interest in sports ball.
I'm in the zone, baby.
Nah, ideally I'll just find some chick in the US, bro. I don't want to have to travel to go date. No thanks. Griffin likes big booty Latinas that know how to cook. Nope. I do not like big booty Latinas. That's just another word for fat. Just like thick. Griffin's mom was black? No. Dude, Latina chicks blimp the second they hit 30 or have a child. So, if she's thick, even if she's not fat, she's gonna be fat.
Yeah, nice job, jackass.
So there's a reason why that, you know, Hispanics are barely behind black women when it comes to obesity. Barely. Like 87 to 84% or something. Like, most, you know, Hispanic women are fucking obese. So, and especially when they hit the age of 30 or have a child. So, yeah. Unless you want to pork the pig, then not a good choice.
Hostile!
On average, black women are fatter than Hispanic chicks, but it's not a huge, like, discrepancy.
What kind of pathetic, lily-livered, panty-waist bullshit was that? You're not soldiers, you're a bunch of meter maids.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. Like, just the reputation of Israel over the past, like, year or two has just gone whoosh, down the toilet. Completely flushed. You know, all the guilt-tripping slop from over the past 8 decades has completely just vanished. It's pretty funny. In the age of the internet, where, you know, you can't rely on media control for information, you know, distribution, it's easy to lose control of the narrative. No! That's alright. Yeah, I mean, we've gotten to the point where they could literally, like, blow up a school bus full of, like, fucking 4-year-olds. And the excuse would be, well, the Holocaust happened. It's like, okay, well, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? It happened. Never forget. It's, like, literally the go-to excuse for everything. Where is he? Oh, I was trying to get him.
Take those.
Oh, shit. Oh, that's from him. Yeah, exactly. The JFK murder doesn't matter because it happened 60 years ago, dude. But, you know, the Holocaust that happened 80 years ago is still front and center in everyone's mind. Yeah, I've never liked Ben Shapiro. So you guys heard about the thing with that one, you know, the stabbing in Texas? The black guy who stabbed the white kid? Yeah, apparently the school has the videotape of the stabbing and they're refusing to release it, which means it's a cut and dry murder case. No! Dude, the Bolsheviks killed over 100 million people from starvation. So, 30 million in Ukraine, I think it was.
Okay, ready?
Some insane number.
The disco's bang.
Yeah, that's why anyone who unironically believes in Marxism should just be lined up and shot. You want to talk about an incompatible ideology? Kill every single fucking one of those people. Indiscriminately. Yeah, the total death toll is over 100 million, but it's probably closer to 200 to 300 million. Because we never got actual numbers, you know, they're just estimates. Which usually those are always much lower than reality.
Bragging rights go to the gears today. The Coalition is proud of every one of you.
About time you won. Yeah. Yeah, the thing I will never understand is why Christians say that the Jews are God's chosen people. It's like, wouldn't his chosen people be the one that received the blessing of his son? I don't know, man. Like, that whole thing has never made sense to me. The cuck Christian mentality of, you know, going out for another religion makes no sense to me. Like, the people who reject, you know, your so-called savior are God's chosen people? Like, that makes no fucking sense. Obviously, God's chosen people are the ones who, you know, received his son to, like, you know, absolve them of their sins. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, those people to me are like media plants. I think those people are Mossad payroll types. Fuck! They have magic Jew blood that makes them better. Oh my god.
Contact!
I have a bridge to sell them too. Yeah, that's another thing I never understood. Like, yeah, it says in the Bible to circumcise your children, but nowhere does it say to suck their cock.
Done. Let's go. Done. Let's go.
Yeah, I remember it was a thing where it was like a rabbi was spreading herpes to a bunch of Jewish kids. And they were wondering how, and it's like, yeah, they suck their fucking foreskin off. When they cut the foreskin off the penis, they suck the blood off with their mouth. So that's how the herpes was spreading. Was the rabbi had herpes and was sucking the penises of all the babies that had been circumcised in the in the community. So yeah, nasty.
Enemy spotted!
That's the thing, is like nowhere in the Bible does it say that you should suck the blood off their cocks. Like, what the fuck, man? Who even thinks to do that? Like, that's just gross. Like, here, let me suck your wound. Like, that's wild. Yeah, I don't know what it is with weird genital mutilation shit with the, you know, Jews and the Muslims. The Muslims cut the clitoris off of women so they can't experience sexual pleasure unless they're getting penetrated. So there's some weird shit that goes on, man.
Hostile!
It depends on, like, your, you know, like, there's different sects of Christianity. So it depends on what type of Judaism you practice. So it depends. Like your denomination, I guess, is the correct term. Bro, what? I had my fucking chainsaw out. Not a fucking chance. Bullshit. Rigged. That was rigged. I had my chainsaw revving.
Not again.
Shit. I was getting fucking spit roasted. No, circumcision is specifically stated in the Bible. So, that's specifically stated in the Bible, is to, like, circumcise your children. And all the men of your house, including your slaves. But the sucking of the blood off the, like, baby penis is not stated in there at all. So, yeah. A religion where homosexuality is outlawed, I'm pretty sure would not encourage you to put another man's penis in your mouth. But hey, you know, what do I know? I'm not an expert. I don't have a published article in the New York Times, dude.
Okay, ready?
No, I'm pretty sure every religion circumcises. It's just, people have stopped doing it over the years. But no, like in all, I'm pretty sure even in Islam they circumcise, right? I'm not 100% on that because I've never bothered to read the Quran, but that's like the pact that God made with Abraham, so, you know, I believe it would be in there, but I'm not 100% on that. No clue. If you wash your balls, you'll be okay. I don't. I let my balls get nice and stinky. I'm pheromone maxing. No white countries ever circumcision. The US does, and has for a very long time. The British used to as well until they stopped covering it under the health care. So, no, that's not true at all. Most Christian countries used to circumcise, including white ones. Let's see real quick. Do Muslims circumcise? Curious. Yes, circumcisions are widespread and accepted practice within Islam. It's considered a sunnah practice of the Prophet Muhammad and is often performed for religious reasons and to maintain hygiene. While not explicitly mentioned in the Quran, it's considered an important aspect of Islamic tradition. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought the Muslims did that. Well, a lot of the times the water was dirtier than your body, so that's the other thing too. So the water that you had access to wasn't even clean most of the time. Uh-oh, they got a Mexican in their lobby. It's over. It's all over now. Why? You don't know the thing about Mexicans and Gears of War?
Let's do this.
Boy, they. Well, if you've ever played Gears, yeah, point proven right there. Nope, it's too late, bro. You already sided with Iran, so you will now be sent to defend Tehran with your life. Dude, I really wish we had, like, legitimate fascism under Trump. I genuinely do. Then the leftoids would actually have something to complain about. So everyone would be happy. I would much rather have fascism compared to fucking morally degenerate democracy. Personally. The whole notion of democracy is reliant on you actually respecting the people who share that power. I don't respect the general public anymore. Most people are unfit to take care of themselves, much less make decisions for the future of everyone else. So... Bro, did they really just get a quad feed with one fucking... Oh my god. Jesus. Yeah, the only way the democracy can work is a qualified democracy. Just letting everyone vote is retarded. You should have to pay a certain amount of tax, you should have to be employed, you should have to be able to pass a basic civics test, you should have to be like an actual citizen for a certain amount of time. There's a lot of qualifiers that need to be in place. And obviously we need strict voter ID. But, yeah. Yeah, a multiracial, multicultural society, democracy is a fucking disaster. We share nothing in common with most people who live around us, so it's like doomed from the start. Yeah, just like math, civics is racist. Oh shit, I need to pull that up. Oh, hold on, I'll do that in a second. Once this match is over, I'll pull it up. Yep, diversity is our greatest weakness. Because it makes us ununited. We're now a country of strangers rather than people who share similar beliefs, goals, and, you know, morality.
Not again.
Chugga Gaming with the 5. Remember, guys, Fred says if you like Nintendo games, you're mentally stunted and have never grown up. Yeah, the 30-year-old pothead is really an expert on that one, I guess.
You let them destroy you. Do you yearn for death?
The 30-year-old pothead is an expert, I'm sure. What do you got in common with a white truck driver from Pennsylvania? 1, I'm white. 2, they're probably Christian. 3, they're probably conservative. And 4, we speak the same language. Not really a hard question, man. Not really a hard question. Also, probably respects personal property and doesn't steal other people's shit just because it's sitting out in the open. You know, works, pays taxes, doesn't wave the flag of a different country. Let's see. Sent. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. This is it. Imagine actually writing that headline thinking that that's a good look. Oh my god. Like, dude, that's a wild headline. Hold on, what is this? Oh yeah, hold on. This is funny too. Beyond parody. A super-powered protest idea for the military parade. A horrifying truth is that peaceful protests and movements are built around imagery of good people getting the snot beaten out of them. Someone on here suggested that vets block the parade, but what if a line of people dressed as Marvel superheroes did it instead? What's more iconic than the Trump administration ordering a brutal public attack on Spider-Man or Captain America? What could possibly draw a clearer distinction between good and evil? Also, this puts Disney in an uncomfortable position, which I like a lot. Oh my god. Like, bro. These people can vote. How are these people allowed to vote? How? This is what I mean. Democracy is a mistake. No, there's no way this is a 12-year-old, bro. This is a grown-ass man. Oh, what is this? I forgot what this is. Oh, yeah. This is like another Holocaust.
1 second. I want to show you guys.
What happened?
Look at my tire right here.
Oh, boy.
Huge with, you know, it's so sad that this could have been an accident, but the first thing that comes to my mind is if this was an anti-Semitic act, if somebody knew my beard, my yarmulke, and said, let me do that to this guy.
It's placed there perfectly.
But it's like the inside of the tire. But it's so sad that even that has to go through my mind today. Nation, no people, no one should ever have to have that percolating. Is somebody attacking me for who I am? My race, religion? Are they?
Oh my god.
But the Jewish people today have that. This must stop.
Yeah, dude, it's literally worse than the Holocaust. Holy fuck. Oh, this... Yeah, this is a good one, too. This is a great video.
Whoa! Stop! Stop! Jesus, you just hit me!
Oh my god, you just hit me! Shut up, you dumb fucking whore.
I just got hit with the left lethal. Yeah, I'm okay. Alright, I got hit with a left lethal. I'm okay.
Nobody asked, bitch.
That's what the Kevlar is for. I have Kevlar tights on under my pants, so it didn't penetrate anything.
They should just start executing these people publicly. Make them kneel down on the sidewalk and just fucking pull a bullet in the back of their head.
Hit me! I just got hit with the left rifle. Yeah, I'm okay.
Oh, it's definitely a white woman bitching, and it's probably a self-loathing white. Let's see. I thought this was funny. Pray for Israel, pass it on. This says a moment of silence for Israel. There's another one too. Is this it? Oh wait, no, I have a different version of this. So it says, shut the fuck up and go back to writing books. Nobody gives a fuck about your opinion on shit else except magic. So then this J.K. Rowling, you know, woman who wrote Harry Potter, says, my opinion on magic is the same as my opinion on women with dicks. Neither are real. However, if you want to prove me wrong, by all means, jump off a roof on a broomstick. You know, this is what needs to happen. Is more people just need to tell these fucking freaks to kill themselves. Honestly. More people need to kill themselves. They're, like, literally just wastes of oxygen. So, I agree wholeheartedly. People should try to fly off the top of a building. And then what is this? Oh yeah, this is kind of crazy. Watch.
Okay.
Jesus.
Yo! Yo! Ja, bne זונות. יו, אני בהלם. אני בהלם. אני בהלם. יו. אני בשוק. אני פאקינג בשוק. אני פאקינג בשוק. Okay.
That's pretty wild, man.
Yo!
That's like the best angle of it I could find earlier.
אני בהלם. אני בהלם. יו. אני בשוק.
You can see like the glass shards fly
אני
too.
פאקינג בשוק. Okay. Yo! Yo!
Where is that? That's in Tel Aviv earlier. That's one of the hypersonic missiles that the Iron Dome can't, you know, counter. So that's the thing, is the Iranians have a shit ton of hypersonic missiles that the Iron Dome is unable to intercept. So, yeah, they've been buying hypersonic missiles from the Russians for decades and have been stockpiling them. So, my guess is if things continue to escalate, they're just going to send a rain of the hypersonic missiles and flatten the capital. Yeah, I heard Netanyahu fled to Greece, too, so he abandoned ship already.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Buddy, what's wrong? Hey, big dog. Did you eat your food? Is that what you're telling me? Good boy. Good boy. You actually ate. Prevent me from attending the military parade? Well, I'm definitely going to that. So, yeah, it'll be fine. The thing is in order to get to the actual parade, you have to go through a Secret Service security checkpoint, so I'll be fine on the inside. Hey, buddy, I know you're just such a sweet dog. Yes, you are. Such a good boy. What's wrong, buddy? Pop-Tart with the 5 AO. I found this year-old Stellar Blade review that's pretty funny. If you want to check it out, Stellar Blade is shallow and deceptive if you care. Yeah, we can possibly take a look at that. Apollo, yeah, I'm scratching him right now, so he does need his attention, I guess. Hey, buddy, I know. You're a good boy. Yeah, exactly. I beat the shit out of him when I'm not streaming, so. Sucks too, because he has white fur, so it's hard to cover up the blood. Go lay down. You're good now. You got your attention. I'm streaming. Good dog. Good. I know, you're so needy. Yes, you are. Good boy. Apollo's like a woman. All he wants is attention. At least he doesn't want my money. Uh-oh. I joined in progress on the losing side. Great. Why does it keep resetting my skin? Bruh. Sniped by a pistol. If they try to peacefully protest outside your area, what are you doing? Hopefully we can borrow some of those tanks. Fuck.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Fuck. Dude, I really wish you could up the sensitivity. It definitely feels too slow. Mr. Kill Jr. with the 5. Alright, Griff, I'm off to get my ship pushed in. Master Duel. Call me back when Gears 3 Reloaded releases for some real matches. I know. I wish. Unfortunately, it's probably not going to happen. Microsoft doesn't like us to have nice things. Is it possible to get someone's information through their license plate number? Maybe. I don't know. I think you have to go through, like, the cops or some shit, but maybe. I don't know. In the movies, they always ask, can you run a plate for me? So, I have no clue. Bro! Damn.
Get up! Come on, let's do this.
Fuck. I had a shitty angle. political videos, I don't know. Whenever I have a political stream title, which I'm sure tonight I'll probably lose like 100 or 200 subs. I don't really give a shit. But, yeah, maybe. I don't know. The issue is if I say what I actually want to say, I'll probably get the video banned, or I'll probably get banned, and the video will get taken down. I definitely don't have, you know, conservative political beliefs, so I don't know if it'd be safe.
You will not lose again. I will not tolerate defeat.
No, not shouting TND in a video. Because Asmongold is a fucking normie, like, middle fucking dirty centrist. He's not even, like, conservative, bro. He's, like, literally a lefty. He just doesn't fucking drink the white Kool-Aid. That's it. Asmongold is not right-wing at all. Fuck! Got him. I'll take it.
You let them destroy you. Do you yearn for death?
Vendetta with the 2? What do you think about Trump's China deal? I haven't really looked at it. I mean, I don't think anything's been finalized yet, right? Asmongold would vote for Bernie. Gross. Yeah. The fact that people try and, like, label him as right-wing is another fucking psyop, bro. They're trying to once again shift the Overton window to classify Asmongold as a right-winger. It just shows you how leftist society has gotten. Like, saying you don't think two men should be married is now a fringe belief. Which, like, in 2008 was, like, a normal right-wing stance that, like, over half the country probably agreed with.
Get up!
Wonder what happened? Billions and billions of dollars of media propaganda. Right wing just means you want individual liberty and accountability. No, it does not. That's literally libertarian, bro. That's not right wing. That's a leftist mentality. Individual liberty is a liberal ideology. As the name suggests, that is not right wing.
Okay, ready?
Uh-oh, Apollo's gonna starve? I know. It's quite sad, isn't it? Oh, you little fucking bitch. Took my kill. Oh, shit. How did that kill me that fast? Holy shit, man. Oh, he's dead. Yeah. It's fine. Gears 1 is not my personal favorite in the franchise at all. So I much prefer Gears 3 especially, but it's fine. I don't know. I like third-person multiplayer games, so... I'm not, like, very good at Gears, but I find it enjoyable still. Cracked her head like a Pepsi.
Yes.
Where did Nasher go? I need ammo. Jeez. Ah, shit. Yeah, they're once again releasing Gears 1, so I don't know why they wouldn't release Gears 2 or 3, the two games that didn't get a remaster, but whatever. They're doing it so they can release E-Day on PlayStation 5, but it's like, you should have done the whole trilogy. I don't know. Like, this could have been done years ago. Yup, they're making a Halo 1 remake. Woohoo, another fucking Halo 1 port. It's just, it sucks, bro. Do a Halo 3 remaster. Like, that's the only game in the original trilogy that hasn't gotten a remaster. Halo 1 and 2 already got a remaster. I don't know if you can play the beta if you pre-purchase on Steam. I'm not sure exactly how that works. They are remaking Halo from the ground up in Unreal Engine. It's a remaster. Are they changing the level layouts? Are they changing the gameplay? If it's just visual, it's a remaster. Just like Oblivion. That was a remaster, not a remake. Alright, I got one of them. Oh, I know, dude. There is no difference between the two. This is literally just a direct port of Ultimate Edition. It has all the same problems that the PC version of Ultimate Edition had. So, there's no FOV slider, no borderless window. Your settings can't be accessed in multiplayer lobbies. It's the exact same version of the game, so they didn't even do anything to it. Shit. Just stick your original Switch up on eBay for bids and then see what you can get for it. That's the best way to sell, in my opinion. Just put your Switch up with all the stuff you want to sell with it, and then put it up for auction starting at $1 plus, you know, whatever the shipping is, and then just let it go from there. Gears Ultimate Edition and Reloaded does not look the same. Yes, it does. It looks identical. Is it possible to sell one's virginity? I think so. I don't know what that fucking noise is. I think it's my controller. Ah, fuck. Ooh, nice. A good buy right now, if you can find them in good condition, is the Obsidian Flames Charizard illustration rare. They're only like 50 bucks, and it's a $250 booster box that they come out of. But make sure they're in good condition and don't have a bunch of whitening on the back, because the print quality for that set's not great. Yeah, it's the Windows 11 sound, I'm pretty sure, for your USB device being unplugged. I think it's my controller. I'm not sure. Here, let's test it. Nope, maybe not. Oh, there we go. Total locust victory, dude. Well, shit. Back just cracked like an old man. Jeez. Oh shit, what killed me? Dude, I got like blown up by something. I guess it was a boom shot or something. I don't fucking know. Why do they crouch so low? Because they're like 300-pound fucking manlets? I don't know. I demand your shekels. Yeah, that's the problem. It's like it's just a re-release of a re-release. I don't know. They didn't really do anything to it at all. It looks basically identical to Ultimate Edition. Especially on the PC side of things. Yeah, it's Gears of War Ultimate re-release. I wouldn't even call it reloaded, just call it re-release. E-Man with the 2, thanks for the gay pair, bro. Big ups. Always appreciate the gay pairs. Especially in these hard financial times. Bouncy Booba Sword. I guess I could play that. If you guys want. Should I play Stellar Babe? See, and Saul Goodman with the 2. Thanks for the gay pair, bro. Appreciate you. It's very kind of you. What videos, PK? There's nothing to watch. Nothing ever happens. Nope, nothing ever happens, PK. Literally nothing ever happens. It's not that large. I don't have that many games on Steam. Some people have a lot more. So, I don't have too many games.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
And Donald Herb with the 2. Hello, Mr. Gay Ming. How's it going, man? Go to Tel Aviv, then? I don't know. You support Israel because biblically it says God will curse those who curse Israel? How are you cursing Israel by not supporting them? That's a completely different thing. You can leave them to their own devices. Not to mention, it's no longer the same place. PK needs a good Jewish woman to calm his Aryan heart. Nah, PK is a Mexican, dude. He's one of those Mexicans that LARPs as a white guy, but in reality, he's as brown as they come. His name's probably something like Manuel or something. Yeah, you probably could call ice on PK. Roberto Gonzalez, yeah. Yeah, adios, hombre. Adios, hombre. Donald Herb with the 10. Appreciate it, man. I got put in this gay-ass group chat on Twitter. It's a bunch of edgelords, but a lot of them hate Israel, and I just changed the name to Israel Fan Club. I'm waiting on the response as we speak. Uh-oh. Don't let PK in that group.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
PK stands for Peter Kensington. I think it's more so Peter Kensenstein, but literally the whitest name on the earth, yeah. We know that they're always white until they're not. Yeah, Peter's a pretty common Hispanic name because it's in the Bible, so. Sneed Feed with the 2. Thanks for the gay pair, man. Really appreciate it. You're whiter than me, Griff, at least. I didn't descend from the French. Yeah, but you came from the Spanish, which, you know, is even more disputable. And then on top of that, you know, you got, whatever those fuckers are called, Aztecian DNA. I thought Spain in World War II was neutral. I don't think they sided with anybody, if I remember correctly. No more Mario Kart? What's wrong with Mario Kart? My guess is probably by the end of the, like fall would be when I would guess you could go and buy a Switch 2. I don't know. No idea. Scotty Man with the 5, interesting watch, in my opinion. Okay. Yeah, we can take a look at that.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Okay, no. Ad block no longer works. Yeah, it's not surprising. Griffin only supports Israel for Gal Gadot. Yeah, no. If she was, what, 15 years younger? Maybe. Yeah, you gotta turn off that pesky ad block. Console wars are retarded. Sony makes movie slop. Xbox makes nothing. Yeah, I mean, the thing is the console war's done anyway, so. Xbox is gone. PlayStation's the default, like, third-party box, and Nintendo's doing their own thing. So. It is officially Jover. Nah, conspiracy theories are so prevalent is because, you know, you can't trust anything anymore. Like, our government institutions are actively undermining our own interests and the well-being of, you know, its own people, as well as concealing important things from us, so. Yeah, it's just, the fact of the matter is the government no longer serves the interests of the people that elect it. So, therefore, you have to have a everlasting suspicion of any and all actions that it takes. So, conspiracy theories are only going to get worse. Because there is no trust anymore. Like, even when you vote for people to do a very specific thing, they don't fucking do it. Like, look at the Republicans right now. Dragging their fucking asses, doing absolutely fuck all. So. It's the illusion of choice. So therefore, why wouldn't there be some undermining, you know, things taking place that can only be explained by the inexplicable? Are the doomers correct? No. It's not over in the sense that you have no hope. It's just, you know, having faith in the system is retarded. Dude, I wish I had an AI that could run these streams. That would be great, but I don't. I don't, unfortunately. I do not have an AI. Alright, I guess we can
What's
watch
up, you
this.
amazing people? Welcome back to Jimmy Talks. If you're a subscriber, it's amazing to be able to talk to you again. And if you're new and hear from the algorithm, I'm overjoyed to have you here. Truly. Come one, come all, you're all welcome here. Alright, let's get right into it and talk about
Hold on, let me see if I can up the quality.
this mess. This video is going to drop some serious red pills, and it's extremely important because this stuff isn't even talked about often. The obesity epidemic. The United States is grappling with an obesity epidemic that is both alarming and historically unprecedented. According to the most recent data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, over 42% of American adults are obese, a figure that has more than tripled since the 1960s when rates lingered around 13%. A century ago, in the early 1900s, obesity was exceptionally rare, affecting less than 5% of the population. How did we go from 5% of people being obese to almost half the country? Black and white photographs from the 1920s and the 1930s depict leaner Americans, even among those with sedentary occupations like clerks and shopkeepers. This wasn't a society obsessed with gym memberships or diet fads. People simply ate in a way that aligned with their biology. Their diets consisted of whole foods, like fresh vegetables from local gardens, fruits that were in season, whole grains like wheat, and dairy from nearby cow farmers, and meats from animals raised on small farms. Meals were prepared at home, often from scratch with modest portion sizes. Processed foods existed but were very limited. Canned vegetables or smoked meats preserved for winter, not transformed into unrecognizable products. Fast food chains were pretty much non-existent for the most part, and dining out was a rare treat. This dietary pattern, rooted in natural ingredients, supported human health for millennia. Let's get into the history behind this, and the history won't be long.
Yeah, consume your fucking Goy cube. You know, eat your little Goyam cubes, your Frosted Flakes, your, whatever. Dude, it's just, yeah, most people eat just shit. Like, even if, this is the thing, is you don't even have to cook. Like, just order some food like Chipotle or something. Like, get real food. Most people just eat, like, actual fucking garbage.
I promise, the juicy stuff is coming up. Just be patient and hear me out. The history behind this is super important to the middle and later parts of the video, though. Anyways, the shift began after World War II with the rise of industrial agriculture. Advances in technology and chemistry transformed farming into a profit-driven enterprise. One key strategy here was...
Nah, Chipotle is actually pretty good for you. It's actually pretty good for you compared to most other shit people eat, so... Rice, beans, meat, and vegetables is not a bad mix of stuff. So, you will not be... I guarantee you, if you ate 1 or 2 bowls of Chipotle a day and exercised regularly, you would not be fat. You absolutely would not be fat.
Was the use of hormones and antibiotics to accelerate livestock growth. In the 1920s, a chicken took approximately 16 weeks to reach a weight of 2.5 pounds, living a natural life that developed its muscle and flavor. By the 1990s, with hormones and selective breeding, chickens reached 5 pounds in just 6 weeks. Compare 6 weeks to 16. This dramatic increase in size and speed boosted profitability, allowing large farms to produce more meat at lower cost. However, this came at a very significant cost. The meat lost its natural taste and nutritional quality. That chicken from the 1920s was typically only seasoned with salt, pepper, and perhaps a single herb like thyme or rosemary, while cooked in butter was rich, savory, and deeply satisfying. Today, industrial-raised chickens often taste bland, and people will have to cook them with a blend of 10 or more spices, marinades, and sauces just to be palatable. The same applies to beef and pork, where hormone-treated animals lack the robust flavor of grass-fed or pasture-raised counterparts, which develop complex taste profiles from their natural diets. This brings me on to my next section, artificial flavors. To compensate for this flavor loss, the food industry introduced artificial flavors, sometimes even called natural flavors, due to basically legalese word meaning workarounds, which are synthetic compounds designed to mimic the taste of natural foods. So we pretty much got animals to grow really fast, they lost their taste, and now we need to pump them full of artificial flavors. You can already see how bad...
Yeah, so you pump them full of hormones, and then you pump them full of flavoring. And also, in the case of salmon, you pump them full of color, too. Because people don't want to eat salmon that's not orange, so they color the salmon meat. So when you buy salmon at the store, they added orange food coloring to it in order to make it look, you know, like people envision salmon looks.
Bad this is getting. These are now ubiquitous, though, found in packaged meats, salty snacks, sugary sodas, and even products marketed as healthy, like flavored yogurt. Artificial flavors are engineered to be...
Donald Herb with the 5. Griffin, I have German, English, and Irish in me. What does that make me? Very, very white.
Hyperpalatable, meaning they trigger intense pleasure responses in the brain.
The only way you could be more white is if you had Scandinavian in you, but yeah.
as dopamine through precise combinations of taste and aroma. However, they offer no nutritional value as it's not real and it's made in a lab. Research, including studies published in the National Institute of Health, has raised concerns about their long-term safety, linking them to inflammation, digestive disorders, and potential neurological effects when consumed in large quantities. Basically, in layman's terms, for non-medical people, inflammation is almost never good most of the time, and not digesting food properly is incredibly bad for you. Despite these findings, they remain a staple of the modern food supply, driven by corporate interests. They make this addicting and tasty on purpose, which leads me to the next section, ethics in studies. This brings us to the ethical dimension, which a beginner college ethics 101 course could easily dissect. Big food corporations, which are the giants dominating the industry like Pepsi, Tyson, Nestle, Kraft, and General Mills, they fund scientific studies to influence public perception and regulatory decisions. In other words, they make a scientific, air quote, study go to a specific outcome. So that's not really science, you're just paying a scientist to say something. A study might conclude that artificial flavors or ultra-processed foods are, air quote, safe or, air quote, nutritionally equivalent to whole foods, only for it to later emerge that the research was sponsored by a food conglomerate.
The more processed something is, the less of it you should eat. Simple as that. If it's processed, avoid it. And if you follow that, most likely you'll be a lot better off. Also, if you can, and you use flour a lot, import your flour from Europe. That's another important thing, too.
We can very easily see how the waters are muddied here. From a utilitarian perspective, which evaluates actions based on their impact on the greatest number, this practice is unethical because it harms millions by promoting unhealthy eating habits. From a deontological standpoint, which emphasizes adherence to moral rules, it violates the principle of honesty by deceiving consumers and regulators. This manipulation prioritizes profit over public health, a trend that has deep roots in the structure of our food system. This brings me on to the government colluding with food companies. One major contributor is the role of the United States Department of Agriculture, which is the USDA. The USDA provides subsidies, which is financial compensation to lower the price of goods to support agricultural production. But these funds disproportionately benefit large industrial farms rather than small farmers, your mom and pop kind of places. Billions of dollars are allocated to grow commodity crops like corn, soy, and wheat, which are used to produce the cheap, calorie-dense ingredients found in ultra-processed foods driving the obesity epidemic. And let me clarify here, by the way, before I even get it in the comments. Ultra-processed food is much more different than simply processed foods. To make this quick and easy, basically UPF foods are the stuff with chemicals that you can't find in your house, like something like a honey bun. Just look at the label on the back. Processed food can be as simple as just baking bread. Anyways, these subsidies allow industrial farms owned by, again, major food companies to operate at scale, basically which means it can outgrow mom and pop farmers dramatically. Which means it undercuts smaller farmers that might focus on diverse, nutrient-rich crops or sustainable practices. Small farmers who often lack the resources to compete receive minimal support, leading to their decline and or being in a mountain of debt. This imbalance entrenches a food system that prioritizes quantity and profit over quality and health, leaving hardworking Americans with limited access to whole, unprocessed options. My fellow countrymen, we cannot
It's why when you go over to Europe and you eat like fucking shit, like, you know, you can go to Europe and eat pasta and desserts and like all this other like typically calorically rich food, and people find like they lose weight when they go over to Europe because, you know, they don't have the same GMOs and all that type of shit that we have in the U.S. So, very low amounts of processed food. They don't have genetically modified food, and then also no hormones in the meat is another big one. But yeah, a lot of people find that when they go overseas, to Europe especially, they eat a bunch of food and basically pig out, and they end up losing weight. So, yeah, no, they're adding shit to our food to make us unhealthy.
Accept such disgusting practices. We the people deserve to
No, the FDA didn't fail us. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Create a bunch of fat, unhealthy people that are easy to control.
Be healthy and happy, not misled and used so that a greedy slime ball can make you unhealthy and get rich off of it. Side note, with that being said, do not start commenting some communist leftist stuff under my video because I am not that whatsoever. I am the opposite, actually. Okay, moving on to the next big issue. Corporate ownership and shareholder issues. Corporate ownership and private shareholders further complicate the picture. Investment firms like BlackRock, which focus solely on maximizing financial returns, hold majority shares in many major food companies for the stock market. BlackRock's mission is to generate substantial profits for its investors, and one of its strategies is to pour money into food corporations to make their products addictive. They fund research and development to perfect formulations, blending sugar, fat, and salt in ways that override natural satiety signals, keeping consumers buying more. Basically, your body will tell you when you crave a food, but what it really means is that you're craving the nutrients that it contains. Something savory and hearty, beef soup. But you might confuse this with Taco Bell, which has almost none of the nutritional value that some legit beef soup would have. And this isn't about nourishment. It's about creating a cycle of consumption that boosts stock prices. The health consequences, including rising obesity rates, are secondary to the bottom line, illustrating a profit-driven agenda that shapes what ends up on our plates. This brings me on to my next point.
Yeah, you should not be eating fast food at all. Like Taco Bell, McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, all of that shit. Even Chick-fil-A is not great for you. Now, if you get like a Chick-fil-A salad, that's not bad, but yeah. Just the more you can avoid anything with a lot of bread, especially because, you know, our wheat is tainted. So if you can avoid breads and anything fried or fast food related, you'll probably be good.
Influence. Another layer involves foreign influence over our agricultural foundation. Countries like China, through companies like Syngenta, owned by ChemChina, supply a significant portion of the seed stock for American crops. Before I even go further, do you want to eat anything at all from a Chinese chemical company? Hell no. That's my opinion anyways, a hard F no. Anyways, these seeds are often genetically modified to maximize yields, meaning you get the most you can grow out of it, designed for the industrial farming model. However, this focus on profit over sustainability leads to practices that harm both the environment and public health. First of all, messing with genetics in a plant will harm its nutritional value, not giving you the nutrients that you need, but who cares, you can grow a lot of it and make a lot of money, screw people's health. Instead of using crop rotation, which naturally replenishes soil nutrients and maintains ecosystem balance, which is extremely important, instead, industrial farmers rely heavily on synthetic fertilizers. Again, before I go further, does synthetic fertilizer sound like you want to put it on a plate and eat? No, hard no, I'm not fertilizer maxing. Anyways, these fertilizers, though, rich in nitrogen, are applied in excess, and when it rains, the runoff washes into waterways, particularly the Mississippi River. This river carries the nitrogen into the Gulf of America, where it fuels massive algae blooms. As the algae decompose, they deplete oxygen levels, creating dead zones where marine life cannot survive. The largest of these dead zones, off the Louisiana coast, spans thousands of square miles, and the full extent of the ecological damage remains unknown, posing a long-term threat to biodiversity and fisheries. Like, come on. This brings me on to my next point. Pesticides. Pesticides add yet another layer of concern. Major farm companies spray crops with chemical pesticides to protect yields and ensure uniformity, but these substances have been linked to serious health issues. Research, including studies from the National Institute of Health, links pesticides with developmental disorders like ADHD, cancers such as leukemia, neurodegenerative diseases like Parkinson's, and reproductive problems including fertility. These chemicals persist on the food, entering our bodies with every single meal, contributing to chronic health.
Yeah, it's another reason why, you know, testosterone levels are at an all-time low in men nowadays. So, you know, all of us probably have a testosterone level of that of a 60-year-old man 50 years ago. So, you know, our testosterone level in our 20s is what a 60-year-old would have had back in, like, 1970. It's crazy. So, yeah. Not good, but it's done deliberately because low T men are easier to control, dude. You know, get excited for your Marvel movies and Funko Pops.
Conditions. Even the organic label, often seen as a healthier alternative, can be misleading. Many organic products are allowed to use approved pesticides, which may still pose risk to human health. The organic certification process is rigorous in theory, but in practice, it's exploited as a marketing tool, a cash grab to charge premium prices without delivering a meaningful difference in safety or nutrition. This erodes.
It's not even the soy, bro. It's like all the other shit, too. So, it's not just soy. There's a lot of other shit. Like, when they inject cows, or actually, this is another thing, too. Like, you should also limit your dairy consumption, too, because it's actually kind of high in estrogen. But, I don't know. The thing is they inject all these animals with growth hormones, and typically they're female hormones, and that carries over in the meat, which fucks with your chemical makeup of your body, and, yeah. It's a whole fucking disaster. But then also the pesticides have special chemicals in them that disrupt testosterone production, all sorts of shit. It's not just soy.
Consumer trust and highlights the need for greater transparency. Let me go back and expound further on food flavorings and tricking your taste buds, though, which leads me to my next point and kind of goes back to artificial flavors. Your taste buds are being tricked. Our taste buds reflect the crisis unfolding in this food system. They serve as biological signals, guiding us towards the nutrients we need. A craving for a juicy steak.
Because, like, the shit they do with dairy cows is pretty crazy. Like, they literally inject dairy cows with, like, a hormone cocktail in order to induce, you know, additional milk production. Like, it's actually kind of wild, the shit we do to the food supply. Like, there's nothing natural about it anymore.
might indicate a need for protein, iron, or vitamin B12, while a desire for a sweet fruit could signal a requirement for vitamin C or natural sugars. Animals in nature exhibit similar behavior. Deer seek specific grasses or mineral wicks to address nutrient deficiencies, and bees target nectar on flowers for energy. Our ancestors relied on these cues, eating whole foods that satisfied both taste and nutritional needs. Artificial flavors disrupt this natural mechanism. They mimic the taste of nutrient-rich foods. Strawberry-flavored snacks taste like fruit but lack vitamins, fiber, and antioxidants. Your body expects nourishment but receives empty calories, triggering overeating. The brain, sensing the nutritional gap, continues signaling hunger, driving the obesity epidemic. I hope this makes sense now. Ultra-processed foods, engineered with addictive sugar, fat, and salt taste profiles, continue the cycle, keeping us trapped in a loop of consumption. We must take our food back. My fellow Americans deserve much better than this. Much of this situation is nonsensical. The notion that we need hormone-pumped meat, artificial flavors, pesticide-laden crops, industrial-subsidized food, and fake meat like Impossible Burgers to feed ourselves is a construct of the greedy leeches making money off of us. It's absurd that a chicken requires a dozen spices to taste good, that organic labels mislead us, or that dead zones threaten our oceans while we consume chemically altered foods. This isn't how humans were meant to eat, and it's not sustainable for our health. You may be asking now, how do I avoid this junk? Fortunately, we can take action by returning to whole foods. My diet centers on ground beef, chicken, fish, eggs, wheat, fruits, and vegetables, and I try to get most of this straight from small farmers. These are versatile options that satisfy a range of cravings. Meats, eggs, and cheese provide a satiating, savory experience, meeting needs for protein and healthy fats. A well-cooked steak and some scrambled eggs can be deeply fulfilling without excessive seasoning. For sweet cravings, plain Greek yogurt, and I specified Greek yogurt as it's the most natural form, and unflavored, mixed with a drizzle of honey, fresh blueberries, and some plain unflavored granola offers a dessert-like treat that's very nutrient-dense. The yogurt provides probiotics and calcium, the honey and fruit deliver natural sugars and vitamins, and the granola adds fiber and texture. This combination satisfies the desire for sweetness without the empty calories of ultra-processed foods like a honey bun or something. Other whole foods like roasted potatoes with olive oil and a pinch of salt, or whole grains like couscous or brown rice or white rice add variety and sustained energy. These foods, close to their natural state, don't require artificial enhancements. A hint of garlic, cumin, rosemary, thyme, paprika, and butter elevates them naturally. This approach mirrors how our ancestors ate in the 1920s, and much, much further before that, when a single spice could transform a meal into a flavorful, nourishing experience. Just to add in, by the way, I cook everything with either olive oil.
The other thing is, too, is with all the, like, taste profiles of, like, Doritos and all that type of shit, you know, your taste buds literally get fried from eating overly sweet or salty foods. Like, it literally overwhelms your taste buds to the point where they become basically taste numb. And you have to constantly eat that fucking goy slop in order to even feel like you're eating something that tastes good. So, yeah, that's a whole nother problem. And that's why, you know, when black people go, they don't even season their chicken. It's because they grow up eating that fucking disgusting, fake, like Tony's Satcheries and, you know, just ultra slop tier seasoning that they coat their food with that basically just, you know, destroys their taste buds. So unless it's just literally drenched in seasoning, they don't even register it because their fucking taste buds have been fried. So that's another problem too. If you eat too much of that ultra processed shit, your taste buds don't even, like, register normal tasting foods anymore. It quite literally just tastes like paste in a lot of cases. Yeah, I love that chicken from Popeyes, exactly. But you're not just eating the chicken from Popeyes, then you're dipping it in a sauce, or, you know, you got a rub on it or something. Like, there's all sorts, I don't know, man. But, yeah, that's where that all comes from, is a lot of, you know, lower income people have really bad quality meats and foods, so they, you know, doctor it up with a shit ton of ultra processed seasonings that basically make their taste buds numb to normal tasting food or seasoning. So, yeah, that's a whole nother can of worms.
Avocado oil or butter. To wrap this up, though, the obesity epidemic is a symptom of a deeply flawed food system. The USDA subsidies prop up industrial farms, sidelining small farmers and flooding the market with cheap, processed ingredients. BlackRock's profit-driven ownership of food companies fuels addiction through engineered foods, and they aren't the only company that does this. Foreign seed control by China and Syngenta, coupled with fertilizer misuse, creates dead zones in the Gulf of Mexico. Pesticides linked to ADHD, cancer, Parkinson's, and infertility. They contaminate our food while organic labels often fail to deliver on their promise, serving as a cash grab. By choosing whole foods, we can align with our biology, support sustainable agriculture, and break the cycle of overconsumption.
Yeah, exactly. Like when I eat shrimp, the only thing I do is put like a little bit of salt in the water, and that's good enough. And maybe I'll sprinkle, like, and I mean sprinkle, a little bit of, like, Old Bay on top of them. But very little. I don't even usually use Old Bay. But yeah, it's like... It's crazy. People, like, literally make food not taste like what they're eating. You know, it's like people who order the chicken nuggets and then they just drench it in barbecue sauce. It's like, are you really liking the chicken nugget or do you just like the barbecue sauce? Like, do you just want to drink barbecue sauce? Because you'd be better off just doing that. Like, why are you drenching a fucking chicken nugget in so much barbecue sauce that you can't even taste the chicken nugget? Like, just don't eat the chicken nugget. Take a spoon and fill it up with barbecue sauce. Like, I don't know.
And guys, it's not about perfection, but about intentional choices. Opt for an apple over a candy bar, pasture-raised meat over fast food, or a homemade meal over a packaged one. These decisions matter for our health, the environment, and the small farmers fighting to preserve real food. Just as a general rule of thumb, try to stay on the outsides of the grocery stores, like the outside of... on the inside is typically where all the crap food is, and if you stay on the outer edges, typically, it's just a rule of thumb, typically this food will be more healthy for you. Guys, if you enjoyed this...
Yeah, stay in the meat and produce section. Yep.
Content, please consider leaving a like and subscribing. My goal with this channel is to encourage young men to be knowledgeable and strong, as well as equipped to deal with threats in this.
That's usually the only shit I get is meat, vegetables, and maybe like some grains, but very rarely. Reported your video for the Hitler thumbnail. Oh my god. Here, do I still have it downloaded? Let's see. Here you go. You want a better look at it?
Skip it up, the fucking loser faggot.
Here, actually. Let's see, we'll skip to this part. There we go.
Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Nigga, how Hitler? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler? She wanna fuck with Japan, I put the chrome on the Benz. Nigga, how Hitler? She reaching down in my pants, she got the world in her hands. Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler?
Meine Arbeit für richtig Geld. Ob du glaubst, dass ich fleißig gewesen bin, dass ich gearbeitet habe, dass ich mich in diesen Jahren für dich eingesetzt habe, dass ich anständig meine Zeit verwendet habe im Dienste deines Volkes. Ja, dann tritt für mich ein, so wie ich es bin. Ja.
There you go. Hopefully that made your evening a little bit better. I know. And then what was funny too is when people started like posting the translation of the speech, they're like, "Wait, what?" Yeah, it's funny. You know, that's the thing that is kind of interesting. Like, how many people have seen like the clips of Hitler giving a speech, but why do none of them have subtitles? But yeah, it's kind of just one of those things where it's like, Interesting. Yeah, it might have something to do with our greatest ally, but I'm not sure. You know, anything's possible. The English AI translated version sounds so weird. Yeah. I prefer just the subtitles. I don't like the AI translation. Yours truly with the 11 months. Das mine.
Nigga.
There you go. And Chronicle with the gifted membership. Appreciate it, dude. Look what they say about Trump. We really think lying is new? Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. I don't believe a fucking word from any of these experts anymore. So
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
you'll never convince me that the type of people that want to troon out kids are the good guys. No, you're a vile, evil, sick fuck that deserves to burn in hell for all of eternity. You are the most vile form of humanity imaginable. So, yeah. Have I always been based? I guess define based, but yeah, there's a lot of shit that I would say, but I can't because I'm on YouTube, but yeah. I've had a pretty standard belief structure my entire life. Since about middle school. I haven't really changed much on anything. Yep. Pam Bondi and Cash Patel are doing fuck all, bro. Either produce some results or get the fuck out. So, once again, Trump gets handicapped by the wrong people. Zoomer historian pilled. The thing is, though, it's like, I've always been someone who doesn't trust, like, the experts. I always like to research stuff myself, so yeah, I've always had like a pretty good grasp of like what actually happens surrounding things, because I actually like look into it. So I don't just read the New York Times headline and I'm like, oh my god, that's my reality. So no, I've always operated under the assumption that the media lies because it's profitable and beneficial to do so. Otherwise, they wouldn't be worth money. Like, wow, $40 for more frames. Oh, are you talking about yeah, the Gears thing is pretty lazy, honestly. It's just literally a remaster of a remaster. Oh god, should we watch this little fucking twink? Let's see. I hate this guy, but let's see. Doctor reacts to obesity as a choice. I guarantee you he's going to take the position of there are some people who have a medical condition and they can't lose weight.
We've reacted to the topic of vaccines on Middle Ground before, but now it's time to react about the question of whether or not being fat is a choice. It's gonna be a worthwhile.
It absolutely is a choice. You choose to put food in your mouth. Own it. Stop making excuses.
I'll watch. Let's get started.
Being fat or skinny is a choice.
This is a very polarizing question. I think it's a false dichotomy. I don't think you have to say it's one thing or another, but their communities.
No, it is one thing or another. You have control over what you put in your mouth.
Seems to say that it's not a choice, so that's interesting.
Being skinny or being fat is about willpower, who you choose to associate with, what sort of things you choose to listen to, who you choose to kind of have as your friends around you and support you. All of those things are choices that you can make.
Yeah, and you could easily point it in the other direction and talk about the genetic components, the importance of those who raised you, and how
That's a choice. How they taught you to think about food. Well, you can think about food however the fuck you want.
They taught you to think about food the way that...
The simple fact remains, it's a math equation. There's no, like, argument. It's calories in versus calories out. There is no other way to frame it. If you eat more calories than you burn in a day, you will gain weight. If you do the opposite, you'll lose weight. Simple as that. There's no genetic factor. There's no environmental factor. There's literally nothing that determines weight gain other than that basic math equation.
The frontal lobe developed when you were a child, meaning that if you had higher exposure to fatty foods growing up or unhealthy foods or ultra-processed foods, you may have a preference for that. It's not as simple as just this choice.
Even with the genetics that cause you to want to eat more, the same solution is...
Yeah, well, I have a preference to shovel ice cream down my throat at every opportunity, but I don't fucking do it, so I don't weigh 500 pounds. The fuck? Oh, they may not. Like, dude... What the fuck does... Of course, if everybody had their preference, they would eat shit all the time. Like, yeah, who wouldn't want to live on a diet of cake and fucking, you know, sweets and all sorts of, like, unhealthy slop? Yeah, no shit, it tastes good. But you have to make the conscious decision not to eat that shit so you're not a fucking blimp. So you don't end up like Boogie or Wings.
Calories in, calories out.
The calories in, calories out thing is true, but then there needs to be a little bit of nuance here. And then,
no, there's not any nuance there. It is math. It's numbers.
Nuance is certain calories will lead you to metabolize foods differently. Certain calories will lead you to want to consume more or less of a certain food. And
okay, well then don't consume more. It doesn't matter if it leads you to want to do it. Don't do it. Again, a personal choice.
Certain calories can be unhealthy for you for other reasons other than...
He's one of these leftoid doctors that, you know, is more ideologically motivated than factually.
Weight. This is why we're always against starvation diets or heavily restrictive diets on this channel, because in many instances, they actually create more problems like eating disorders, disordered eating, unhealthy habits, etc.
I was supposed to get blood tested probably when I was very, very young, and I never did. And they had mentioned that it could have been because of my weight and how that connects with my thyroid, and I never had.
Oh, God, the thyroid. My thyroid. That's why my fucking whatever the fuck this thing is called sticks out farther than my fucking disgusting saggy tits.
Like that leaning parent to be like, go and get checked out, go and do this. Like, your weight is probably not your fault. It was always like, your weight is your fault, so that's your issue.
That's an unhealthy mindset. If I have a...
It is your fault. You chose to eat, bitch. Stop eating.
Patient that has not been worked up for a thyroid condition for other reasons why someone may be carrying excess weight, we absolutely would check those things. If you have low thyroid hormone, we can give you thyroid hormone to boost those levels up.
I mean, I also struggle with, you know, thyroid and my own blood issues. I'm not quite sure, but I do see an endocrinologist and I go see a doctor.
And that's not available to everyone in the United States, especially those who don't have health.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Health insurance or underinsured. And some people are insured but don't have adequate transportation, or they don't have
they don't have adequate transportation. Listen to this fucking liberal bleeding heart cock, bro. Honestly. Jesus Christ. They don't have access to transport. Oh, yeah, dude. They can't get a fucking Uber? Bullshit.
Paid time off from work.
As a disabled woman, I can't do a lot of the things that people say, calories in, calories out, oh, you gotta go work out and exert it. I have to navigate weight differently. I have to look at it differently. My weight is the way
Yeah, you just eat less because you're not doing as much.
Is because of medication, because doctors put me in this position.
This is why the false dichotomy pops up in my head. If you're going to be very stringent saying being overweight is a choice, full on, you're neglecting a significant part of the population who...
No, she should eat less because she's doing less activity. So if the normal human being eats 2,000 calories a day is like a maintenance calorie count, but you're not doing the average amount of exercise per day that goes into that equation, you should eat less than 2,000 calories a day. It's just that simple. It's calories in versus calories out. And if your body is burning less calories than a normal person because you're not as active, then you should be eating less calories than a normal person. This is not hard to figure out.
Who may be having a side effect of a medication, because there's many medications that we could put patients on to protect their health that as an unwanted side effect, they put on weight, or they're unable to lose weight as easily. And then there's those with disabilities that can't burn calories as easily as some who are able-bodied. So I think probably even a better conversation to be had here is obesity a disease? The AMA and all the major organizations have made it
No. It's a choice.
Disease process. They've labeled it a disease. The doctors who are saying that that's not helpful are usually pointing out that when a patient feels obesity disease, they feel powerless to make the change. The way that I like to think about it is on a population level, it's certainly a disease because it affects our bodies negatively. It's certainly contributing to a public health epidemic. It's actually happening pandemic really across the world, obesity. On an individual level, we need to have providers who have good relationships with their patients to make the call. Is this something that I can present to my patient as a choice that will get them motivated? Or is this something that we can help them navigate through a medical perspective where we can give them medications, surgeries, maybe lifestyle modifications if they are going to be motivated to it?
Give them more medicine.
And make that call.
Take your pill.
All on an individual level. But again, all medicine is practiced on population-based information and the research that we have there. And then we as providers have to look at our patients as individuals and apply that knowledge. So I still think on a population level, it is a disease. And then how we attribute it to each patient and how we help each patient navigate their condition, that's going to be different. And that's okay.
I would rather be skinny than fat.
I think there's a lot of different struggles when it comes to being a bit bigger. I have a sister, she's 400 pounds, and
what a lie. All these fucking fat blobs and I'd rather be skinny. Yes, you would. I'm so sick of the fucking cope.
All right, awesome.
None
Thanks,
of these
nigga. All right.
fat hogs want to actually be fat. They're just lying to themselves.
she struggles a lot. She has lymphedema, and to shower is really, really hard. So I do think for like an overall happy life and like zero struggle, I think I'd rather be skinny.
I think what we're pointing out here is something that I frequently talk about this channel when people in the past have accused me of being fat phobic, where I'm aiming to not just prolong my patient.
People accuse me of being fat. No, it's called survival instinct, you fucking coping Dude, what doctor is this? They called me fat phobic. You're right. I am a medical professional. I should be fat phobic. Like, what is this little fucking spineless twat? Like, this is why you can't trust leftists, bro. They will literally affirm your bad decisions and just cause you to kill yourself. Literally. Like, this is the same mentality of the people who can chop a kid's penis off. Like, they're just devoid of any real morality or actual fucking feelings of any kind. They're like genuine psychopaths.
All right, awesome.
Which
Thanks,
I think
nigga.
most
All right.
leftists are, to be honest. They only care about themselves. So, yeah, it's crazy.
Patient's life and decrease their risk of disease, but also improve their quality of life.
Every doctor should be fat phobic because being fat is bad. There's no benefit to being fat. Zero. It is only a negative. And if you, a medical professional, are not telling people the reality of that situation, you are doing harm to someone you are supposed to be helping. You cannot be fat phobic as a doctor. It is literally impossible.
Life. And that's exactly what she's talking about here. Being able to be independent, being able to wash yourself, have less strain on your knees, on your hips, developing arthritis early, which means that you can't exercise or move up and down on stairs in your home. And I think saying I would rather be skinny than fat doesn't mean necessarily that you hate yourself if you are in fact plus size. If you're seeking to improve because you're constantly unhappy with yourself, that might be an unhealthy coping mechanism. But if you're seeking to improve because you're seeking growth and you see it from a positive aspect rather than a hate aspect, then that could be a very healthy mechanism.
I had the most body insecurities when I was small. And rather than trying to control my body to avoid that negative attention, I would prefer to address the situation as a society. We aren't feeling like I have to be a certain way that's normal in order to be treated like a human being and respected.
One of the big takeaways from her sentence there is that she talks about how we need to address this from a societal perspective. That's absolutely true. With the way our current society is fed, with the food products that are allowed in our system, the ultra-processed foods being more readily available and cheaper than true whole food, healthy products, food deserts, areas where there's not enough access to good quality foods, all of those things matter. Now,
why is there not access? We won't get into that.
The medical perspective has probably got...
Food deserts are a myth. The real issue is crime. I guess, a crime oasis. There you go. You know, food deserts are caused by crime oases because grocery stores operate at very low profit margins. So when there's a large amount of crime, it's unsustainable to keep the store open. So, yeah. No. So food deserts are typically used in the context of big cities. So like New York City, for example, in certain areas that are, you know, more prone to criminal behavior, the only thing you'll find is like corner stores and shit like that. There's no actual grocery stores open. And the reason for that is because with the high cost of maintaining the store, the high amount of rent, the cost of deliveries, and all that type of stuff, it's not worth it to keep it open because the store can't operate at a profit, which generally is a result of excess amounts of theft. So, yeah. It's not worth the investment because there's no money to be made because everybody just steals shit anyway. It's a problem in California and New York in particular because they don't punish criminal behavior and theft anymore. So, yeah. That's usually the case of a food desert is when you have like very high crime areas and, you know, grocery stores don't want to operate.
Gotten more of a highlight with medications like Ozempic and the GLP-1 agonists because that is more of a financial incentivized way of treating our obesity epidemic. It's much better to create a medication that you can make billions of dollars.
Do not take Ozempic. Ozempic, I think, what do they say? It like thins your heart muscle or something? Like, there's a lot of side effects with Ozempic. Do not take that shit.
Than it is to create a sustainable change in our society.
Do not take anything that your body can do naturally. You know, people who pump themselves full of like these SSRIs, Ozempic, you know, painkillers, sleep medicine, like you are literally just poisoning yourself. You are literally poisoning yourself.
That will lead to people losing weight.
I don't think skinny always equates to being healthy. I don't know where I'd want to lean at an appropriate weight level, but I think it's important to understand for some skinny people, we're not living a great life by any means. And sometimes I feel like that's always kind of lost in translation when they see someone who's really skinny.
Well, I think that goes to show that no matter what.
Yeah, maybe it has more to do with your fucking metrosexual haircut, the fact you're wearing makeup, you have neck tattoos and painted nails. That's probably more of a negative on your life than being skinny. Well, what do I know? Juan with the 2, he's fat, exactly. Well, I guess she's fat, but it's all good. And Nero Redwood with the 5, I've been cutting back on junk food, soda, etc., and just drinking water at work, way better than gorging on slop. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, once you cut all that shit out, you feel so much better. Like, once you stop eating fried food and fast food and a bunch of sweets and stuff, like, after about a week or two, you feel better. You feel a lot better. And then you start to have, like, a aversion to those foods. Like, if I eat anything fried now, it, like, literally makes me feel like absolute shit, and I just want to lay down and sleep. So, I don't eat anything fried anymore. Like, it genuinely just makes me feel terrible. And CIA with the 5, I don't really eat all the time. I'll just go to work and eat late at night, but I also fast walk to work. There should be a fat tax. I think if you're over a certain weight, you shouldn't qualify for any government subsidies, I think is the solution to that, personally. I think if you want to apply for welfare or food stamps or anything like that, then you cannot be over a certain weight or BMI or whatever it is. I think that's the way to do it. And Fluffle Nugget with the 2, what about B12 and fat burner shots? I'm not really too familiar with fat burner shots, but if you're just taking vitamins, then that's fine. Daniel with the 5, Griff, there is no food deserts in New York City. That's all a lie. They call it
awesome.
Food
Thanks,
desert
nigga. All right.
location if your nearest supermarket's more than a mile away. Yeah. But that's what I mean, is like, that's what the term is used for, is like, there's not a grocery store in that vicinity. It's not like a literal desert of food where there's nothing available. It's just a term they use as an excuse for not opening in high crime areas. But also, most people walk in New York City to stores, so I understand it from that perspective too, but yeah.
what a person looks like, you can't know what they're going through. This is why, as a doctor, you have to walk into a room with a blank slate and not judge people, but at the same time be able to stereotype certain conditions in the sense of, okay, you're having symptom X, Y, and Z. That frequently, stereotypically, happens in condition X. So I'm gonna try and rule out condition X. So there's some
If you're fat, you're eating too much. Wow, I figured it out, guys.
stereotyping you're doing in order to come to a diagnosis, but then you don't want to stereotype the person's behavior or their appearance. And it's very important to distinguish between positive stereotyping in healthcare and negative stereotyping in healthcare. Both truly exist.
If you're fat, you eat too much.
America has an obesity problem.
I think we have a problem with how to treat obesity. I think we have a problem with how to make it so that it is not an epidemic. This is a systemic thing that we are in a
Stop eating.
society and in an environment that breeds this. And we are doing it to ourselves, we're doing it to our children, and our corporations and our industries are doing it to us, and they aren't having
No, you're doing it to yourself. Stop eating.
take responsibility.
This is true. The one thing that I have to point out is that this is a worldwide problem. As we have more access to food, and food is driving our happiness.
Unless you're talking about them literally poisoning the food supply, which you're not. You're talking about buying Oreos. Like, we're not talking about GMOs or anything here. These are literally people saying, like, Oreos should be healthy. Or ice cream shouldn't make me fat. That's probably the thought process that we're dealing with here.
And we are becoming more disconnected and more lonely. We seek food for comfort. And while companies certainly bear some share of the responsibility for making sure that they're not contributing to this problem, which they absolutely are, ultimately, it's not as simple as saying, hey, company, don't sell this product. It's easier said than done to villainize a corporation and then say at the same time, but it should be fair. How do we make that fair, that villainization?
And they're encouraging it with media. So
And the mukbangs, I was literally gonna bring that up, the mukbangs and like all those videos that just come up to trends.
Not only the mukbangs, but also like Lizzo and other big like media.
I don't think I agree with that because Lizzo has been an example of not that we're celebrating that she has excess weight. We're celebrating the fact that she's not allowing people who are being negative to her about her weight and still succeeding. So we're celebrating her.
We gotta celebrate this beautiful big black queen. Oh my god, she's just so beautiful. Look at her, so successful. God, I fucking hate this. Doesn't he just... I don't know, bro. He sends, like, a shiver down my spine. Like, I would never trust this fucking sick fuck. Like, this is a vile, just psychopathic human being. He doesn't have real feelings. He's not a real person. Like, he's like a lizard, bro. Like, if you looked at this is like the face of a reptilian. He's just, like, not even human. Ugh. Like, it just makes my skin crawl listening to him.
Her success, not the fact that she's potentially carrying excess weight.
She's dressing extremely scantily clad and then saying, if you don't think that it's normal for a morbidly obese person to be wearing a G-string in the middle of public, then you're the problem. And they're trying to normalize society to this obese culture, which is extremely unhealthy.
You do need to normalize it to some degree, and I'll explain why.
No! No! You do not need to normalize obese. Holy fuck, dude. This guy's a doctor, by the way, guys. Trust the experts.
We're here. We're not going back. And there's a significant population in the United States that does fall on.
Yes, we are going back. You absolutely cannot be fat. Is he, like, literally just saying that everyone has to be fucking obese now because, you know, enough people are? We absolutely can go back. Yeah, we need an early life. What's this guy's name? What's his name? I want, like, his full name. Dr. Mike. We need an early life check. Oh, let's just look it up. Dr. Mike name. Mikhail Varshakovsky. Let's see. We need an early life check. Oh, his father, Oscar, who was Jewish, was born in Ukraine. God. And worked as a physician after graduating, while his mother, an ethnic Russian, was a mathematics professor. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it tracks. Wowie zowie. Who would have guessed? An Eastern European Jew telling Goyim to be fat fucking obese slobs. Wowie zowie.
under the umbrella of obesity. You can't neglect that population. You can't be destructive to them and say that anyone who is overweight should not be showing their bodies, should be hiding themselves because they're not a good.
Yes, they should. There should be shame. They should be publicly shamed. It's the only way they're ever going to make a change.
Example role model. That is ineffective, and that is what fat shaming is. So instead, we need to celebrate people for who they are, celebrate people for the actions they take. If they serve as good role models, celebrate those.
Yeah, eat fucking 4 gallons of ice cream. You go, girl.
People as humans and respect them as humans. And at the same time, we can give them access.
You don't view us as humans.
To potentially lose weight, to make other changes in their lives.
There we go. All right.
That have nothing to do with weight, that can make
this guy, no wonder why.
them healthier. But at the end of the day, like, you can't judge someone for choosing to wear a certain thing because you don't vibe with one part of their health journey. Again, it's one part of their health journey.
What is an
No, it's not. Every single health issue they have is caused by that one underlying problem, is that they're obese.
Culture.
A culture which like normalizes
I'm obese
obesity.
and I haven't even heard that.
Well, obesity is already normal, so
Well, I don't think it should be normalized.
The problem is, when she says it shouldn't be normalized, what you're doing is fat shaming. You're telling people they're
Good. You should be fat shaming. You're a doctor.
normal. No matter if you have good intentions with that statement because you want people to be healthier, let's say. That's not a valuable
All right,
thing
awesome.
to say
Thanks,
to the
nigga.
general
All right.
public. The way it needs to be done.
Are you shaming them for smoking crack? Are you drug shaming them? Like, does this guy think that you shouldn't shame a fucking drug addict? You should affirm their decisions and say, you go, girl, smoke that meth pipe. Holy fuck, bro. Crazy.
Is with them coming to a conclusion of, I need to be healthier, I choose to be healthier, and then society, the medical industry, helping them reach their goals. But to say that they're not normal, you're not going to make positive change by doing that.
Diet.
Nero Redwood with the 5. As much as I hate buying groceries, making meals at home is way better. I don't mind fast food, but it's more for a quick meal than everyday thing. Yeah, for most people, it is an everyday thing. And it's a multiple times a day everyday thing.
Culture has positive effects.
Diet culture is about turning the word diet from your overall eating into an activity that takes place over a period of time. A diet, it should not be something you do from January until May of next year.
Yeah, what you eat should be part of your lifestyle as opposed to like the activity you're doing right now. I have to point out here, the research that we have of carrying excess weight, specifically excess fat, shows that it shortens life, it increases risk of disease. The disease is not just limited to our heart and our brain.
Oh, really? But we should celebrate people for being obese.
It affects all our organs, our performance, our quality of life, our chances for independence as we age, even our fertility, cancer risk, all of those things. So we absolutely need to
But yeah, we need to celebrate people for who they are.
approach this from a societal level, a medical level, all of the above. It's not a one-size-fits-all answer. And whether or not obesity is a choice is not as simple as saying yes and no. It needs to be individualized to the person sitting in front of you. And
no, it is a choice. You choose how much food to put in your mouth. Stop taking away responsibility for people's actions. It's the exact same thing that got us into this fucking mess in the first place. Is people thinking they can do whatever they want, whenever they want, with zero fucking negative side effects. Actions have consequences. Opening your mouth and shoveling down a fucking honey bun is a fucking conscious decision. You know, instead of eating some fucking, I don't know, fresh fruit, you decide to eat 3 bowls of fucking Fruit Loops. That is a conscious choice. That is a conscious fucking choice. It is solely up to the person what they decide to put in their fucking mouth. Unless they're a child, then it's child abuse. But even then, once you pass a certain age, that's not the case. But yeah, no, stop taking away people's responsibility for their own actions and decisions. It's exactly the mentality that got us in this fucking mess.
the strategies to help that person are going to be different than the strategies that are going to help another person, or the strategies that we discuss on a systemic level. And I think all of those things need to be taken into consideration. We shouldn't just seek systemic change and forget about the medical perspective. We need to do both. We shouldn't just focus on the population-based changes and forget about the individual strategies. We need to be able to do both. That's why, at the end of the day, having a good long-term relationship with a primary care doctor will go a long way to improving health outcomes. And I think that's the biggest takeaway.
Yeah, the thing is, this is my solution to it, is you need to have a situation where these fatties are literally shamed into basically extinction. You don't sell clothing their size. You don't offer seating that fits them. You don't accommodate them in any way, shape, or form to the point where they either have to like completely isolate themselves and just not exist, or they have to make a change in order to interact with normal civilization again. That's the only way it's going to ever be fixed. You have to literally force people to comply. So they have to want to make that change. And how do you do that? You shame them to the point where they have zero options.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Scotty Man with a 5, he just wants to tickle people's ears and tell them what they want to hear. A wolf in sheep's clothing. Yeah. Dangerous fucking advice. Any doctor that says you should celebrate obesity is a fucking idiot. Dear Lord. Like, anything he says from here on out should never be taken seriously. In 2023, Perfect Dark with the 10. Yup. For Trauma Alert, I was looking into the side effects of Ozempic months ago, and I could not find anything that's reliable. It's either not enough research, or one side says it's true, but the other side says it's false. Look at it this way, man. You're taking a drug that overrides your body's natural, like, hunger urge. Like, you're literally basically injecting chemicals into your brain that completely rewires your body's natural impulses for hunger. There is no way that can be healthy. There's just none. So, yeah, it may not have, like, certain side effects or whatever that's believed, but you shouldn't be injecting yourself with chemicals that chemically alter, you know, your brain and natural bodily functions.
And the idea that the medical society is fraught with bias and all that is true, and that carrying
If you want 0-calorie food, just eat celery.
excess weight is still unhealthy is also true, and we need to be able to accept both of those as realities and make changes we see fit. Let's watch a middle ground on vaccines and hear my thoughts on that. Click here, check it out, and as always, stay healthy and happy. Happy and healthy. But that both work.
I just love Dr. Mike. I don't know who called Dr. Mike fatphobic, but he's literally the most inclusive and non-judgmental person in health I've ever seen, at least on the internet. In fact, he explained what it is and why it isn't very well. Oh my god. Oh, dude. Yeah. They don't care about you. They don't care about you. They want a lifetime fucking, you know, patient. They don't want to fix the problem. And SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Just mag dumped hogs 556 at 3 a.m. Mississippi here. Nice, man. Did you go up in the helicopter, or did you just do it in like the back of a truck? Pop-Tart with the 2. Yeah, we can check it. I have it pulled up over here. I just saw that Dr. Mike video. I wanted to watch it. But yeah, we'll see what this is.
Modern game design.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I don't know if we'll watch the full thing since it's like 40 minutes, but we'll see.
is a scam. I don't know where rock bottom is, but as a medium, video games are getting close. I rarely play contemporary AAA games these days, but even in my ignorance, I never imagined how truly terrible mainstream taste has become. How have things gotten so bad, so fast? Forget 1984, Stellar Blade is the dystopian future, and I don't mean the story, I mean the actual game itself. How is it possible, with a level of technology
Nero Redwood with the 5, the doc in My 600-Pound Life was more based. Guy told them straight up that they will die if they don't get their shit together. Yeah, exactly. That's the reality. That is the reality. You are literally carving off years of your life. Like, if you're over 300 pounds, you are literally, like, robbing yourself of life for every day that goes by that you're that heavy. You're putting unnecessary strain on your internal organs, your joints, your muscles, everything. Your body will literally start to fail the longer you are at that unhealthy weight. So you're actively killing people by telling them that, you know, they're wonderful at any size. And Juan with the 2, stop saying, oh my God, after every video. Nope. Now I'm going to do it. I'm going to make a conscious effort to do it. And SNK Nostalgia with the 2, I got a coyote or 2. Oh, nice. Yeah, my dad actually just killed a coyote where he lives. They had one in their neighborhood, so. Yeah, those things are nasty, especially if they get rabid.
at our disposal, at the millions of dollars that must have been spent on the production of this game, after all the sleepless nights in the art department, making sure Eve's ass and face look as possible, that after all this effort of marketing and stirring up controversy, that the final product, the end result of what is supposed to be the most controversial game of the year, is a game so basic and aggressively shallow that it might be a scam? I cannot comprehend this level of apathy. The only explanation that makes sense—
It's a scam?
is that the studio behind Stellar Blade, Shift Up, at their core, in the pits of their hungry stomachs, are shameless gacha game makers. They're from the streets when it comes to cooking up and selling intentionally mind-numbing video games. And it seems that in the fixation over Eve's character model, and sexy outfits, and the insane firestorm around if girls in games should be hot or not, the world has forgotten that if a company sells a game for $70, $75 with tax, and advertise it as a combat-focused action game, that maybe, somewhere in this product, they should deliver a decent amount of meaningful combat. But this is the question no one is asking. And so if you
literally is. There's no boss at the end of this walking section, by the way. It's cutscene, walking, cutscene. Even skipping cutscenes in New Game Plus, you're still plowing through constant filler. This game has a ton of combat. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Purchase Stellar Blade on the promise that it is a fun action game, you're going to be left with the feeling that Stellar Blade played you, rather than the other way around. And if you think this review has anything to do with culture war, about if it is okay to have hyper-proportioned girls and fan service in games, let me clear that up right now and say it does not. At this point, if you want a sexy softcore game that has been censored in the West, go ahead and get the latest Dead or Alive Extreme. It doesn't matter which Dead or Alive Extreme, any of them I'm more comfortable recommending than Stellar Blade, because as problematic or based as Dead or Alive Extreme may or may not be, at least these games are transparent and honest about what they are and what you are buying, whereas Stellar Blade is not. All over the advertising, Stellar Blade promotes itself as a story-driven
action-adventure with fast-paced combat and RPG elements.
And every single item in the sprawling description is a failure. The story is painfully stupid, with never-ending unskippable cutscenes that are just in-game models standing around talking to each other. Shit that not only can be skipped, but should be. You know the storytelling is a problem when by the end of the game I hated every character on screen for the suffering they inflicted upon me by making me listen to them talk aimlessly against my will? I did not consent to these cutscenes, Stellar Blade.
But you forced them on me anyway.
And then action? Oh, just you wait, I have plenty to say about the supposed action of this game. Same with the quote-unquote fast-paced combat. Yeah, nothing—
Is he gay?
Means fast, like standing around and waiting to parry basic mooks who suffer minimal hit stun and cannot be comboed or juggled. If this is their idea of fast-paced combat, what is slow-paced? Kingsfield? Then there are the RPG elements. I expected these to be lame as usual, but Stellar Blade doesn't even try to pretend to care about meaningful progression or build variety. All the supposed RPG system of this game does is take Eve's basic moveset that would have been expected in any action game and chops it up and resells it back to the player under the illusion of progression. Modern game design, baby. Artificial value. Do you want to be able to participate in the bare functions of the game, like dodging unblockable blue and purple grabs? Well, buy these skills, playa, and the more tedium you suffer to unlock the skill, the more valuable it is. This tactic is called the IKEA effect, and it's what game designers do to fill out perceived scope and value while actually delivering the bare minimum. To put this in context, think about how many meaningful distinct weapons and attacks there are in Ninja Gaiden 2 versus Stellar Blade. Hell, forget Ninja Gaiden 2. Compare Stellar Blade to Neo or Dark Souls. The RPG system is the tip of the iceberg because in modern game design, fidgeting with poorly functioning gameplay systems has become interactivity. Systems that are intentionally made to be babysat, like how Stellar Blade requires you to needlessly wander around to find passcodes to get through gates that don't need to be there in the first place. A constant design—
Yeah, I agree with the passcode thing. That was one of my complaints.
element that persists throughout the game, by the way. And then when you find the passcode, you need to press the hint button for it to display. Making it display automatically or opening the door without prompts seems like it should be the natural design choice, but that would cut down on the sum total of mindless button presses, which is the key to interactivity. And if manual punching in the letters isn't interactive enough, Blade also fades out the passcode as you type, merely to make you press the hint button again and again. Does this obligatory button pressing have any substance or risk-reward benefit? No, it doesn't, but it does slow the player down and hide how little actual challenge the game is capable of providing. This is the video game equivalent to the mouse monitoring software at your job. It's a manipulative tactic that makes you feel like you are engaging with the game, when really you are just pulling a lever for the sake of pulling a lever. Same thing with the game's scanning system. The game imposes this stupid navigation scanning system that you have to reactivate over and over for no reason. Having the scan be a toggle like Metroid Prime would make more sense and cut down on wait times between encounters, especially because navigation is not the core premise of the game. But again, this choice is intentional. Shift Up knows what they are doing, and what they are doing is tricking you into thinking that pressing a button to constantly activate what should be an automatic function is gameplay and some sort of meaningful decision. And you know how I know that this design is intentional? Because Blade has an upgrade you need to buy that extends the duration of the scan. Once again, breaking a function and passing off its normal use as gameplay. The devs obviously know hitting the scan button over and over and waiting for the cooldown is obnoxious, but they also know that the gamer mind is broken, and instead of noticing this trick and being critical of it, we will instinctively grind for the damn upgrade and then thank the developer for its inclusion. And that's the entire design philosophy of Stellar Blade. Why make anything work naturally when instead a function can be gamified for empty engagement? You want to open a pointless box with shiny pointless loot to raise stats that have no reason to exist in the first place? Well, it's not enough that you are forced to wander around empty arenas to find these boxes, since the—
Yeah, but all stats shouldn't exist. Like, that's a really dumb kind of thing to say. It's like, do you want a sense of progression or not? Like, there has to be some form of, like, a sense of progression. Like, I mean, you could just do health upgrades, I guess, but I don't know. I don't really see an issue with that, personally. Like, I would say Stellar Blade is one of the least egregious examples of the forced RPG mechanics in a video game. It's not even really that bad. Like, yeah, you have your upgrade tree, but you get pretty much everything almost, you know, in your first playthrough. You're not really missing anything by the end of it. And then if you do New Game Plus, you can easily fill it out. Let's see. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. I feel sorry for the blue states. Well, they got what they voted for, man. That's the sad reality. So, they voted for their own demise. And then also SNK Nostalgia with the 5 gifted members. Really appreciate it, man. That's very kind of you. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it, man. You can say that about a lot of games. Yeah. I mean, most games have, like, the arbitrary RPG mechanics, so it's just a modern gaming trope, which, you know, yeah, ideally it wouldn't be there, but it's not, like, the most egregious example I can think of. And then SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Imagine video games being fun to play. In a perfect world, man. That's something a lot of devs miss out on completely. They forget to actually make it fun. Or you could be like Neil and say, we don't use the word fun here.
They occasionally have keys inside, but then once you find the boxes, you have to solve kindergarten grade homework for a false sense of accomplishment. Congratulations, adult gamer, you can draw lines with both thumbs. When people say gaming isn't fun anymore, this is what they are feeling, even if they don't understand it right away. This style of design is insulting and pure casino level mental manipulation. Do these childish challenges add anything? Are they fun? Are they worth your time? No, they're not. But this is what modern game design has become. Why do the hard work of having to actually plan out levels, plan out combat encounters, balance enemy design, animate moves and attacks, design interesting mechanics? Why do any of that when instead you can still get the same review scores and runtime and sales by making burned out players fidget with their controllers and giving them empty calories which we will consume without question? Did the player need to think to open that box? Is there even a meaningful failure state with consequences? No, there is no pressure, no stakes, no tension, no skill, nothing. All you need to get through a playthrough of Stellar Blade is an entire weekend of free time and no respect for that time. Because Stellar Blade doesn't respect it, that's for sure. And I do not want to see the defense of,
well, at least it's not using microtransactions.
Microtransactions are shitty, of course, but they are not the only form of shady monetization. If you only criticize a game's artificial inflation of its own value on the basis of if it has DLC or microtransactions, prepare for a world of hurt. Devs are not stupid. They know microtransactions are cringe, and they know that there are more clever ways to sell you garbage and get away with it. It's like when Taco Bell puts beef filling, in their meat. Is that sawdust and extra ways to sell you garbage and get away with it?
Bro, this is literally a loading screen. Oh my god. Does he not realize this is a loading screen? They're not just making you stand there for the fucking shits and giggles. It's loading the next area. It's just an example of a hidden loading screen. Every single modern game does this, like when you have to shimmy through a tight space, or, you know, 2 rocks or whatever. Like, this is literally just a loading screen. That's it.
With it. It's like when Taco Bell puts sawdust, beef filling, in their meat. Is that sawdust an extra cost that is itemized? Of course not. But that sawdust is used to increase the final cost of the meat by inflating its supposed proportion size. Same with Stellar Blade. In terms of actual content, actual game design, Stellar Blade should be a $20 to $30 boss rush, and I'll get into this more later in the video. But just know, it's not a coincidence that all of a sudden, at the end of the game, Blade finally decides to give you actual boss fights and combat. There is a psychological principle called peak-end rule, which means that people tend to judge an experience based on its peak and based on its ending, rather than the sum total of its moment-to-moment experience. Sound familiar? When you see screenshots and hype vids for Stellar Blade, what is being shown? Is it boss fights? Or is it the bulk of the game's experience of wandering around empty halls, swimming sections, solving trivial, insultingly simple puzzles, and standing around waiting for things to happen? And paired with peak-end rule, there is the familiar concept of sunken cost fallacy, where after you spent $75 on the game, you now feel obligated to complete it, especially if the game isn't actually difficult in any particular way, other than just being oppressively boring. So here's the formula. And once you see the formula, my fellow gamers, I hope you never forget it, because modern gaming studios are going to use this on you for as long as possible. The formula is that the dev begins the game with a condensed and solid vertical slice of what they want to promise the player. The content of the Blade demo, for example. Multiple boss fights and short...
Dude, the worst part of the game is at the beginning.
Overworld areas that are limited.
It's not what the game promises you from here on out. The worst part of the game is at the very beginning. Like, that's honestly the worst part of Stellar Blade, is the first area. Hands down. After that, it actually gets a lot better.
Limited with enemy types, interesting visual presentation, and only a light scattering of platforming and backtracking, the opening hour of Stellar Blade is very carefully balanced to set up expectations and get players to pull the trigger on buying the game. Then, once the player makes the initial investment, the true Stellar Blade emerges, which is just pure padding and gamification for hours. Honestly, if I was not reviewing the game...
I don't like the first area. I think it's pretty shitty.
I would have dropped it without hesitation about 5 hours in. The slogging gameplay and constant cutscenes get absurd. And then, before the player leaves and posts his thoughts about the game online, the dev finally grants some actual gameplay.
I don't know, bro. The only thing I'm thinking right now is Ooga Booga Big Red Booty, but, you know. I guess it just doesn't do it for him. The neuron activation's fried.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
See, SNK Nostalgia with the 2, BRB. Gotta silence off that other coyote. 45 ACV. Nice, man. Good luck to you. Happy hunting. And Diego Cruz at the 5. Hey, Griffin, you think we're actually getting World War III? Plus, Israel is rebuilding the third temple, sign of the times. I don't know if we're actually going to get World War III. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to escalate to that point, personally, but I guess we'll find out. But yeah, I don't think it's going to get that bad.
Play via boss fights at the end, which sweetens the taste of sawdust in your mouth. I can already see a lot of comments defending the worth of the game based on the final hours, which are heavily represented online and in trailers, but what these comments are leaving out is the cost of the player's time and money to finally access these boss fights, which are fun at first, but extremely limited in the long run, which I'll explain more soon. Naturally good game design does tend to follow a similar design philosophy of starting strong and ending strong. Arcades are famous for this, but the key difference with classic game design versus modern game design is that classic game design is trying to build and amplify on the core principles over time and then naturally swell into a satisfying crescendo. There are peaks and valleys in this process, but the game is sincerely trying to deliver its core premise. The real Resident Evil 4, not the remake, is a beautiful example of classic design. With modern design, however, devs have decided that it is cost effective to simply skip that middle portion of building on the core concept. Instead, it turns out that if the dev keeps distracting the player with empty novelty, this distraction is cheap, counts as content, and allows the developer to claim the game is much larger than it actually is. And this shortchanging is passed on to the player. Those gripping hanging from ledges sections aren't free. If modern devs visually represented how they feel about their audience as a metaphor, they would depict us as hamsters on wheels chasing food pellets, or cocaine-addicted rats frantically sniffing through endless mazes for hits of magic water.
See, the thing is I agree. I don't really love sections like that. But the point of sections like that are to give you some sense of variety. So, while yes, I'm not personally a huge fan of shit like that, it's just to break up the monotony. Because if this game was just pure combat from start to finish, it probably would start to get boring, whether people want to admit it or not. So, I don't know. I mean, on one hand, I personally don't think I would get bored, but most people would definitely get bored. So, unfortunately, that's the reality we live in. And, you know, developers have figured this shit out to a fucking science of how to engage the normie. Nero Redwood with the 5. Eve got a new red dress in the recent update. She's wearing a thong too. Her big booty makes you return to monkey. Yeah, that's the thing, is I never really minded just, you know, looking at the character model while playing the game. Like, honest, that was entertainment enough at times. And Thunderbeard with the 5. If the main character was a guy, I doubt he would complain about the game. It's entirely possible. I don't know anything about this guy's channel, so I don't know if he's like a woke or anti-woke or whatever type of dude. And Sneedfeed with the 2, so he wants it to basically be, or wait, to be basically Dark Souls. I guess so, yeah. Which, you know, personally, I enjoyed Stellar Blade. I thought the pacing was fine. You know, there are very, very long stretches of the game where it's just combat. So, like, I would say the last 5 hours or so is pretty much non-stop combat for the most part. Hold on, let's see what type. I don't know what type of content this guy makes.
I can't afford this shit!
The illusion of ownership, mechanical Darwinism, Doom the Dark Ages review, the deepest games are dumb. Yeah, I have no fucking clue, man. It just looks like he does normal video game content, so I have no idea. Doesn't look like he's like an anti-woke guy, but I don't know.
Stellar Blade constantly disrespects the player's time and then jokes about it.
Hold on, I want to check this. He didn't make a video on God of War. I was seeing if he did a review on like a normie game. Looks like he mainly just reviews like niche Japanese type games. Yeah, I don't know.
It was a waste of time.
The tone of the game is so sterile and strange, though, that it's hard to tell if the game is being mocking or if the remarks about no more swimming or we're going in circles from the characters.
Yeah, the thing he's missing here is the main draw of this game is seeing a sexy chick do shit. Like, it's basically like anime. It's basically like anime. The premise of all modern anime is essentially watching anime girls that people want to bang do random shit. Like, that is the marketing appeal of modern anime, is what basically people who want to fuck anime girls watching said anime girls do random shit. And they don't care what that shit is because they just want to fuck the chick. So Stellar Blade kind of falls into that category. Yeah, it's not the most, you know, I guess revolutionary game from a design perspective. It has a lot of the same tropes that you see in the third-person action genre, but it's still primarily a gameplay-focused experience with a fun combat system that doesn't really feel like a movie game. But at the same time, the people who are buying the shit want to fuck the girl. And they're looking at the, you know, girl on screen as like a sexual object. It's not like a traditional video game where you're playing it for just the gameplay. People are playing it because, you know, they're turned on by the chick. It's a Coomer game. So it's kind of dumb to evaluate it like that's not the main point. The main point of Stellar Blade, like with Nikkei 2, which is their other game, is a Coomer game. It's for people who want to look at a hot chick do shit. Simple as that. So he seems to really be missing the entire point of that. Like, he's looking at it from a pure game perspective when it's not really what the product is. It's a Coomer game first and foremost. SNK Nostalgia with the 2, $10,000 for NODs is so worth it. What is NODs? Oh, the night vision goggles. Okay. Cool. Pop-Tart with the 2, he does a podcast with Under the Mayo, I believe. Okay.
Are meta or quiet cries of pain from the game's scriptwriters. In either case, Stellar Blade shows no remorse. It mercilessly pushes the player through hour after hour of empty levels, absurd fetch quest padding, and Banjo-Kazooie style platforming. Why make a game with sexual elements that's rated mature, but then design the gameplay for toddlers? Is this really what the emotional maturity of the gaming audience has become? Or is this game
because you need that one-handed gameplay experience.
Scientifically engineered for game journalists? How come no one seems to mind the disconnect between this game's marketing and the final product? The demo of the game set up and emphasized a reasonable expectation on the player's behalf of a combat-focused character action game with some RPG elements like Devil May Cry or Nier Automata. In fact, if you look at the game's PSN page, and let's not forget that Sony is this
That's exactly what it is, but you're forgetting the main selling point is not the fact that it's an action game. It's a Coomer game that has action elements.
Game's publisher and set up this page, it lists these titles as similar games.
I mean, fuck, man, like, for lack of a better term, it's basically a dress-up game. People are buying this shit to play with their dress-up doll that is Eve, and then watch her, you know, her body do various activities and enjoying the physics and assets of the game. Like, the whole point of the game is to dress up your girl character and have her do shit and enjoy the jiggle. I don't know.
Actually end up getting catfished by Stellar Blade, you'll find that it plays much more like modern Final Fantasy, The Legend of Zelda, and Tomb Raider than it does anything resembling character action. And I think even Sekiro is more combat dense, and dear God, is this what action games have become? Where now a parry-based action RPG from FromSoft is not only the new standard, but also significantly better than its stale copycats? Ninja Gaiden seems like a distant memory. Ironically, the only meaningful critique you apparently can find about Stellar Blade is, of course, its story, which we all know is pure torture. Outside of that, if you are trying to figure out if this game...
it's a shitty Nier clone.
Actually plays well, especially in terms of its
dude, who's paying attention to the story?
Combat and level design, I'm afraid you have nowhere to turn and no friends to call. All the reviews use the typical empty language and buzzwords like flow state combat, but none of them actually analyze how this giant buffet of mechanics has no meaningful interaction or identity. Flow is the exact opposite of this game's combat. I think stiff, limited, and isolated is a much better description because all Stellar Blade cares about is including as many mechanics on paper as it can, but then being extremely strict about none of these mechanics interacting too much.
The thing is, too, though, is this is their first attempt at, like, an actual game. So, for a first attempt, it was very well done, I have to say. Like, it was way more entertaining than most games. Especially in the third-person genre. As of late, because, you know, it wasn't just a Souls clone. It played more like an action game, especially the later you got into it. But... you know, for a first attempt game, it was actually pretty well done, all things considered.
Because interaction would be fun and complicated to balance. And as we've learned with modern combat design, having interesting mechanical overlap is a no-no, because then you have to actually make your enemies dynamic and interesting, which creates skill requirements, which overwhelm the current market for action games, who are people who have never thought about combat and prefer not to. An accidentally poignant quote from the IGN review says that Stellar Blade
checks pretty much all of the boxes when it comes to its combat.
This quote is meant as a compliment, but I think it captures the core problem with Stellar Blade and most modern combat systems, which is that they are just lists of trendy mechanics that are isolated, modular, and prescribed. So let's talk about the supposedly deep combat system of Stellar Blade. Despite what the developer may claim, it bears little resemblance to Bayonetta or Devil May Cry, and that may sound strange because if you look at the moveset on paper, it seems like there is a lot of strong overlap. For example, Eve can jump, dodge, has light and heavy attacks, has meter-based specials, and has a gun. That sounds like Bayonetta, right? The character model is obviously taking inspiration from Bayonetta. The problem is that when you actually get the controller in your hands and play the game, you'll find that despite its complex appearance, the combat system of Stellar Blade is heavy heavily restricted and simplified. None of the mechanics cancel or flow together smoothly, and the intentional isolation of them from one another is the opposite of depth. It's skin depth, I guess. To begin with, your basic attacks barely do any hit stun, and not only will your full strings not do enough stun to full lock or combo most mooks, but the recovery on the string enders is so laggy that the enemies will often interrupt the string with their own attack, which means it's not truly a string at all. On top of that, the programming heavily restricts canceling from attacks. You cannot jump during attacks, you cannot guard during attacks, and you cannot dodge out of attacks. All your attacks are full commitment like Dark Souls. Even the end lag of a lot of the attacks cannot be canceled out of. The best that I found is that in your strings you can guard cancel only the end lag after the first 3 swings of the light string and the first 2 of the heavy string. So the end attacks of your basic strings are massive liabilities with very little reward. It's easy to see that the strings themselves were modeled after Devil May Cry, but the devs didn't seem to realize that the 4th hit of the attack string needs to create a knockdown, otherwise it's completely useless and actively bad to use. In Devil May Cry, if you want damage fast, you cancel the string before the 4th hit, but if you want a knockdown on a group of mooks, with a massive hitbox by the way, then you finish the 4th strike. In Stellar Blade, the 4th strike doesn't knock down, and it's almost always best just to guard cancel instead. Forget deep design, Blade is struggling with the basics. Also, you can create hit stun by charging your sword with the heavy attack string, but in order for this to work, it costs meter, which defeats the whole purpose of having a heavy attack in the first place. Imagine in Devil May Cry, if your special attack, like the Swordmaster launcher, costs Devil Trigger, that would suck. And this reliance on meter is what the whole combat system of Blade comes down to. Unlike Bayonetta, Devil May Cry, and Ninja Gaiden, the strikes and basic attacks of Stellar Blade are weak and ineffective until you get meter. The damage output of your normal strikes is so pathetic that they can be seen more as meter building tools than actual attacks. This is a very Western design mentality, by the way, gatekeeping any meaningful combat behind.
And that's one of the problems I had with it. But if you play on easy, then it doesn't matter. You don't have that issue. But the same complaint I have with Final Fantasy 16 is it's way too reliant on spamming abilities. You're basically just waiting for the cooldown on your abilities in Final Fantasy 16, and in this, you're just attacking in order to fill up the blue meter.
Behind meter use instead of
energy or whatever the fuck it's called.
Letting it extend from the fundamental attacks. Outside of the graphical presentation, Stellar Blade is the type of action game a Western dev would make, and maybe that's why it's being so universally praised. It has the sexy character design of Bayo and Ninja Gaiden, but none of the difficulty or complex mechanics. Best of both worlds, right? Funny enough,
I mean, I'm fine with games not being difficult, personally.
The game Stellar Blade reminds me of the most is Final Fantasy 13 Lightning Returns, because the core premise of their combat system is almost exactly the same. Movement and spacing are only a suggestion. Parry is the foundation, and everything costs meter. The difference between the two is that Lightning Returns is transparent about being an RPG combat system with action elements versus Stellar Blade, which is being pushed.
No. It's more similar to Final Fantasy 16 than fucking Lightning Returns. No.
As a real action game with supposedly deep combat. Also, Stellar Blade is this lame compromise between the two, where it nerfs its real-time elements into being essentially turn-based, but then doesn't supplement with strategic RPG-style decision-making. Stellar Blade doesn't even have a combat performance ranking system, and Lightning Returns does. Somehow, Lightning Returns understands combat depth more than Stellar Blade. I could go on and on about all my gripes with the basic moveset, but here are just a few examples. You can't jump cancel. You can't juggle enemies. You can't tech. You can't smoothly run out of dash. You can't backdash into run. You can't air parry. Jumping in general is extremely high commitment and has to be pre-planned. You can't air dash into run. The run input itself gets eaten all the time and is awkward to activate. The tracking on a lot of the enemy attacks is massive anyway, so trying to run around a lot of them is...
No, it's not like Rebirth's combat. Rebirth's combat's very different.
It's much riskier than just doing the prescribed counter. You can't rebind the controls. What the...
I think 16 is the most direct comparison I would make. Final Fantasy 16 is probably the most similar to Stellar Blade I can think of from Final Fantasy.
Dash kills your momentum and is slow. The dash itself is tiny and basically useless, other than being a static dodge mechanic with really awkward activation. I should expand on this for a second, because they decided to make the dodge a preset input of neutral, up, or back. This means that if you want to get a reliable dodge input, what you need to do is stop moving, reset your stick back to neutral, and then press the button direction combo. This idea on paper isn't bad, but the actual coding execution of it is really funky, and is yet another reason why just standing still and blocking is the meta. And speaking of standing still, you also have a lot of movement inertia, and the running input is weird and cannot be buffered or rebound. Basically, everything you do in Blade needs to be pre-planned and preemptive, which the game will telegraph to you with flashing lights. This is prescribed combat, which means that rather than letting the player set the tone and pace of the combat, it is the enemies who determine the pace. This is a Western style of design where the devs decide what the player does and then tells the player what to do via color coding. The player doesn't need to think, the player doesn't need to figure out how the combat system works, the player doesn't even need to analyze the enemy attacks and determine how to fight them. All the player needs to do is know the prescribed signals and responses. This is Punch-Out. Modern game design is dressed up Super Punch-Out, where all the encounters are static and pre-planned. Now, do I hate Super Punch-Out? No, I think it's cool in its own way, but let's not pretend that it's deep. Punch-Out is shallow combat design, and that's why why people can beat it blindfolded, but that's okay. Just because a combat system is shallow doesn't mean it can't be fun if it makes up for that shallowness with interesting enemy design and high intensity. I made this point in my Dead or Alive 4 review, where what Dead or Alive lacks in depth, it compensates for with pace and constant engagement. In the case of Stellar Blade, though, the devs made all the wrong decisions with the enemy design, where it neither is intense or complicated. That on top of them not even bothering to make combat encounters required for long stretches of the game in the first place, but even in the sections where there are mooks, Blade's enemy design is basic and pathetic. First of all, despite what you will read in reviews that claim that Stellar Blade is stuffed full of different enemy types, don't be fooled by the on-paper statistics.
Yeah, there's not a lot of enemy types at all. That was one of my other complaints, is not very many enemy types. But
because all of the enemies are pretty much the same, none of the mooks are particularly fun or engaging. Almost all of them function.
I like the robots towards the end of the game.
In the exact same way of being walking sandbags that you smack and wait for a scripted response from. The majority of the differences between them is just what form of the ABC formula will they spit out, since there is no jug.
See, this is another example of someone who probably would have had more fun with the game if he would have put it on easy. Because it reduces the amount of time that you have to do repetitive shit. I don't understand why the modern gamer is afraid of difficulty options to cater the experience. Like, it becomes way more just fun-focused and fast-paced and less tanky and repetitive if you just put it on easy and blast through it. I don't know. I don't know, man. A lot of these complaints I feel like could be very easily reduced if you just put it in easy. And then just had fun with it and, you know, not try and make everything like some super hyper-competitive experience.
Juggling or combo system, the only meaningful difference between the enemy types is whether they have ranged or melee attacks. That is the only instance where enemy overlap changes the dynamics of the combat. Of course, even this dynamic is completely undermined by Eve having a powerful gun that she can use to snipe enemies from a safe distance. One potential complication to the enemy design could have been that when Eve is attacked by more than one enemy at a time, the prescribed combat mechanics don't work very well. Super Punch-Out was designed for boss fights, not multiple attackers, and how a combat system deals with multiple powerful enemies, in my opinion, is a real test of how well developed it is. Systems like Bayonetta, Devil May Cry, and Ninja Gaiden shine in this context to the point where skilled players are motivated to attack multiple enemies at once, not only for performance metric boosts like style, but also because it is fun to do so. In the case of Stellar Blade, fighting multiple enemies feels like shit because your moveset has no ability to be reactive. Everything is a massive commitment, which does not perform well when enemy attacks overlap. In a real action game, this would be a problem, but because Stellar Blade is an action RPG, it doesn't matter because enemy encounters are almost always completely optional. The mooks are passive and faint of heart. They move slowly and stick to their confined walking paths. In almost every area of the game, you can simply walk past the enemies and progress through the stage. In fact, just avoiding enemies becomes a natural response for the player because 1, you realize how boring and tedious the fights are, and 2, you realize that the enemies are easily avoided and manipulated. And even in the few sections where you are required to fight mooks, it's far more reliable to snipe them at a distance with guns or to siphon them away from each other and eliminate them one by one than it is to take them on in a group. The game even has stealth kills to aid in this style of play. At no point in Stellar Blade are you ever fully tested by the basic enemies who clearly aren't the point of the combat system anyway. The point of Stellar Blade's combat, if you haven't picked up on it already, are the boss fights, and they are the only aspect of the game that feels worthwhile. So I'll start with the positives. At the end of the game, if you are completely underleveled and low on resources, as I am in the footage, the game finally becomes fun. I want to give the devs some credit for the design of the bosses at the end because they are fun at first, but it's hard to because I think even these fights aren't fully developed either. The most fun you'll have with Stellar Blade, without any doubt, is the first time you fight the bosses and start learning their patterns. This process of trial and error is engaging and a rare moment where Blade finally gets some gameplay momentum. The problem though goes back to the lack of depth because ironically, the better you become at the boss fights, the less interesting they become in the end because of how static they are. This is a bit complicated to explain, but I'll try my best. In good combat design, the developer needs to create a set of risks and rewards, and the idea is that the more risk the player takes on, the bigger the reward the player receives. This is where depth in combat comes from. Depth is not how many moves a game has or how complicated the meter or upgrade system is. Depth is the meaningful risk and reward trade-off that the player is forced to engage in. An example of this in a shmup, and yes, shmups are action games, is the rank system of Ikaruga. In Ikaruga, the player needs to take bigger risks to complete the chains and get S ranks.
I have not played One Chambara Z2 Chaos. I played the original One Chambara, but not that one.
Than he would to merely survive the stage. You can see this visibly in survival-based runs versus scoring-based runs. The same idea applies to stuff like the Platinum system in Bayonetta or the Style system in Devil May Cry, though these games have their own sets of issues when it comes to playing for rank. In the case of Stellar Blade, its design is the opposite of depth. It's shallow punch-out because the intended answer is also the safest answer thanks to the meter system and the restriction on fundamentals. So once you learn and memorize the intended sequence, that's pretty much it. There is no further reason to try to improve beyond that point. There's no scoring, there is no rank. Even in terms of pure survival, you lose gameplay content because you'll end up killing the boss faster and skipping the majority of the boss's attacks. attacks. Making this even worse is the fact that the boss fight patterns in Stellar Blade are nearly static. They hardly ever randomize, which means that not only do you get told what to do from the patterns themselves with the color system, but you also can predict the sequence of the patterns before they even happen. On-the-fly reactions in this game are awkward, but they're also not required. The bosses will repeat the same static sequences over and over. The most fun I had is when I ended up trying to play against the intended design of the boss fights, which was kind of fun in a subversive sort of way, but also was pretty tedious and ultimately meaningless. Why did I even bother learning to exploit Raven's limited ranged options, which I did, when I could have simply spent an extra hour or two and hard memorized her sequence anyway?
2023 Perfect Arc with the 5. You are committed to an attack and can cancel. He keeps comparing Stellar Blade to Ninja Gaiden 2, but everything he's complaining about is what Ninja Gaiden 2 does, but worse. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's like, the way I look at this is he wants, like, some super deep, like, and very challenging,
All right, awesome. Thanks,
I guess,
nigga. All right.
game. But that's not what Stellar Blade was. Stellar Blade was not designed to be a overly complicated, you know, complex battle system. It was literally designed to be a Coomer game with, like, light action RPG elements that's just a reason to stare at a sexy chick doing cool shit on screen. Like, it's basically a C movie, but in video game format. You know, you have a chick with some big titties doing shit on screen so you can, you know, ogle her up and down while watching her do, like, some, you know, generic cool shit. I don't know. It's like looking to Lollipop Chainsaw to be, you know, some intricate, you know, action game. It's just kind of silly. Like, that's not the point. The main draw is the sexy girl. And unlocking the different outfits and watching her jiggle around during combat encounters. Like, that's it. That's really all it is. Like, they were not trying to make Devil May Cry or Ninja Gaiden or anything like that. This is a Coomer game first and foremost.
What this all shakes out to is that
I can sleep at night now, no coyotes. Nice, man.
Stellar Blade is not interesting or engaging in the long run. None of its elements hold up beyond a few playthroughs. The story is laughably lame. The cutscenes are boring and forced. The overall design is empty and filled with fake engagement. The gun sequences, which I haven't even talked about yet, are completely brain dead and obvious.
I like the gun sequences, but it makes sense. I like brain dead action.
Filler, and the game is so desperate to pad out its length that it forces you to go through these terrible gun sequences not once, but twice. Then the unlockable hard mode is nothing different than merely playing the game underleveled in the first place. It doesn't make the boss fights have extra enemies or ramp things up in any significant way. Let's not forget that the New Game Plus mode was just tossed in day one with some extra swag and skippable cutscenes. It's not a proper shift in design like Dante Must Die or Master Ninja, which are brutal and a completely new challenge. Also,
yeah, it's New Game Plus. You just replay the game. You don't have to redo the entire experience in New Game Plus.
The fact that the devs know you want to skip the cutscenes, but force you to suffer through them for hours during your first playthrough anyway, is completely If Stellar Blade was marketed honestly, it would have advertised itself as being much more in line with a modern Final Fantasy game than Bayonetta or even Dark Souls. But even on the basis of being an action RPG, it falls short because of its story and overworld and unbearable forced cutscenes and basic RPG mechanics. What Blade excels at—
Bro, this is what I don't get. He keeps saying unbearable forced cutscenes, but 80% of the cutscene, you're fixated either on Eve's ass or her titties. Like, how is that unbearable? I don't get, like, the whole point of the game is to fucking stare at the sexy chick. In the cutscenes, what are you doing? You're staring at the sexy chick. You're getting all sorts of angles and fancy lighting and all this type of shit on the assets. Like, he bought a Coomer game and expected it to not be a Coomer game. The whole point is to put her on display. That's it.
That is where it began in the first place, as a gacha game. Eve being a sexy babe will be this game's legacy and the focus of its existence, and I think the developer is perfectly happy with that outcome. As I explained—
Yes, that's the whole point! That's the whole point. It's literally a dress-up simulator. The entire gameplay loop is play the game to unlock sexy outfits for the sexy girl, and then watch her do some mind-numbingly dumb, like, action movie shit. That's it! That's all this game was ever supposed to be. It's not supposed to be some deep, intricate experience that's going to redefine third-person action combat.
in my provocative female form video, I have no problem with sex appeal, and it is a design element in gaming that I'm attracted to. It is the primary reason I was interested in looking at Stellar Blade in the first place. What I cannot abide, though, is putting the on a pedestal, which is what Stellar Blade ultimately does. You can tell that the developer is so desperate for the player to be attracted to Eve that instead of focusing on Eve's sex appeal as being part of the gameplay experience, like it is in Dead or Alive or Bayonetta, the developer chose to replace gameplay with long sections of staring at Eve and waiting for things to happen. What does the dev think the player is up to during these long sections of just staring at Eve, by the way? I wonder. I'll admit it's cheeky and fun for an hour or two.
They absolutely know the one-handed playthroughs.
But then the game stretches on, and you realize that Eve's character model is basically the only worthwhile thing on offer, and you'll feel like one of those guys who just dropped serious cash on a streamer girl that he's infatuated with. Your money has value, fellas. Eve's ass isn't worth 75 bucks, and nothing else in the game holds up over time. Don't get baited into thinking Stellar Blade is a real game like I did. Instead, hold off until it goes on sale for 20 bucks, and you're horny and have nothing else to do. And I've heard people declaring that Stellar Blade is the game of the year, which is either an act of premature hype, which will change next month, or a sign of how truly cursed modern game design has become. I'm honestly not sure at this point.
It definitely was not game of the year, but it was definitely worth playing. I liked it.
If you enjoyed this review, be sure to check out my video about the provocative female form in gaming.
I liked Stellar Blade, and you will not shame me into not liking it. You know, my neurons were activated, therefore I got my money's worth. I played it for like 80 hours, bro. I almost put in 3 playthroughs. So, should we watch Dreamcast Guy's Stellar Babe video? I don't really think we do, because he already reviewed it in the past. We'll watch his Gears video.
Hey there, gamers, Dreamcast Guy here, and this is... Does It Suck? The show where we take a deep dive look...
Does it suck? Hell yeah.
Look at a new game and see what's good or bad about it. Now, today we're going to be talking about Gears of War Reloaded, which is a remastering of the previous remake, which was called Gears of War Ultimate Edition. It's basically a 4K 60 FPS version of the original
A beta review. Oh my god.
Gears of War, but now with all the DLC, all the maps, all the character skins, and on PlayStation. So I decided to buy it on my PlayStation 5. All this gameplay you're seeing here is from PlayStation 5. And I want to talk about how fun it is, how different it feels, and kind of my concerns. Because as good
it doesn't feel any different
as this game is, I think it's actually going to be extremely fun when we get the full game here. This is just the beta. My concern is about the longevity. Because I do...
SNK Nostalgia with the 2 here for the boobas. Playing for the game. Exactly. Absolutely. Everybody bought Stellar Blade because they wanted to see ass and titties. You won't convince me otherwise. But yeah. That's what it should be evaluated on, is the quality of the assets. You know, the action game that comes equipped with it is pretty decent too, so it definitely succeeded at its mission.
I do think that as cool as this game is, it's gonna die fast. But let me explain. Hi, hope you're having a great...
Yeah, of course it's gonna die fast. It's the worst game in the original Gears 3 trilogy. And they've already re-released it before, so the community's not really going to stick around very long. And if they do, the super sweats are going to influence, you know, people's decision on whether or not they want to stick around or not.
Great day. And if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, let me be clear. My complaints and criticisms come from a super fan. Gears of War is by far...
Oh, God, he's a super fan of it.
My favorite Xbox franchise of all time. I've got thousands and thousands of hours of it. I've been playing it since literally it first came out. This is a true story. The first TV I ever bought, the first HD TV I ever purchased, was purely to play Gears of War. Look at this cringy-ass photo.
Oh, my God.
But this game is very...
That's Gears of War 3! That's
Gears of War. Look at this.
All right, yep, here we go. Dreamcast lies. This is Gears 3 in the background, not Gears 1.
Cringy-ass photo of it. But this game is very different if you've only played the later Gears of War games.
All right, I had a feeling. Yeah. I mean, that's fine, because my first Gears of War game was Gears 3. But, you know, I'm not out here claiming to be the world's biggest Gears fan.
Like Gears 3, 4, and 5, they started to slow stuff down. If you play this is a remake of Gears of War 1, which is the fastest in the entire saga. The combat...
What?
The kills, the carnage, it is just super, super, super quick. This is...
Huh? I don't know about that one.
It's a Twitch shooter that just happens to have a cover-based system and wall bouncing. But what makes this fun is that...
I would not say that Gears 1 is the fastest in the series. I would say it's the slowest, but... okay.
There is a meticulous maliciousness about this. And what I mean is that...
Meticulous maliciousness. Oh my god.
This game is very, very technical, but at surface range, when you first start playing Gears of War, it does kind of feel like a nasty mess. A lot of people are just ricocheting around and no scope, headshotting everybody with shotguns. But the more you kind of get used to the rhythm, to the vibe, there's actually sort of a language to Gears of War, and especially with Gears 1. So with Reloaded, this is not just the entire campaign we're going to be getting. This beta is multiplayer only. It only had 2 of the maps, but it does have all the weapons. It does have all the characters. I'm kind of curious about how people really adapt to this speed of it, especially if they've only played, well, crappier shooters in the past. But what makes this game so incredibly fun, and what really kind of struck me is that this runs at 4K 120 FPS. Now,
oh my god.
Playing this on my Pro, it looks utterly insane. But I do have to say that I'm having a little bit of trouble adapting to the PlayStation controller in that I predominantly play on my PlayStation, but it definitely, my brain is now so used to the last 19 years using an Xbox controller for a lot of the weapon swapping, for the 2-piece, which is what it's called when you like elbow somebody and shotgun them simultaneously.
Bro, it is not that hard to change for a first-person shooter. Or third-person shooter. If it was first-person, I would agree. But I went from, which Space Marine is very similar to Gears. I went from Space Marine on a PS5 controller to Space Marine on a Xbox controller and had 0 problems. I guarantee you I could plug in a PS5 controller to my computer and do just fine on Gears of War. If it was first person, you'd have a point, but third person? Nah.
Simultaneously. There's a lot of stuff where I'm used to the stagger sticks, and also I'm very used to the clicky Xbox buttons. This requires a lot of shoulder use, not just for
clicky Xbox buttons? Why would that matter?
Aiming and shooting, but this is how you search for your teammates that need to get picked up. Holding this is how you actually rev up your chainsaw. There's a lot of stuff that you kind of have to get.
Hold on, what did he say?
Your teammates that need to get picked up. Holding this is how you actually rev up your chainsaw.
What type of weird control scheme is he using? It's B to rev your chainsaw. R1 to rev your chainsaw? No, that's to reload. I don't know, man. Yeah, it's bumper to reload. I know that for a fact.
There's a lot of stuff that you kind of have to get used to this spacing of it. I will adapt, but I did notice a couple times where I straight up died a coward's death because I wasn't quite feeling that natural connection I have already with the Xbox controller. But how does it actually...
R1 was for Gears 5. Yeah, that's the thing, is he's not playing Gears 5, though.
Play. Honestly, fantastic. That boosted frame rate, that boosted resolution, I already thought the original Gears of War was so good looking, but it definitely looks even better here. Holy heck, just seeing some of those shadows, some of that blood spray getting hit, watching somebody get chainsawed and bone matter shooting all over the place, it looks better than it ever has. But one of the concerns I've seen immediately, even after my first couple hours of playing, is that I have been talking to people in lobbies and stuff. A lot of people are concerned that this is going to be a bloodbath on day one and that the online scene is going to die incredibly quick. Now, I say...
Yep, it will. Because the super swats are going to come out and scare everybody off.
This because I have played every single Gears of War game at launch and for years afterward, and each of them have had a shorter and shorter online life, meaning that typically the servers would be super, super cramped for years. For Gears of War 1, 2, and 3, there was always people online in every single playlist doing shotguns and sniper matches and explosive matches, but here, you can definitely see that as each of the Gears of War games have gotten less popular, the player bases have shrunk. So with this, it's cool that by default, Reloaded does have cross-play and cross-progression. So you can play it on your PS5 and then boot it up on your Xbox or on your PC or whatever, right? That's neat. But The problem is the fact that crossplay can be turned off. Now, I'm not saying this is a problem for me, but I'm already seeing a lot of posts. I'm talking to people in lobbies. A lot of people are concerned that turning off crossplay is very likely going to kill this game faster. But I know a lot of people are probably not going to want to play against PC lobbies. So there's actually three choices. There's I want to play only with PlayStation 5 people. There's I want to play with only console people, so cross-play but no PC allowed, and I want to allow everybody. Let's just have a free-for-all. And I almost think that my concern right now is that even in these early lobbies, there are monsters online. There are people that have only been playing Gears of War day in and day out now for 19 years.
The Mexicans.
They're in these lobbies already just massacring entire teams by themselves. I've seen a guy with a pistol kill 6 people in a row, like pretty much instantly. This game...
When the vacuum cleaner comes on over the mic, you know you're fucked. It's already over at that point. Or if you hear a crying baby in the background. Blue Senshi with D5. I bought Stellar Blade on PC because I already knew I wouldn't play it if I got it on PS5. Already... OP in the... Oh, already OP in the game thanks to the mods. Gotcha. Okay, yeah. That's definitely a good way to play it. I don't know, like, the main focus, obviously, of that game is to get the skins and, you know, dress up Eve and enjoy the TNA. And SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Remember Army of 2? Yep. I actually played that at one of my friend's houses back in the day. Well, he got it when it came out on 360 and we played it, so yeah, I do remember that game. I've never played it myself, but... Or I guess on my account, but... I have played it. I never owned it, I guess is what I was trying to say. But yeah, it was kind of a cool game. That was a very innovative game for back in the day, so... In 2023, Perfect Dark with a 5, One Champ, Vara, Z2 Chaos, and Origin R are the superior hack and slash games. Only problem is that they are 2015 to 2019 Japanese games. They don't future-proof their games. Yeah.
All right, awesome.
Japanese
Thanks, nigga.
are
All
very,
right.
you know, flash in the pan with their type of stuff. But, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I do, actually. I see it. I have Z2 Chaos physically on PS4, so I do own it. And Nero Redwood with the 5. Tried the Space Marine Remastered. I liked it, but I
subscribe,
hate
donate, or get the fuck out.
The new remaster HUD. I prefer the original HUD more.
Or get the fuck out.
Yeah, apparently people are not happy with the remaster.
Donate, or get the fuck out.
It's got like a mostly negative on Steam because they didn't even upgrade it.
Get the fuck out.
Apparently it was a lazy-ass remaster.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
I thought it looked identical to the PC version already. But yeah. SNK Nostalgia with the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it, man. It's very, very generous of you, sir. Thank you so much.
Has an extremely high skill ceiling. It may look like just your typical cover-based shooter, but the more you kind of adapt to clinging to walls, bouncing off surfaces, trying to do a big lap around the map to pick up power weapons so you can get the boom shot and make sure that they hear boom, but they don't hear the shot. There is a lot of fun to this game, but my concern is that there are already so many super pros out there that I'm slightly concerned that when this comes out, there are going to be people that get online and...
Yeah, luckily you'll be able to hop into ranked and avoid that problem for the most part, but yeah, if you just want to play like casual TDM, you're going to get fucking pub stomped.
Just get utterly butchered for 100 games in a row, and they just quit. And then they go, okay, let me turn off crossplay. Each of the Gears of War games has died a shorter and shorter death. In fact, last night, just for fun, I tried to practice. I tried to boot up Gears of War 1 on my Xbox, and it just doesn't work. It just, you can play deathmatch, but it's always people that are just instant headshotting you before you can even respawn practically. Yep. And any other mode is just dead. I have a little bit of concerns that this game, I'm going to buy it at launch. I'm going to play it at launch. I want to review it at launch, but I am a bit concerned from a fan standpoint that this game is going to die just as fast as a lot of other Gears games did.
Yeah, it'll last about as long, if not shorter, than Gears 5, which is like a couple weeks.
It's probably a lot faster. And personally, that does kind of suck. But really, I'm curious about the full package. Playing Gears of War on a PlayStation still feels illegal somehow. You know, it's just in the fact that Gears of War has always been one of the very best Xbox franchises. So
it's the best Xbox franchise.
You can get over to PlayStation 5.
At least it used to be until they ruined it with 4 and 5, but
and putting it out here, the fact that it's the entire campaign, all the DLC, all the craziness, the incredibly good story of this, I want to platinum this. It's cool to go back, but I do have concerns. I kind of almost wish they had released an entire trilogy of these games. There were some leaks that there was something called the Marcus Phoenix Collection, that they wanted to do a full remaster of Gears of War 1, 2, and 3, all packaged together, sort of like that Master Chief Collection. I almost kind of wish they had done that. I'm excited about this. I mean, I've already paid for it. I paid the $40 for it, but I do kind of wish that the final product was a bit bigger. I mean, I guess we'll find out how awesome it ends up being when it actually comes out, but my concern...
It's not going to be awesome when it's the exact same thing as the Ultimate Edition. You're getting better resolution and better frame rates on console. That's it. It is literally just a re-release of the Ultimate Edition with minimal changes.
Is that the game's going to die before it has a chance to really grow an audience on PlayStation. But that's just my things. How do you feel about Gears of War Reloaded? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. Oh man, I decided to look up a lot of my achievements. I beat this game on Insanity. Gears 1, I beat it on the hardest difficulty 18 years ago. Oh man, it has been a long time. Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see what I put up last, or, you know, subscribe.
If you plan on playing the multiplayer, you should buy it day one. So, if the multiplayer is something you want to play, you should buy it immediately, because that's the part that's going to die pretty quick. If it does. I mean, maybe it does pick up a big following. I don't know, but yeah. I would say it's a game you probably want to play sooner rather than later when it comes to the release schedule, since it is multiplayer.
Well, Sony is officially talking about the PlayStation 6, and people are pissed. A lot of the internet...
Why? Why would they be pissed about Sony talking about the PlayStation 6?
Internet is kind of annoyed because it does feel like this console generation has been so incredibly different. It's like, no matter what system you own or whether you play on PC...
Why is it a problem for Sony to talk about the PlayStation 6? It's like getting mad at Apple for talking about the new iPhone. Nero Redwood with the 2. Did you hear about Mind's Eye? Knew it would fail. I didn't really hear anything about it, but yeah, I've heard like the game's a disaster. I wasn't like looking forward to it or anything, but yeah, I've heard the game's like a complete disaster. So, yeah.
PC or Switch or whatever, it does feel like we have entered this very strange time of the console wars, because historically, even going all the way back, thinking about the Super Nintendo versus the Sega Genesis, or even the early times of like GameCube versus Xbox versus PlayStation 2, a big thing that sold stuff wasn't just the online play or how much you like the controllers, it was the basic idea of exclusives. But for the entirety of the PlayStation 5 generation, it feels like Sony's output has gotten so incredibly small. And a lot of people have started to say, I don't want the PlayStation 6. So I want to try to look at the quotes that Sony put out last night, because some of them are being taken out of context. They're still bad, but Sony is trying to promise we have another big game coming. In fact, Sony has now promised they want to release a big AAA single-player game every single year from now on. Can they keep that promise? I don't know. Part of my distrust of PlayStation and Xbox and Nintendo is the fact that I feel like a lot of these companies have gotten to this space where it feels like they've forgotten the secret sauce of good output. Like, I'm not going to pretend that Sony has no games. Obviously, I've bought and played a lot of stuff on my PlayStation 5. Gran Turismo, God of War, Spider-Man, Ratchet & Clank. There has been a lot of good stuff, but it does feel like when it comes to actually selling hardware, Sony doesn't need to make games. Like, by their own financial reports, the PlayStation 5 is selling higher than any PlayStation console ever. It has more people buying more microtransactions, more games. Sony is making more tens of billions of dollars than they ever have for pretty much zero work. So let me take a look at the quotes. Let me see what's making people so mad and why I feel like the promises that PlayStation is making sound good, but right now they feel kind of empty. Let's get into it. Hi, I am Dream.
Oh shit, Ricardo Cumsocks with the 10 gifted memberships. Damn, bro. Jeez. Really appreciate it, man. Thanks so much. It's very kind of you, bro. The 10 gay pairs gifted. Yup. Heard Ricardo got permabanned on what? From Synth's channel? Bro, that's cruel and unusual. Why? Yeah, free Ricardo, man. He didn't do anything. Ricardo is innocent.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
What did you do, Ricardo?
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate,
Did
or
you
get
send
the fuck
too many
out.
gay pairs?
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck
Laid
out.
out the truth? Uh-oh. Too much hard truth? That's still kind of shitty, man. I don't know. Basically said Synth won't have a child until his 40s. Why would you ban somebody for that? People tell me I'm going to die alone and, you know, I'll never have a family or I'll never get... Like, I don't know. Who cares? I wouldn't ban somebody for that. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Ricardo. Hang in there, man. Stay strong. The gay pair army is here for you, so they'll always have your back.
Cast guy, if you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now here's the initial quote that I've noticed a lot of people get real annoyed about. PlayStation CEO says that PlayStation 6 is top of my mind right now. Now if you look at the replies, literally all of it is like, bro, the PlayStation 5 does not have any games. They don't have a good crop of titles for PlayStation 5. It's too early. What games are they going to put on it? Literally, all the replies are, games are the bottom of your mind. It's cool. I guess they'll wait to make a console and Xbox will make all the games. Weird world in 2025. Now, this is a very common sentiment. A lot of people are like, okay, hopefully the PlayStation 6 is backwards compatible so I can finally play all my PlayStation 5 games. This is the thing. PlayStation 5 Pro came out in November. How much can games even utilize it? So, historically, this has happened in the past, where PlayStation is typically the first to come out and straight up say, we're working on the next system. They did this during the PlayStation 2 era. Very early on, they started dropping hints about the PlayStation 3. During PlayStation 3, they started dropping hints of the PlayStation 4. I'm not super surprised that they're sort of alluding to this, but the further...
Ricardo Cumsucks with the 2. Thanks for the gay pair, man. Appreciate you. I mean, I wrote so much schizo shit in Synth's chat, it's kind of the appeal. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know.
Context of it,
That's
it
a
sounds
shame.
kind of vapid. Top of my mind. While we cannot share further details at this stage, the future of the platform is top of my mind.
I don't know, Ricardo. Your super chats and his streams are usually some of the highlight moments, I feel like. Especially when you started drinking or whatever. They're usually pretty funny.
We're committed to exploring a new and enhanced way for players to engage with our content and services. Now, this is your typical empty PR speak, which I very much don't like, but I almost think there's something extra to this, which is that I am still a believer, and I could be 100% wrong. I've made this prediction. I think PlayStation 6 is the end. A lot of people disagree. A lot of people get mad when I say this. I think PlayStation 6 is going to be the very, very last console of PlayStation anyways. Just that graphics are getting so photorealistic, resolution is getting so clean, load times are so tiny. It does feel like we're starting to bump against that wall of technological ability. Whatever systems come after this, I don't think they're going to be numbered PlayStations, but...
It's like if Griff banned me, it would be... Yeah, I'm not going to ban you, PK. You're our special friend.
The full quotes of what they're talking about here sounds a bit strange. And it sounds like, in a lot of ways, I think they're basically saying, we have killed Xbox, so we're no longer even interested in competing in hardware against Xbox. Like, they basically say that we don't care about streaming. It basically sounds like they're saying they don't really care about how much
Buddy,
Xbox Cloud is really burning up the charts. But Here's the thing that really got me the most. PlayStation will continue its current strategy of releasing tentpole single-player narrative games on PlayStation consoles first and then expanded to PC later, basically saying they're going to keep doing what they're currently doing, which is putting games on PC, but down the line. Here's the thing that got me the most excited, but is also the most difficult for me to believe. PlayStation is committed to releasing at least one AAA, high-quality, tentpole single-player game every single year. They have not been sticking to this at all. If they're going to stick to this now, this has to have been in the works for years and years and years. The biggest problem right now with this super long dev time of everything is the fact that you can't just snap your fingers and it goes. You can't just start making games. Because it takes 4, 5, 6 years to put a game out now, if you want to start putting out a game every single year, they already have to have been in dev when the PlayStation 5 is on store shelves. PlayStation continues to be a platform, but believe platform competition is good.
I don't understand why this is a problem. Like, okay, they're talking about the future of the company and shit. Like, is that an issue?
And important, and is focused on growing a broad portfolio of games. Oh, man. Here's the thing that a lot of people have been making fun of. We're continuing to invest in live service games with Helldivers 2, but an example of our success when we get things right. We have learned many challenges, including Concord. We have reconstructed the development and review process of our games. We will not make the same mistake twice. They released a very funny chart of how much...
Yeah, they absolutely will make the mistake twice, because right here is going to be number 2, and right there is number 3.
They think their live service games build a foundation and strengthen capabilities. They're still claiming that Marathon is coming out this year, fiscal year 2025. To me, it's funny that they're like, here's our successful live service games, and here's our stuff that we hope doesn't get insta-canceled. Sony continues to expand. Sony continues to sell systems. Sony continues to be such a dominant market force. But I have to admit that lately, I've been playing some Nintendo games with my friends. Last night, I was up till literally 1 a.m. playing a bunch of Splatoon with my friends on Nintendo Switch. And we were talking about how there are people that game a lot. They game on PC. They game on Nintendo Switch a ton. This is to my friends in the military. And I was talking to them, why don't y'all have PlayStation 5s? Why don't you have Xboxes? Why specifically Nintendo? And they said, it's because there's exclusives. There's constant exclusives. And I have to admit that I can't exactly blame them that you don't have to like all the Nintendo output. I definitely criticize the hell out of Nintendo. I feel like a lot of times their controllers sometimes don't feel the best. I feel like now, especially, the prices are too damn high. But it does feel like the reason the original Nintendo
Their
Switch...
controllers don't feel the best. Bro, the Switch Pro controller is great.
Sold 150 million consoles is because you get Xenoblade.
Yeah, I know. I thought he hated it, you know?
Get weird stuff. You get exclusives for at least a time, like Octopath Traveler. You get so many games that are not just good, but unique. There's big budget, there's AAA, there's AA, and they're always coming out.
Nero Redwood with the 5 games take too long to make. Meanwhile, Capcom releases one almost every year, and they usually outsell the last, and they give their employees bonuses. It's just because people are too focused on making photorealism. That's it. If devs would ditch photorealism and, like, you know, motion capture and, like, facial scans and all that type of shit, and just make a game with, like, an appealing art style that still looks good and modern, they could probably cut down on, like, a
all right,
year
awesome.
or two of
Thanks,
downtime.
nigga. All right.
But this obsession with photorealism is what is killing the gaming industry.
Out. When it comes to PlayStation, especially the PS5, it's cool that I can play so many third-party games on my PlayStation 5, and they look fantastic. My PS5 Pro makes stuff look incredibly good. But if they plan on releasing this in 2027 or 2028, the talking point isn't going to be, oh boy, I'm excited to buy the PlayStation 6. The talking point is going to be, is Sony going to make games for the PlayStation 6? But these...
No, they won't. Essence Game Nostalgia with the 2, complain about a Dreamcast guy, worthless person. Yep. This is the summation of his existence. These oh, you can't zoom in. Shit. Damn it. I was going to zoom in on the video, but yeah. Right there. It's like the perfect face.
This has just been the off-the-cuff thoughts. How do you feel about PlayStation? How do you feel about the PS5? And specifically, how do you feel about the PlayStation 6? I don't think this is a good idea. But it's such a weird...
Yeah, they shouldn't even make one, guys. No PS6. Just stick with the PS5.
Circumstance. Do we do another 8-year console generation? Like,
does he really not think that they're going to make a new console? Like, what the fuck?
We have with the PlayStation 3? Or do we just start the PlayStation 6 and hope frickin' games are made? Ugh, what a dumpster fire. Thanks for watching. If you could, please give this video a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see what I put up last, or, subscribe and see what's coming up next. Also, I promise that
I mean, I guess we'll see how this goes.
Perhaps the most controversial and very beloved game of 2024 was Stellar Blade, a game that was an action combat masterpiece with
an action combat masterpiece. Uh-oh.
Multi-phase.
That other guy's not going to be happy.
Boss fights and crazy special moves, and honestly, some really cool character design, and especially some really cool monster design. Now, personally, even despite all the noise and backlash and people talking about how it's the downfall of gaming, I beat this game multiple times last year on PlayStation 5 and absolutely loved it. But I did tell myself I am not going to double dip. I played it so much on PlayStation 5,
Bruh, is this the red dress y'all were talking about? God damn.
Not getting it on PC. So anyways, today I bought it on PC because I was curious, how does it run on Steam and how does it run on the Steam Deck? For people that have been subscribed for a bit, y'all know that I've been very obsessed with the Steam Deck ever since I got mine about 2 years ago. I just think that this system, being able to play full crazy AAA stuff on a handheld, to me still completely blows my mind. But let's talk about how this runs, how good is it on PC, and also, well, my tiny gripe that I really don't see getting fixed. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, this is all PC gameplay. Everything in this video, obviously, is PC gameplay. I'm going to specifically show you the Steam Deck combat and stuff towards the end, and you'll tell it's separate gameplay at the time. But just in general, the optimization on this game is absolutely insane. Like, I don't have the most top-of-the-line $10,000 PC. This isn't like 6 Titan graphic cards all tethered together with a bungee cord. This is a normal mid-range PC. I have an Intel i7. I've got an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 2080 Super and 32 gigs of RAM. So basically,
certain people would say that's a high-end PC, Dreamcast guy. Be careful. Be careful, dude.
I'm able to make videos, obviously, and I'm able to play stuff decently, but I have to say that the optimization of this game is insane. I've had no frame stutters, I've had zero lag, I've had quick load times, and more than that, from all my gameplay so far, it seems like it's running at about 2K and 2K resolution and about 100 FPS with no frame drops. Now, some people say, do you really need to play stuff above 60 FPS? It's already 60 FPS on PlayStation 5. Do you really need that? In my opinion, when it comes to action combat games, stuff like this, those extra frames do matter, especially because you're trying to do perfect dodges and crazy counters and making sure that when a boss is about to do its super ultimate attack, you're able to run away. I gotta say, honestly, this game looks insane. Like, beyond just resolution, it does seem like every single asset, every single background texture, every single facial thing, the quality of the assets themselves looks insane. This is only
the quality of the assets.
60 gigs, and it looks like, honestly, it looks like a game that would take hundreds of gigs of hard drive space. It looks that good. But I do want to say that something that did kind of strike me about this that I was really kind of impressed by is that this is a new patch. I actually did not realize this, but today, they released a new patch that's free on PlayStation 5, but of course, as part of this as well, it has 25 new costumes. It's got a new boss fight. It's got this Crimson Wings costume. It's like this cool, I don't know even how to describe it, but it's a super badass red dress. There's an improved photo mode in this update.
Yeah, super badass red dress. Yeah, emphasis on the ass.
And now you can do stuff like selecting the language. Now, this is just day one on PC. It's also on PlayStation 5. You can now play through the game in any language we want, not just menu language, but you can actually change the dialogue to be in Japanese or Korean or English or whatever you want. And to me, this is just an interesting change. I've always heard that Japanese voice acting is surprisingly good. Now that I've played through it, yes, I know this is a Korean company. It's not going to play it in the original Japanese. This was translated into Japanese and English, but the Japanese voice acting seems to be incredibly good. It's just kind of cool because after doing 2 playthroughs in English, I like hearing the other cast. All of the optimization on this looks incredibly good. Personally, I'm also glad it doesn't take like 2 hours to update the shaders. I have had games, especially recent stuff, especially some Western studios, where it takes literally hours to just get the game going. This sets up, it boots up incredibly quick. But also, if you've never played Stellar Blade, This game is awesome. You're playing as this robotic lady called Eve. There, a bunch of her people, a bunch of these like robot assassin people are dropped onto a planet, and it's very, very post-apocalyptic. There's these creatures called the Natiba. They're like these crazy, crazy monsters that have wiped out 99% of humanity. So now you're going in there and you're trying to kill the Alpha Natiba, the mother brain, to wipe them all out, basically, right? I'm trying to be a little bit vague here, so there's no spoilers, but what's cool is the fact that I like that all of the Natiba look so incredibly different, but their combat styles are so incredibly different. Some use weapons, some are weapons, some have literal spikes on their faces they'll headbutt you with. But playing through it on here, I have an even better appreciation for just how crazy good the color palette, the rain falling on the ground, or just that little spark when you flip a coin to start up a save point. Everything in here looks better.
Fuck the shaders, man. Shaders are the bane of my existence. I absolutely fucking hate them. SNK Nostalgia with the 2, Going Outside Again, Jameson and Sig Sauer. Trees? Nice, man. It's the nice thing about owning some land is you can go out, a drink in your hand, a gun in the other, and have some fun.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
And Ricardo Comstocks with a 5 gift memberships. Damn,
get
bro.
the fuck out.
Really appreciate it.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Really appreciate it, man.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Natiba equals native. Yeah, I didn't know that. I know they're the humans, but I didn't ever put that together. So that's kind of cool.
Just across the board, which is very typical with a lot of PC ports, but man, it looks and runs so much better that I definitely found myself instantly getting even more engaged with it. Now, of the 25 bonus costumes, this sounds like such a silly thing, but part of the fun of Stellar Blade is unlocking all these costumes. These are not just new Eve costumes. They actually did put in a bunch of stuff that actually works for a bunch of the characters. Lily, Adam, the drone, there is a bunch of extra stuff that makes it where you can upgrade and customize their looks. And it sounds cheesy, but I do think that part of the fun of playing old school games, playing stuff on PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 3 and whatever, is kind of that fun, constant unlockable loop, you know? Getting stuff that's not just DLC. Now, in this case, it is free DLC, but still, I am glad to be unlocking new outfits. It's funny and addictive to me. But let's talk about my one gripe, and then let's talk about the Steam Deck port. My one gripe is that they released 2 big expansions for this. The Nier Automata crossover expansion, which honestly looks very cool, and the Goddess of Victory Nike. I don't know how it's pronounced. Nike. These are both looking things that I saw the trailers for them. That DLC looks awesome. It looks extremely, extremely, extremely awesome. Now, each of those are $10 each if you're buying on the PlayStation 5. I thought from the trailer that was included in the Steam version. It's not. And to me, this does kind of suck. Anytime you repackage and re-release something on a different platform and don't just include the DLC, to me, that always looks weird. I don't know. The fact that...
Well, the DLC came out the day of, so, yeah, I don't know. I don't think Stellar Blade ever went on sale either on PS5. I think it maybe went on sale for like $10 off or something. Like, it never got like a massive price reduction at all.
There's day one DLC. I don't know. That to me, I feel like they should have included one of them or the other one of them or something, right? I don't know. Some extra thing that makes it attractive. I mean, this game currently has like 100.
Yeah, you got the 25 extra DLC outfits.
85,000 concurrent players on Steam. So clearly it was not needed to have that extra pack.
Yeah, exactly. You have to pay an extra $20 for the repackaged DLC. It's not a problem for Stellar Blade, but God forbid Nintendo does it. You know, Breath of the Wild, am I right? Or, I don't know, any of the games that have an upgrade.
Package. But for me, as a person going through it again, I did want to see that extra DLC, and it does kind of make me wish that maybe I should have bought that DLC on PS5 or something instead of getting this. That's kind of my train of thought, is I wanted to see that new combat. I wanted to see those new bosses, that new stuff, and the fact that I had to pay for it.
Pay $20. Who cares?
On top of the $60 game does to me kind of suck. But let's talk about the Steam Deck. Now, Steam Deck, this is a system that I feel like is crazy because
a heckin' cat. Hell yeah. Does this look like your cat, Ricardo, or nah?
Specs of it are good, but they're not insane. This thing's trying to be basically as portable as possible for the power of it. And honestly, when I was playing it, I played about 30 minutes of it on the Steam Deck just to try and test out the asset quality. It's definitely a blurrier thing. Like, just in general, it's definitely blurrier than the PC port, obviously, right? But I'm actually impressed by how...
It's blurrier than the PC port. This is the PC port.
How could it...
Yours is orange? Nice.
Runs. It still runs extremely smooth and it still looks extremely good. The only time I saw any frame drops at all was when I was going into like when you're walking into a new area, usually Eve will talk to Adam on the phone and stuff like that. And when she does it, that's obviously them hiding a load screen. When they're trying to hide a load screen on the PC version or the PS5 version, it stays smooth. Here, it definitely has some major frame drops. It's only like for literally 1 full second, but it does look weird when you're watching a cutscene and it goes and then it picks back up again. Overall, first impressions after playing about 3.5 hours of it total on PC, it's still stellar blade, it's still stellar, and it still makes me want to pick up my blade and do boss rush again and again and again. If you've never played this and you're basically thinking, is it really worth the hype? Honestly, yes, 100%. And if you don't believe me, go look at the Steam reviews right now. From what I glanced at, it already has like 10,000, 99% of the reviews are positive, and literally all of them are just gushing about how perfect the optimization is and how fun it is. Play Stellar Blade on PC, on PS5, or on Steam Deck. No matter what, you are not going to regret it. But what are your thoughts about Stellar Blade 1 year later? Does the controversy still seem silly to you? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. Oh my God, I'm going to just play this game all day again like a chump. I wasn't going to buy this, but they're giving refunds for Mind's Eye. I bought Mind's Eye to do a review, and PlayStation is actually doing refunds. So I'm doing this video with the Mind's Eye money. Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see what I put up last, or, subscribe and see what's coming up next. Also, I promise that
Yeah, I should probably try it out so I can get my costumes. Since I bought, I'm pretty sure. I think I bought, yeah, okay. I do have it. Yeah. I thought I bought the deluxe edition or whatever. So, I do have it.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Nero Redwood with the 5. The Nikkei DLC has quests or gameplay where it's literally the Nikkei cover shooter gameplay, but with Eve. Very cool. Hopefully you get the same camera angle, too. Gross. Ew. Nasty. Troon Hunter. Gnarly. Yeah, I agree. No one asked for Call of Duty Black Ops 7. They can't read. Yep. Well, it's just a certain demo, but... Yeah, there is a large number of people who cannot fucking read nowadays. It's pretty crazy. I don't even know how you get to that point. Like, I can't imagine, like, existing in the world and not being able to read. Like, that's actually kind of wild. Because you have to be able to read to use your phone, but then you look at how a lot of people type, and you're like, oh, I guess it makes sense. SNK Nostalgia with the 2 JKB and RTU are very dysfunctional. I agree, man. What's sad is JKB is older than Rich. Apparently he's like 50. That's actually kind of scary. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, I would be in fear for my life if I was in their situations at their ages. Like, JKB back with another episode is literally streaming for like 100 people as his full-time job at 50 something. That is actually kind of wild. Kids won't even be able to write and print, forget cursive, not being able to write. Yeah, well, that's the thing. You know, I saw like a meme the other day where it's like only whites can read this and it was cursive. It's like, yeah, it's kind of right. But yeah, it's pretty scary. So if you teach your kids how to read and write, they're going to immediately have an advantage over pretty much everybody else, which is a wild thing to even think about. But yeah, I remember when I did the SATs, there were a bunch of, we'll just say, public school students, to be nice, because you still had to write the essay in cursive. And let's just say the public school students were all complaining that they didn't know how to. Which my state, Virginia, required it in public school, so they just didn't learn. And Donald Herbert, the 20, a hug begins with open arms and gentle approach, connecting hearts. It offers comfort and support. Hold the embrace for a moment. Let the warmth spread. Release gently, leaving a sense of connection. Hugs can save the world. That's right. Don't deport the illegals. Hug them instead. But I have no idea what that's in reference to, man. But yeah, truly inspirational stuff. I'm going to go hug a homeless person tomorrow and hope I don't get shivved with a fucking heroin needle. Yeah, I can still read and write in cursive. Like, it's not really a lost art in my mind, but yeah, it's kind of crazy. I don't know. Maybe I guess we could see what this is. I wonder if they'll have examples of like the writing.
They can't write a sentence. They don't know what state they live in. They don't know what region of the country they're in. They have no background knowledge. Most of them don't know who the president is.
Hold on a second. How do they not know where they live? Are we sure we're dealing with children and not aliens masquerading as children? Apparently teachers are quitting because kids cannot even read. Apparently there's a literacy crisis. It's really not hard to believe when you take a look at how kids are acting on social media. I'm not shocked that they can't read. Matter of fact, I'm kind of expecting it, and I'm more shocked that people wouldn't realize that this was going to happen, you know? People are shocked that they can't read. I'm shocked that they're shocked.
And basically whenever I say kids can't read, they are reading at either a kindergarten or a first grade level. When it comes to spelling, I'm seeing a lot of children who can't even spell the word said, for, mother, father in the 4th or 5th grade, which makes me wonder what's going to happen when they're in middle school and high school.
These kids can't read. They can't decode. They have no vocabulary, no background knowledge. I've never seen anything like it. For context,
not in my...
Yeah, they're stupid because their parents didn't teach them. Their parents didn't cheat. Like, that's the failure of the parents. I don't know how you let your child just be that stupid.
Nice cock. Perfect.
I'll tell you how. You squeeze them out for welfare or to get a green card. That's how. Nero Redwood with the 20 found out my little sister is dating a guy who was a single dad. My other sister told her she doesn't want the kid around on her birthday party, doesn't want to deal with the drama of the child not being hers. Can't blame her. Yeah, that's a bad situation. I don't know. I don't know how old they are, but yeah. The single parent thing, I don't understand the appeal whatsoever. Like, that shit's wild to me. Personally, I would never date a single mom, and I would assume most women wouldn't want to date a single dad, but, you know, I don't understand it. Donald Herbert, the 5, bruh, it's in reference to nothing. I'm just using, AI to type weird shit. Okay, I was about to say, I have no fucking idea. I guess that makes sense. Some AI slop.
15 years of teaching have I seen a class this stupid. And she's right. Remember when everyone said that they were overreacting about autocorrect? That the boomers were just screaming like boomers do about, well, these kids, if they're going to have an assistant to help them spell everything, they're not going to learn how to spell. Bro, I literally don't know how to spell restaurant. And actually, I think I do, right?
8 years, I taught a self-contained program for significant language-based learning disabilities. Like, it was the most restrictive environment. It was the step before being sent to a specialized school. And my 5th graders with significant language-based learning disabilities could write better than non-disabled 7th graders can now.
Do we even need to ask?
They can't write a sentence. They don't know what state they live in. They don't know what region of the country they're in. They have no background knowledge. Most of them don't know who the president is.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. How do they not know where they live? Are we sure we're dealing with children and not aliens that are masquerading as children? This doesn't even seem like an intelligence thing, right? Because you can be really stupid and then you're like, okay, I live in, like, Mississippi.
You know, they're coming to school with no background knowledge. They have very low skills. And yes, part of my job is to help them find those skills. And as a special education teacher, like, I'm obviously going to be working with students who require specialized instruction, but I'm not talking about specifically my students. I'm talking about students in the grade period. And this was the case last year. They can't take notes. They can't even attend to a video.
Well, that is honestly the worst part, right? Because you look at TikTok and what it's done to the attention span, that's real. That's totally real. Like, the reason that content on YouTube that tends to go really viral is long form stuff is because YouTube, their algorithm makes it so that one of the metrics.
Yeah, that's the thing, is people need to force their kids to read. Like, I used to crank through books. Like, I've lost my ability to read like I used to. I'm not saying like I can't fucking read, but I used to be able to get through like a 200-page book in a few hours. Easily. Like, as a, you know, 5th or 6th grader, I could fly through a book in like an hour and a half. So, I don't, like, you have to actually make your kids learn. They have to read. They have to be able to write. They have to be able to focus on something and put down the iPad or the video games or whatever. So, but the thing is nobody wants to be a parent anymore because the parents are just as addicted to the phones as the kids are to the iPads. So the parents don't want to put down their phone for 15 minutes to read with their kids for 15 minutes. So what happens when mom pulls out the cell phone again? Well, you know, little Timmy's going to pull out his iPad. So the parents need to make a concerted effort to actually set their kids up for success and how to be able to focus on one task for an extended period of time. Like, parents are failing their kids. So technology is a great tool, but it should not be the only thing you can rely on. Like, I feel like I have a pretty good, like, internalized knowledge base to where, you know, I at least can think of things before I have to look it up. I mean, most people, I feel like, don't even have, like, any base of knowledge they can call on. They're solely reliant on looking things up to have any semblance of an idea of what they're even talking about.
That matters in terms of a video's performance is watch time and average viewer duration. So how long people are watching the video for on average, calculated on a percent basis. So if a 1 hour video is watched for 50%, that's a 30-minute average viewer duration. That's insanely fucking high. And so because you were able to capture these people's attention for 30 minutes, YouTube is going to promote this video a lot. And that's something that it's hard to do now. It's harder to do now. There used to be Let's Play videos of just uncut footage from video games back in 2012. That would be million view videos. Those can't even get anywhere close to that now. And if it does, then it's because people are, it's when a game first launches and they need to see the gameplay, right?
Like, or they have like Zoomer editing shit, you know, spammed in there all the time.
Rad. A 3-minute video clip. I can play it. I can tell them what it's going to be about.
It is sad, Ricardo. Like, we're in a cultural decline. Hardcore. Like, society is going to collapse. Like, people aren't going to know how to repair things. They're not going to be able to focus on something long enough to be able to fix, like, critical issues in, like, code. Or, you know, like, Like, think about it this way. How much of society is reliant on, like, microchips and, like, semiconductors and all that type of stuff? How many people actually know how to make a semiconductor? What happens if that knowledge is lost? Like, that's a very real scenario. It's a very, very real scenario where we just straight up lose the capacity to produce technology. Like, think about, like, the fall of the Roman Empire. It took society almost, 1,600 years to even remotely come close to the technological feats that were lost during that era. Like, there wasn't even plumbing until, like, 1,600 years after the fall of Rome. Like, amplify that times a million with all the technology we have today. Like, most people can't make a semiconductor. Most people can't program a complex algorithm. Most people don't know how to build a microchip. Most people don't know how to build an automated, production mechanism.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I mean, the thing is like, even if you know how to set that type of stuff up, do you know how to make all the different components that go into it? Do you even have the tools available? It's very, very, like, scary in a sense. And then you pair that with the fact that people are genuinely getting dumber. They're unable to actually solve basic, problems. They can't think for themselves. They use AI to answer every question that pops up into their head. They can't focus. Like, we are headed towards a societal collapse. Like, planes are going to keep falling out of the sky. Infrastructure is going to collapse on itself. The quality of buildings is going to get worse and worse. Every aspect of life is going to start falling apart. Technology is great, but you cannot rely on it to the degree that we're headed to. It's very, very scary. Like me, I don't have a problem focusing on stuff. Thank you very much. I actually feel like I'm pretty good with my attention span still. So, I don't have to have, like, constant stimulation. Like, when I'm walking my dog, I don't listen to music at the same time. Or if I'm working, I don't listen to music or have the TV on. Or if I'm at the gym, I don't even listen to music. So, sometimes you just have to, like, detox from the constant stimulation. Didn't you say you have to play video games and do two things simultaneously at once? Well, that's because games don't hold my attention because most of them are so boring. But, yeah. It depends on what it is. Like, if I'm playing, like, a, slop tier open world RPG or something like that.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
All right, I'll give you the perfect example. Like, if I'm grinding in Dragon Quest XI, I will put on, like, a YouTube video or something in the background to listen to. Because, the activity I'm doing in the game is very monotonous because you're just grinding. But if I get to, like, a story moment, then I'll pause the video and just focus on the game. And then when I go back to, like, grinding or just generic combat encounters, I'll put whatever I'm listening to, like, back on. So, Dragon Quest XI. Well, I've been replaying it, so... Yeah, I've actually been replaying it recently. So that's why I'm drawing from that example. But, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I could still focus on stuff. Like, I still read. I've been reading in my free time again. So, I'm trying to get back into that. Like, I don't know. It kind of makes me sad that I lost that ability to read as well as I did in the past, so I'm trying to get it back. Donald Herb with the 5, I swear I can read and write, I just don't proofread and have fat thumbs. Also, I'm retarded. It's alright, man, we all have our flaws. As long as you can acknowledge them and move forward, that's all that matters. And Nero Redwood with the 5, given both sides of my family come from religious values, Mormons and Catholics, I can see it being frowned upon. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, Mormons and Catholics, that's two very strict backgrounds for sure. SNK Nostalgia with the 2, this is why I train. Yeah. It's a scary reality we're faced with, honestly. And we got some evil fuckers trying to sabotage it even more, so. We have a good thing going, and it's being absolutely destroyed. And it's very, very sad to see. Deliberately sabotaged. So that from the ashes, the new masters can arise. And Donald Herb with the 10, unfortunately many things get lost in time. That's weird. Wait, there's weird cultural stuff that's lost. I mean, the Roman, let's see. dodecahedron is a mystery because it wasn't written down and what the original original use was lost. Yeah, it's like they just recently found the Roman formula for concrete. You know, think about how many buildings the Romans built out of concrete. And that formula was just lost. Like, something as simple as how to make concrete was lost. Like, you cannot convince me that something as complicated as making, like, a semiconductor. Like, that can't be lost. That absolutely can be lost because we're having machines make it. So, if we lose the files for how to make that particular, you know, item, and you can't program the robots to make it, and we no longer have people who understand how it was programmed in the first place, then that is a lost technology very easily overnight. So, yep, dries underwater, and it also gets harder over time. So, you know, the Roman structures that were built out of concrete 2,000 years ago are more structurally sound today than they were back when they were built. Like that bridge that connects on the Castel Sant'Angelo to, I believe, the Vatican. That bridge is, you know, more structurally sound than it was when it was built all those years ago. And on top of that, you can still drive over it. Like, that's crazy to think. The sewage system in Rome is the ancient Roman one they built, you know, 2,000 plus years ago. And it's still in use today. So it's pretty crazy. And Ricardo Comstocks of the 10, they discovered a Roman recipe that literally dried underwater 2,000 years ago. Yeah, it's the recipe they used to build the port in Jerusalem, I believe. I think that's where it was. It was in Israel, I know that. But I think it was off the coast of Jerusalem.
Shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
But yeah, the old Roman port that they built for King Herod as a gift was they used that particular recipe, and yeah, it dried underwater. Yup, it's crazy, man. And for like 2,000 years, they didn't know it. Nobody wrote, well, I think people wrote it down, but it got burned or lost or whatever it was. So, I mean, something as basic as how to mix concrete was lost. And you think about how many times they used that recipe and how many people would have known it. And it just vanished. Thousands of years it took to figure out what exactly went into it. So, kind of crazy. Look at the pyramids in Egypt. Yo. We cannot replicate. Oh, we can definitely replicate that. We definitely could replicate it. The pyramid thing, I think, is overhyped, to be honest. I think that's just kind of a conspiracy theory thing, but yeah, the pyramids are very basic in their construction. It's just more so, do scholars agree on how they move the blocks? Like, there's many ways that it's feasible to do it. It's just there's no, like, consensus on the exact method. Back then, the Egyptians learned how to make ammonia. Yeah, well, the Romans had piss pots, and you would piss in a pot on the side of the road, and it was a crime to knock them over because they were so important. And you would piss in the pot, and if you leave piss sitting out in the sun long enough, it, you know, dissolves and turns into ammonia. And they would use that to bleach the togas and tunics that the, you know, senators would wear to have the pure white cloth. So it was like a old way of making bleach. Kind of crazy.
I can summarize what the video did, and not a single one can tell me what the video was about.
I saw another teacher from another school across the street from our school walking to her car this afternoon, and she looked like she could barely walk to her car. And I was like, we're almost at Thanksgiving, like, you know, trying to be friendly. And she was like, just unloaded on me. She's like, I've been teaching for 34 years. I've never had it this hard. What is wrong with these kids? Not in a bad way, but like, I don't know how to reach them. I feel like I'm one lesson that used to take a day is taking a week now. The attention span, blah, blah.
And I teach at one of the more affluent
schools. A lot of this has to do with parents.
Oh my God.
100%. When you look at the way that parents are allowing their children to be hypnotized by screens, the moment they send them off to school, they're not going to know how to behave, and they're not going to be able to learn and listen to instruction. Like if they're instructing their iPad to display them content, and they've basically become the masters of what they see and what they consume. Because when you have an iPad, it's basically a device that listens to everything you want it to do. It's an interactive feature, right? How will you now expect that kid to...
Bro, I'm sorry, I wouldn't pay attention in that class. I would zone out too. Ricardo Comstocks at the 10. In the far southeastern Europe, for centuries they said giants built these roads, cobblestones. They had in mythology the Romans built those roads 1,200 years prior. Yep. Yeah, I mean, that whole phenomena really puts it into perspective. It's something I've thought about recently. It's like, how much of modern society are we actually going to lose? Because, like, you think about, you know, all the DEI stuff and how the right people aren't able to go to, like, medical school or engineering school or get a degree in, like, computer science or things like that. Like, we're deliberately keeping intelligent people out of the roles that they should be in. How long can we actually do that and expect the status quo to be maintained without there being some form of, like, collapse? That's the thing that's scary. It's like the ramifications for this are, you know, catastrophic levels of bad. And I feel like we're approaching that. You know, planes are falling out of the sky. You know, bridges and roads are in disrepair. We can't even get people to do basic stuff anymore. I don't know. It's a scary thought. I mean, think about it too this way. Is like, what is your future doctor going to look like? You know, everybody makes the joke like, oh, you don't want a black female doctor because, you know, they have the lowest GPA, the lowest fucking MCAT scores, and, you know, they get accepted just because they're black women. And it's like, well, who do you think's going to be treating us when we're 70-something years old in the future? They're like, yeah, fuck that white boy or whatever, and then, you know, they just kill you. Not a pretty thought. Which even then, the Indians aren't that great either, because Indian medical school is a joke. Medical school in India is an absolute joke compared to the West. Same with Latin America. So, it's much shorter, much less rigorous, and they just push people through very quick. And the U.S. recognizes those credentials. SNK Nostalgia with the 5 gifted memberships. Big ups, man. It's very generous of you, sir. Thank you. Thanks for spreading the positivity in the chat as well. It's very kind. Donald Herb with the 5 19th century salt and pepper trays. Had a third slot for a mystery shaker. It's argued what could have been, but it was never written down and forgot. That's actually kind of crazy. Damn. I'd never heard about that. Wow. That's kind of wild. Like,
all right,
something
awesome.
that
Thanks,
simple.
nigga. All right.
Jeez. Yeah, I don't even know what they would put in there. That's actually kind of crazy. Like, something that simple was lost. The mystery third shaker. I know. Yeah, I don't even know what it would be. Like, maybe garlic, but I don't know how common that was. In Nero Redwood with the 5, only reason I paid attention in math class in high school was I had a hot teacher with a nice backside on. Jeez. See, I never had a hot teacher. I never had a hot teacher, unfortunately. I only had, like, old roasties or, like, literal grandmas, basically. So, I never got to experience that, unfortunately. Yeah, no gooning in class for me.
To invert his world so that now he is basically what the iPad is to him, just something that needs to be listened to, right? Like he needs to listen to the instruction now. When this entire time he's basically just been swiping and instructing something else. He's not going to know how to listen. He's not going to know how to learn, how to read, how to write. Most of what he's learned is just like Cocomelon and Baby Shark are at his disposal whenever he wants.
When I tell you that these babies cannot read, they cannot write, and they cannot comprehend, I'm not being funny. I'm being dead serious. It doesn't exist. I have kids constantly asking me, how do I spell window? How do I spell important? How do I spell though? And they be serious. They're dead serious.
Though is a tough one. I'll give him that.
I could ask them, who's the main character of your story?
Wait, hold on.
Serious. They're dead serious.
Though is a tough one. I'll give him that.
I could ask.
Though? Oh my god. No, that's not a tough... Oh, bro. What grade is this? I knew how to spell though. The only word that ever tripped me up with that is thorough, through, and, you know, through. Those are the only 3. Though, I've always known how to spell. I've never had an issue with that. Though, Thouth. Or no, GH, my bad. Not thought. Quiet and quite. Yeah, that one I could see. The problem is with English is a lot of this shit is, you know... With English, it's weird because there was no official spelling for a lot of words in the English language until very later on. And what happened as a result is basically we have a bunch of words that are spelled similarly that sound almost identical. But it's because back in the day when you would write in English, you would just sound things out. You wouldn't actually have like a real spelling. You would just like... So if I was trying to say the word apple, I would just sound it out and write down the letters that I thought best represented the word I was trying to convey. So, yeah. There was no, like, actual, you know, definitive spelling for a lot of words in the English language for a very, very, very long time. So that's where a lot of the weird inconsistencies and, like, repetitive words and spellings come from.
Ask them, who's the main character of your story? The story of 4-paragraph story we just read.
I think the problem is that not only is there this, but I think another issue and another layer to this is the fact that the way this is being addressed is completely backwards as well, right? So if you look at the crisis with like literacy in young children, a lot of this has to do with the way in which technology has affected them from sort of a young age, and a lot of it has to do with attention spans. I don't think the IQ has gone lower. I really don't. I don't think it's IQ. I think it's specifically the way in which learning...
No. IQ's definitely gotten lower. They've changed the tests.
Has not adapted to this new generation.
Dude, look at a 3rd grade test from like the 1930s. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. There was an example I saw a while back where it's like an old 5th grade math test. And it's like insane how far ahead they were by grade 5. No, we definitely have gotten dumber. Let's see. I don't know. I may not be able to find it. I guarantee you no one could do this pretty quickly. This is an example I found. Which of these numbers is divisible by 4 without any remainder? Yeah, I mean, I can't do that quick. I would have to think about that. Actually, I already got it. Never mind. I got it. But, I mean, most people would not be able to look at that. It would take them like 5 minutes. They'd never be able to figure that out. I know which one it is. But I guarantee you a large portion of the population could not figure that out. Yeah, it's 224. Which is the adjective form of the noun friend? I guarantee, yeah. It's friendly, but yeah. Our black cat had a retriever with the... Wait. Our black cat had a retriever with the fight next door. Which 2 words should be... Oh, yeah. Dude. Yeah, that'd be tough for people. If you rearrange the following letters, what would you get? Yeah, that's easy. Furniture, animal, or a fruit. Yeah, it's horse. An animal. Oh, dude, these, like, yeah, people always fuck these up. Order of operations. These are always funny, especially if you mix in parentheses, but... Yeah, this would take... I mean, I could do this by hand. It wouldn't be that hard. But I'd have to write it down. I could do that. Which of these words has a meaning that's different from the rest? Same, alike, somewhat, similar. Which is the grammatically correct sentence? When the dog recognized me, it wagged its tail. When the dog recognized me, I wagged its tail. When the dog recognized me, it wagged its tail. Which one is it, guys? It's this one. Pretty sure. Or no, I actually... Oh, fuck. I don't remember. I think it might be this one. I think it's this one. 3. Yeah, it's that one. This is the conjunctive one, and then this is the possessive one. Okay. See, I have to think about that for a second. It's been a while since I've done, like, grammar and such. Complete the sentence with the correct sound. The... Oh, rustling. That's easy. The aeroplane uses 100 gallons of petrol for a flight of 150 miles. How far could it fly? Dude, I guarantee that would definitely trip people up. That would definitely trip people up. This would have people struggling. The average person is not able to do this type of mental math if they couldn't write it down. I mean, even if they could write it down, they probably still have trouble. It's a very easy one, but, you know, I guarantee you some people would have a hard time with that. Yeah, it's 60, but it's not, like, too challenging. Which is not an adjective form of the noun sport. Sporting, sporty, sports. Yeah, that's not hard. Which of these words has a meaning that's different from the rest? Solid, hard, rough, firm. Rough. Somebody probably argue that. The man to whom a woman had fallen into the water was dragged out in a drowning condition by a man, but she did not thank him because... I'm guessing it's because she was still unconscious. I have no clue. Of 800 people living in a village, half are men, half are women. A quarter of the men leave the village to join the army. How many more women than men now remain? Yeah, that's easy, but I guarantee you people would have a hard time with that. That's not hard. It is kind of, and it is sad that we've gotten to this point where, like, this is would actually, like, make people struggle to think. Writing too small? Well, you don't need... You just need the question. You don't need the answers. You don't need the answers. All you need is the question. But,
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
It is pretty alarming, man.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
And Nero Redwood with the 5. She was in her mid-20s at best and jogged every morning before class. I only hope she didn't let herself go. That was 10 years ago. Hell yeah, man. And also with the 5, remember the math puzzle in Stellar Blade for a passcode. 5, add 6, add 7. I bet 99% of players couldn't figure it out. It's a simple math equation. Yeah, I do. I vaguely remember that. Yeah, but wasn't it like some weird Korean method of doing math, though? So it wasn't like... It wasn't like a Western way of solving it. I think, if I remember correct, it was like some weird, like, Asian way of doing math. Not like it's taught in the Western world, but... Because the Chinese have some weird ways of doing math equations that we don't have. Same with Korea and Japan. And Donald Herb with the 2. If 50 men ate 50 apples, how many men have STDs? How many of them are gay? It's the better question. And Essenkane assault with the 2. Get wrecked, Richie rant, and Biden breath. There you go.
You fucking cuck. I
You're
know
not
that's
a
one of your
woman.
favorite
You're a
words, you
whore.
right-wing
You're a fucking
asshole.
whore.
Say,
Whore.
come on, cuck. Ask real fucking questions, cuck.
see.
And don't be a fucking pussy because you're a bigoted asshole too.
Fuck you.
I don't think I have the get wrecked one on here yet. I still have to finish putting all these on the soundboard. But yeah, I don't think I have that one. And Donald Herb with the 10. See, those questions always felt dumb, like with the plane question. What type of plane is it? What's the weather like? Will that affect the fuel consumption? I think so. Yeah. Nero Redwood with the 2. 5 add 6 add 7 equals 30, 42, 72. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, now I remember that now. I remember the at. Okay. I think, yeah. What is my X? I don't have one. I don't have like an X account. I mean, I do, but it's like a burner account. I don't use it for anything.
Right? And so I think
other than notifications.
Ideally, what ends up happening is that there are more restrictions around app content and the way in which it's exposed to children so that their attention spans aren't as fried by the time they're like 7 years old, right? Because what ends up happening there is that their attention span is so fried, and instead of getting to the root cause of that, they sort of look at the problem and not like the root cause. And their way to treat
He has a based poster there. The 2022 Modern Warfare 2. Great game.
Problem is oftentimes with like ADHD medication that is heavily disruptive to the child's development. And I know this because I was on that stuff, and I know the way that it made me feel. And they basically are using children as guinea pigs. They decide that a dose is incorrect based on the negative reactions that children are having. And instead of actually like, you know, allowing these kids time to adjust to the reactions from this medication, they basically just like modify the dose like it's a science experiment. It's very, it's dystopian, it's disturbing, you know?
I tell you, they don't know. They don't know. They don't know. It took us 4 weeks to get through how to answer a question in a complete sentence.
The fact that I don't know what it is. I also have a gut feeling that parents are not as interested in getting to understand what their kids are actually learning at school anymore. And I have no way to prove this, but I just kind of get this itch that kids are coming home from school and the parents are sort of tuned out. They don't really care to learn what their kids are learning. And so therefore, if the parents aren't on top of the kids, then the kids aren't going to, you know, be able to actually take home anything from school. Like, what's the point? What are the takeaways? If you just go home from
Wait, what? Synthetic Man had autism? No way. The fuck?
school, it'll just be like, oh, okay, I just kind of like, you know, was talked at for 7 hours and it's all just, you know, in one ear out the other. Parents need to make sure that their kids are learning and they need to be checking in on their kids and checking up on them and following up with what the teacher's been putting out there. Parents are more obsessed with themselves than their kids they decided to have. Yeah, I think that's another thing. I really do think that there's a poignant and as real as the literacy crisis among young children. I do think that part of this has to do with the actual real crisis of disengaged parents, right? Because you look at it and there's like, well, you know, iPad kids exist because parents decided to give up the iPad because they didn't want to give the time of day to actually treat their kids with attention. I think that's real as well. Older Gen Z and young millennials are low-key the worst parents right now. Well, yeah, and this is, you know, this is the proof. The proof is in the pudding. The way that you can judge how good a parent is by the fruits of their labor, their children, right? The product. And the children are, I mean, I don't want to say it because, you know, it's a bit rude, but they're fucking retarded. Like they just are. A lot of it is parents expect teachers to do the parenting when learning starts in the home. Teaching your kids basic reading and math before they can start school will greatly help them academically. Oh, 100%, yeah. And of course, they're also your parents. So as a parent, you understand a child far greater than a teacher ever could. And there's a level of one-on-one that you have with this child that, you know.
Well, the fact of the matter is let's face it. Do you really think this is going to teach your kid anything worthwhile? It's your job to make sure your kid is well equipped for the real world. So you should be teaching them what's actually important. Ricardo comes with the pod. This gay chimp can't. Oh my god, can't teach anything about.
All right, awesome.
Yeah,
Thanks, nigga.
I
All
wouldn't
right.
trust this to teach my kids.
A teacher just can't replicate. Like if you're teaching a class of 25 students, then, you know, there's going to be sort of a universal teaching approach that you can apply, but some students may learn
I wouldn't trust him around my kids to teach him anything of value.
better one-to-one, and that one-to-one is not going to have to come from the parents.
4 weeks to get through how to answer a question in a complete sentence.
The fact that I have fourth graders who cannot read independently at all is just like, one,
Like, that's crazy. Fourth grade and you can't read independently? Dude, fourth grade, I was like, what was I doing in fourth grade? When was Percy Jackson? Either way, Diary of a Wimpy Kid had to have been fourth grade by then, bro. You could bang out a Diary of a Wimpy Kid.
Supposed to do, because teachers are not miracle workers. If I'm required to teach fourth grade standards, the fourth grade standards do not include me teaching phonics. Now, I understand RTI, the MTSS process, and different safety nets like that, but doing that for 30 minutes a day is not going to solve the problem. So what is really the expectation? Are we just going to continue to fail the students and not teach them how to read?
I think that
Yeah, so I just looked up what you said. So the art...
Yeah, No Child Left Behind is probably one of the most detrimental things that has ever been instituted in the history of, you know, education in the United States. Because we're allowing literal fucking brain-dead idiots to move forward in, like, you know, school without actually learning anything. Like, they should be failed, they should be held back, and they shouldn't be allowed to graduate. Yeah, just another gift from good old George W.
RTI pyramid model essentially is this. So you have the core classroom instruction, which is going to account for 80% of the learning, then 15% of targeted small group instruction, and 5% intense individual intervention. And I think that this model actually is, it sort of, would generally work. And when I look back to my days in elementary school, this looks kind of familiar to what I actually experienced. And so if that's even what she's saying is being done, but it's not working, then we have a bigger problem. It's sort of baked into the cake. My mom being involved in our schoolwork made it easier to catch my sister's dyslexia in kindergarten, so we were able to get a jump on helping her so she wouldn't fall behind. Oh yeah, 100%.
You guys don't know what's going on in education right now.
And I feel like now instead of finding the disabilities, they're actually making them.
Fine, like how could you know unless you're working in it? But I think
it's profitable. You have a customer for life, who has to buy their prescription every 2 weeks.
But I think you need to know. So here's exactly what it's like right now working in public education. First of all, the kids have no ability to be bored whatsoever. They live on their phones and they're just fed a constant stream of dopamine from the minute their eyes wake up in the morning until they go to sleep at night. Because they're in a constant state of dopamine withdrawal at school, they behave like addicts. They're super...
I do believe that people have overused the word dopamine to describe people being addicted to their phone. I don't think anyone who's using the word dopamine...
No, I don't think so. Because it's the problem of, being a complete fucking dopamine fried individual that leads to the depression and shit. So they no longer get their constant feed of dopamine after a while because you build up just a resistance to the activity. I don't know. I think the dopamine detox, there is some actual truth behind that.
Dopamine has actually any understanding of that chemical and the way that it interacts with neural pathways and the effect it has on the brain. I do think that regardless, the point they're trying to make is 100% accurate. I do think that kids who are going home and staying on their screen are going to exhibit forms of withdrawal by being restless and bored and disengaged in school, yeah.
Ricardo Cumsucks of the 5, just going to say one last thing. Let's be honest about biology. White and Asian kids are different. Blacks and Latinos cannot compete ever. Well, yeah, that's why affirmative action exists. That's the entire belief structure behind affirmative action is that Asian and white students are too intelligent and therefore it's unfair to other races of children to have to compete with them. So therefore we should discriminate against whites and Asians in order to give opportunities to other races where they otherwise would not earn them in comparison. So yeah, it's literal discrimination on a mass scale, but it's okay because it's against whites.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
But yeah, that's the entire premise behind affirmative action is literally that. And that's why, the joke is why Asians are no longer considered minorities. They're considered white adjacents, is because they're not dumb enough and they're not poor enough to be considered minorities in the minds of the leftists. So, yeah.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Nero Redwood with the 10. I don't know if you'd call it weird, but have you ever had that moment reading a book where you sort of imagine the scene in your brain? No, that's that's very normal. That's very, very, very normal. That's the effect you're supposed to have if you're reading a book. That just means your brain is working as intended. No, you're supposed to visualize the scene in your head as you're reading it. That's literally exactly what's supposed to happen. That's not weird at all. That's completely normal. That's why women love reading romance novels. But yeah, no, that's completely normal. You should be having that sensation. That means your brain is working as intended.
Yeah, 100%.
For emotional, the smallest thing sets them off. And when you are standing in front of them, trying to teach, they're vacant. They have no ability to tune in if your communication isn't packaged in short little clips or if it doesn't have bright flashing lights. That's actually the way harder part for me than just the outright behaviors is just being up at the front, talking to a group of kids who have their eyes open, they're looking at me, but they're not there. They're not there. And they have a level of apathy.
Yeah, I think there's been something where engagement creep has kind of taken over education. I think essentially what used to be engaging lessons for teachers have kind of been drowned out and by comparison are seen as less engaging because of the base level of things that are engaging to kids now. Because I think an engaging lesson, if you look back maybe when we were in school, maybe from 2010 to 2013, I don't actually remember when I was in elementary school, to be honest, probably before that. But, something that was engaging then is probably going to be seen as quite boring now just because everything else outside of school has been made to be completely overstimulating. And so
well, it's not even that. I guarantee you the kids she's talking about are boys because the entire education system is catered for women. Like, women are teachers, so therefore women teach in a way that they find to be effective. Well, men and women learn extremely differently. Men learn in a more hands-on environment. Women learn better in a classroom environment, being lectured to. Men do not learn that way. And, you know, boys can't hold attention to someone standing up at the front of a classroom droning on and on and on for 8 hours a day. That's not how the male brain works. You need hands-on activity, interactivity, and something to keep them engaged. So men and women do not learn the same way, and the modern education system is solely catered towards women. So that's the biggest issue. And when you have like that teacher that teaches from a male perspective, all the guys are always super engaged and everybody does well. So it's not a coincidence in college all of my favorite professors were men. Because, you know, like my business law professor, for example, he was an actual judge, which was pretty cool. And, you know, like if people weren't paying attention in class or whatever, he would like beam them in the head with like a pack of M&Ms. Like he had like a bag of like the Halloween size like M&M packets. And like if he saw somebody like, I guess like slacking off or whatever, he would just take one and like literally just beam them straight in the fucking face with like a packet of M&Ms. Also, like, it was a super hands-on class. We would, like, walk to different businesses and shit. It was pretty cool. Like, for our final class, instead of having an exam, he literally walked us all down to McDonald's because our recent, like, I guess, topic was franchise law. So, yeah, basically the entire time he was just talking about franchise law as we walked to McDonald's, and then he bought everybody food. That is like one of the most, I would say, memorable classes that I had, and everyone loved going to it. So, yeah, no, most teachers just want to read off the fucking PowerPoint and do the bare minimum. They don't make learning something to remember.
By comparison, something else is understimulating now, right? Because of engagement creep.
That I've never seen before in my whole career. Punishments don't work because they don't care about them. They don't care about grades. They don't care about college. It's like you are interacting with them briefly in between hits of the internet, which is their real life. I've seen some TikToks recently where teachers are getting a lot of hate, like for not adapting to the kids or punishing them or whatever. And I just got to say, like, I can tell you with absolute certainty, it is not the teacher's fault. It might be the parents' fault. It might be our capitalistic society's fault, but it is not the teacher's fault.
Oh, God.
I actually agree with her. I think
now it's her fault. I know it is. She's yeah. The second capitalistic society comes out, it's 100% your fault.
People tend to dismiss criticisms that are made when they throw capitalism under the bus because they generally have a favorable view of capitalism. But there's 100% negative outcomes of having an unregulated market, right? I'm not saying it's unregulated, but I think the restrictions around what you're allowed to serve to kids in the form of content, they're very non-existent at this point. You look at ElsaGate and that's complete proof. Like, top YouTube scandal was only made apparent around like 2019 or 2018. So prior to that, and even after that, like, are kids using YouTube Kids? No. Kids.
All I can tell you is if we actually cut the fucking fat out of the education system, make classes that are actually hands-on, meaningful shit that's going to help people in life. And then once you get into like high school and college, you go into a very specialized curriculum to focus on whatever field or career path you're interested in. The results would be dramatically better. Like, cut all the fucking bullshit of reading Shakespeare and the forced art classes and PE and all this other shit that doesn't actually matter. I mean, if you want to keep PE, actually make it PE. Not like, oh, let's all, you know, play kickball or something. Like, yeah, no. Give them actual practical skills that are actually useful, that they can see a use for, instead of just filling their head with a bunch of useless drivel that means absolutely nothing in the real world. SNK Nostalgia with the 5. My favorite professor in college was a black South African man. Taught me about 12-step hero process. My worst professor in college was a black guy from, I think, Ethiopia. Holy fuck, bro. It was my economics class. I'm glad you had a good experience with, like, I guess, I don't know, what would it be, like, an exchange professor, maybe? Or, I don't know what the program was like, but holy shit, my economics professor, you literally couldn't understand a word he said. He spent the first 2 months telling us about his life story and then gave us a test on it, and then barely actually covered any economics, and when he did, you couldn't understand a word of what he was saying. It was like, oh my god. It was like the worst class. It had the lowest GPA out of the entire business school. And Nero Redwood with the 10. Appreciate it, man. This is probably why I did rather well in JROTC and geometry. It was hands-on, though. JROTC was military stuff, which men love, and it had brotherhood feel, I guess. Yeah, no, I mean, that's how guys learn, is hands-on, like, practical experience type stuff. Women learn better in a classroom. Men learn better doing it. And Donald Herb with the 5. Thoughts on Karl Marx? His only positive contribution is when he died. He's my favorite philosopher. Seriously, though, I think that man has been the biggest detriment to Western and European society. Yep. If I ever encounter his grave, I'll make sure to have a full bladder.
Kids aren't using YouTube Kids. They're using YouTube. And so, or if that's even YouTube, they're using TikTok, right? And like, yeah, there is an incentive, like 100%, like who has the most free time? Like kids and then retired people, right? And so if you're a kid and you have all this time on your hands, that's sort of an opportunity for content creators who make content for children to suck up that time to cash in on ad dollars, which, look, I mean, if the content is fine and educational, then that's okay. Like that's the same thing that children's shows do. I do think that there is something sinister about LankyBox, let's say, having 40 million subscribers, basically shoveling brain rot garbage in the face of children.
Teaching is no longer a sustainable
What the fuck do you think the Disney Channel is? Bro, I would rather my kid watch brain rot garbage on YouTube than like literal fucking, you know, state-sponsored propaganda.
retirement career. Many teach as long as they can and then they leave. The health toll alone is reason to bail
Oh
on
yeah,
this job.
100%.
One thing that myself and the Educated Exit team has seen is that teachers are really sticking it out truly as long as they can and then getting to a breaking point where they say, I can't do this anymore. I can no longer remain a teacher. And there are really many reasons for that. But what I want to talk about is the second part of this comment, where this individual highlights the toll that working in education actually takes on a person's body, because that is not something that is talked about enough. Teachers.
Let's see. I just want to see if I can find this. It's exactly what you would expect. So I will present this without comment. And you can do with it with, you know, as you wish. But the heat map says it all. I mean, I'm not going to say, you know, what trend these particular states might have in common with each other, but I assume everyone might be able to figure it out. That's New York. But yeah. You might be able to guess why that is the case.
Teachers, school counselors, school psychologists, you name it, across the board, educators are required to be on all day. And while they're on, they are putting their needs second to their students. And that act of being on all day long.
Well, the energy exchange is obviously one that just on the surface you can understand why it's problematic. You have one person exchanging their energy between like 20 or so other children who are very energetic themselves. How would one person be able to do that? 100 men versus one gorilla.
Is putting educators in a really vulnerable position where they don't have enough physical or mental energy to give to their
I think you never mind.
families
I
at the
won't
end of the day.
fuck. Yeah, no, I shouldn't. No. I'm not.
They don't have enough physical or mental energy to give to themselves and take care of their own health and safety at the end of the
Must
day. When we ask
resist.
an entire profession to put someone else's needs before their own,
Dude, I really wish you could just say whatever the fuck you want on the internet.
Yeah.
every single day, and when we pay them poorly and when we treat them with disrespect, it should not be a surprise that those individuals are leaving the profession.
I like
Yeah, and it is a thankless job. Basically, they are paid very poorly. They don't make money, and no one who gets into being a teacher is doing it for the money. They're doing it because they care about children and their development, right? But at a certain point, you know, when you have to deal with a level of
Most women go into teaching because they need money and they don't want to do anything else.
complete chaos and anarchy every single day, then yeah, I don't think anyone would blame you for tapping out, especially with how it is now. Yeah. The school boards are also usually ran by people who have never worked in a school, let alone a classroom. My mom isn't even allowed to help students who are behind badly. She just has to pass them on. I don't know much about the school board, but if what you're saying is true, then that's
Only a poor person would. Well, why do you think I have a tip skull, man? You know? I'm broke. What can I say?
Well, that's like a problem as well. Like, how can you not understand the intricacies of the system that you're governing? It's pretty bad right now for teachers because kids are pretty bad right now. I tutor privately, and one of my students read at a kindergarten level in 3rd grade. His mother was mad at me that the kid could only read at an early 2nd grade level over the course of 2 months of weekly instruction. She told me that she was paying to have her kid become advanced and that her child's sports were more important than reading. She was convinced that her kid would become an advanced reader within 3 months and got mad that I wasn't doing
He
it.
gonna be a professional athlete. He gonna play with LeBron.
Fast enough. I saw the problem immediately and dropped the engagement. Teachers with caregiver fatigue and students with literal addictions. I know many good teachers who quit because the administrators don't allow for punishments or unruly behavior. Kids can't learn in unstable environments. Starting to see the
Little Jaquan, he needs to go to bruh.
cracks of No Child Left Behind. This is what happens when you treat education like a factory, which has been a discussion for several decades. So yeah, I mean, people seem to have understood that this was going to happen in the comments, right? But yeah, I mean, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, kids are definitely getting dumber, but never mind. Look at the heat map. SNK Nostalgia with 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it, man. Been very, very generous tonight. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. The link between male loneliness and OnlyFans. Oh my god. Men are lonely because they jerk off. No. Men jerk off because they're lonely. Nero Redwood with the 10. I like JROTC. It was just military academics, but we learned a lot. Might even say it helped with this. Oh, yeah, definitely will. Was in a few Veterans Day parades in downtown. Nice, man. Yeah, Trump went to JROTC, if I'm not mistaken. Old Donald J. Trump. You know, 45 and 47. I think he did JROTC. And Ricardo Comstocks with the 5. All this being said, Japan is not getting dumber. Korea isn't getting dumber. I wonder what was introduced to us to make us dumber. Yeah. Be careful, Ricardo. You're asking the right questions. Shh. Fort Bragg. Yep. He had a good crowd. I'm going to go to that military parade later today. I think it's at 6 p.m. is when it starts, so... It's supposed to rain, but I don't think it's supposed to rain very much. I think it's only supposed to rain like an inch or so. Oh, it's not supposed to rain until 10 p.m. now, so yeah. Cool. It's definitely not going to rain. No, I won't be able to live stream from down there. I'll have no reception. I will have zero reception. Oh yeah, there's going to be official live streams, definitely. %. But yeah, I'm gonna try to go and see the parade and shit. I mean, I might as well. It's like one of the few good things that happens in DC. So.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Nah, you can't bring a gun in DC. Plus, it's you have to go through a Secret Service checkpoint, so yeah, you can't bring anything in there, which is fine. I understand why. So yeah, it should be fine. Like, you know, with the DC thing for the inauguration, like the security was insane. So, yeah, I think it's going to be cool. Like, they got all the different army guys, like, dressed up in the various uniforms from the different conflicts and everything. They've got, like, I think, what was the number? Like, 40 or 50 tanks. They're going to have flyovers. They're going to have the, I think, Army Rangers do, like, a aerial maneuvers. I don't know. Like, it's supposed to be pretty neat. The time that Trump did the salute to America back in, like, I think it was 2018, it was really well done. So I would imagine this is going to be very similar to that, if not better. But yeah, I think they're going to be like skydiving and shit in it. I don't know. So pretty cool. I'll figure it out, but yeah, I'm glad it's not going to like pour. It was supposed to be like storming, but now it looks like the forecast is clear. Stop being a law-abiding citizen and be a peaceful pro. Hey, all I can say, if shit hits the fan, I know what side of the conflict I'll end up on. So, they want to say it's a no King's Day, but all I could say is if we walk away with one, I won't be complaining. Should things actually escalate. Let's see. Toby the Drink of the 4 months. I can take a look. And Nero Redwood with the 2. Pride Month should be Veterans Month. No cat. Yeah, I don't understand why we celebrate sticking dick in an ass. It's a mystery to me. Donald Herb with the 5. School isn't supposed to be for learning, but creating workers. It's to create people who listen to what they're told and mindlessly follow orders. Yep, pretty much. It's like the Prussian model, I think is what it's called. But yeah, it's literally designed to just make little, you know, bug people, basically, to do everything that they're told.
I can't afford this shit!
And SNK Nostalgia with the 2. RIP my father. A for Skyhawk since 1972 Navy. RIP, man. But that's cool. Yeah, my dad was also in the military. He was in the Army, not the Navy, but yeah, that's nice. RIP to him, man.
Hey guys, it's Lord Miles here. I've done enough traveling in my life, as you can see from my YouTube videos. I'm a bit of an unhinged man, but I'm an honest one. You've got a bunch of travel influencers who go around and say everything's great in every country. I'm an expert in this. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, my viewers, because you guys pay my bills. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna go through the map of the world and tell you where to stay and where to travel to and where not to. So first things first. Think about it.
Yeah. That's a given.
This whole thing here, if it's sunk, and it's got a awful thing to say, but if it's sunk 30 feet into the ocean, or 500 foot in the air and dropped, it wouldn't really matter a lot. There's no tourist visa, so that's gone. Chad, name might suggest it's a good place, it's really not. Niger, the only reason we know Niger is because it has a funny name. Nigeria, great scammers, sometimes good food, jolly fellas. Honestly, it's a little bit overpopulated, I don't really care for it. South Sudan, fake country. I've been there about 5 times now, giant money laundering scheme. Ethiopia, one of the countries in Africa that were not colonized. Again, not too bad, but I don't recommend it. Somalia, we know it from Captain Phillips, nothing good about it. Kenya, now I've got a personal gripe. You see Kenya? I went all the way from Nairobi to this one place called Kakuma on the South Sudanese border, and I got extorted by a bunch of police informants. After they stole my passport, I quickly hired a prostitute, and then got that prostitute to go inside the police station. That prostitute got the policeman completely wasted, completely drunk. I snuck in there, stole my passport back, fled to the South Sudan border, and I managed to get past. That's not even a full story, guys, but that's just a run through. Let's see. Mauritania, nothing goes on there. Western Sahara, it's a Sahara, it's nothing. Morocco, not too bad, but they keep coming to Europe, so it can't be that good. Liberia, yeah. American slaves were free to Liberia, and they built nothing. This one, I don't like them because they're French. Namibia, giant desert. Botswana, gold mine. Zimbabwe, used to be Rhodesia, that's when it was good. Madagascar, great movie. Right now, I'm actually in South Africa. This video has been filmed right here in Joburg. Again, used to be nice, but then it got screwed over, and now you have copper cable thieves, and you get stabbed and raped in the middle of the night. But the thing is, guys, these places, yeah, you'll get occasional food poisoning. Yeah, in Lake Victoria, you'll, eat a mosquito burger from time to time. If you haven't seen that video, you'll be fine. But people there, they wash themselves, they don't smell too bad, India, guys. Absolutely not.
Yeah. Oh, have you guys seen, there's like this picture going around Twitter or something where it's like this Asian, I guess, vlogger or something from, I think, Korea. I'm not sure exactly where, but she announced that she's going on a solo vlogging trip to India. And, like, everyone is just, like, spurging out in their replies, like, don't fucking do it. Don't do it. Anything but India. And it's like, all the Indians are pissed off about it. It's like, yeah, because they probably want to be the ones to get their hands on her. But, yeah. R.I.P. to that Asian chick. She'll never be seen again.
Scary truth, guys. 25% chance that you're born an Indian. Think about it. The Indian government themselves said I couldn't go to North Central Island. Their food sucks. Their food hygiene sucks. They are stinky. And trust me, they are low trust people. I have never had a good long-term encounter with someone from this area of the world. Same thing for Bangladesh, guys. They make your clothes, but they don't make anything else. Nuclear exchange between Pakistan and India wouldn't bother me. It reminds me of Canada a lot, because one, in recent years, has become second India. You can probably infer why I think. So Canada is a bitch. Canadians are mostly assholes. I find people from America, God bless America by the way, as an English person, these people are lovely, usually. Most of Canada lives down here. I do not like it. They have a funny accent. They look funny in South Park. Trudeau, just a bit communist. It's expensive for what it is, right? And plus you might as well go to India. One place I would recommend, if you can afford it, is up here, where there's, no one. This is a beautiful area full of beautiful nature. Northwest Territories, the most beautiful mountains I've come across. A flight up here, only a few $1,000s. So you might as well go to Iceland or Greenland. Iceland, pretty cool. They even have a supermarket named after it in England. One place I like is Mongolia. Mongolia is a lovely place. The one L Mongolia takes though is because it's such a barren land with the Gobi Desert, no real arable soil. Basically guys, the average vegetable sold in a supermarket in Mongolia is actually rotting. A throat singing, that's nature. Capital sucks, but if you go to Mongolia, you're going for the nature side. It's cool, it's got a great history. Too bad it couldn't expand the empire. China, guys. Now, if you don't mind being watched by CCTV, in anything you do, probably in the bathroom, you'll be fine with China, because they don't take any crap from anyone. And the other one too, my personal favourite, Afghanistan. Lovely, lovely place. Now, it may be also because I own a gold mine there. You need a high risk tolerance. It's not the safest, but it's one of the most beautiful. It's always fun to meet the Talifos, because they're not our Talifos. Now, next one, guys, Australia.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like, my dad was over in Afghanistan in the military. And, it really fucking pissed him off when Obama pulled us out and the whole fucking place went to shit. Because, like, the Afghanistan people, he said, were, like, really, really nice and extremely receptive to, like, the Americans. And they were making, like, a ton of progress. But then when Barack pulled out, it created like this massive power vacuum and the whole country just went to shit overnight. Oh yeah, of course he did it on purpose. And then, you know, Biden did the same thing, and, you know, you had people literally hanging off the planes and shit, so just very, very sad. Yeah, Afghanistan was making a lot of positive strides, and we just completely fucked them over. Twice.
This place is very far away from England, so I haven't been there. However, Australia is lovely, apart from these areas, guys. You know why these areas? The Aboriginals, their daily plan is breaking the small-scale airports to steal heavy fuel to sniff it and get high. This place is kind of beautiful too. You might run into some Sudanese here, but you know...
Yeah, FBI's people.
I don't comment on that's good or bad, but you can take the inference on there. Okay guys, we're gonna bring it back to somewhere closer to home. Europe. Now Europe is part of my homeland technically. I'm from the United Kingdom. We once had a great empire. Now, you think I've been on...
Let's see. Ricardo Comstocks with a 5. At Donald Herb, not really ideally. It is also to create a critical thought divorced from the Jew term or criticism.
You're shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to
and
shut
also
the fuck
the
up!
10. This dude lines me out in... Wait, this dude lines me out in Northeast USA? I'm guessing is what you mean. Bad news for him. It is Indians galore now. Yeah, it's sad, man. I don't understand why. I mean, I do understand why, but... You know, our wonderful central banking agreement requires us to have a certain amount of population growth every single year in order to continuously back the ever-expanding national debt. Wowie zowie. What a great deal we signed.
Unfair to all these countries, guys, because, oh, you haven't lived there for 50 years, Miles. Now, the thing is, I'm from England. I'm very fair, guys. England is now a shithole. Number 1, London. Not even English, is it? We've got an Indian Prime Minister. That sucks. You go to Birmingham, the second biggest city where I'm from, you get stabbed. I see flocks of hundreds of Chinese tourists. And I just, if I was Chinese, I would just kill myself. If you've saved in Bing Bing Bong province for 30 years, and you go to Birmingham, I'm just going to be disappointed. I mean, I don't know what in Mandarin the word or sentence is for the West has fallen, but it's being used more often, guys. Scotland, kind of beautiful if you go very far up north, especially Anthrax Island. That video of mine flopped. Ireland, mixed bag, not too sure. You know, if you're English, or you don't like potatoes? Absolutely not. Okay guys, so on to the big one you've all been thinking about. Israel and Palestine. Now for me, this is not a tough one, because everyone keeps saying, Israel's doing this, or Palestine is doing this. I think both should not exist. The British Empire, you should claim it and return it to the Christian king. We're going to Saudi Arabia. Now, I've passed through Saudi Arabia a few times. Lawrence of Arabia maxing. Honestly, I would say Saudi Arabia, yes. If you've got a decent amount of money, you don't mind sand. But the issue is, I've had troubles with Saudi Arabia in the past. Crossing the road, bloody possible. So I had a hotel, just here, right? And then you had 2 or 3 major highways, and then you got all the supermarkets and the stores. And my friend and I, we walked a mile either side, and there was no way to legally cross the road because there's traffic cops. And they basically said, no, sir, you can't cross here. They said, you have to do it a different way. So instead of crossing the road with 500 intersections, right? And there's no crosswalks, I had to Uber Eats across the road to get my food. So it's a bit of a nightmare if you don't have a car, but if you can rent a car, fair enough, guys. Oman, actually pleasantly surprised. Kind of beautiful, very smooth roads, everything's good. It hasn't got the ugly architecture of Dubai, right? I don't know why people keep pushing Dubai. Yes, it's luxury, but it's one giant shopping mall. There's nothing really to do. I don't get it. But I would say Oman is better. Dubai makes it look like they hired a 5-year-old who like Hot Wheels, you know, all those fancy things for their architect. Yemen seems like a chaotic Oman. Hey, autistic man watching this video. Yeah, that's you. I've got a proposition for you. Have you ever thought to yourself that, geez, you know, I need more materialistic goods. And you know what? The one thing you're lacking in life? It's not women. It's not success. It's not weight loss. Somehow, completely legal. Somehow you're not violating sanctions. I don't know how either. I don't know why the police haven't knocked on my door. Order now. It's shipped from this part. Clusterfuck. Cambodia gets a straight up take from me because you can shoot an RPG at a cow. The Philippines, you know what? There's too many islands, too many people. You know, stop doing that, guys. Indonesia, just the Muslim Philippines.
Dude, I gotta go get my passport, wife, over there though. The Philippines and Thailand and what's the other one? What's the other passport, bro? Country. Shit. The Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam. It's not the one I'm thinking of, but I mean that probably would work too.
Undeveloped tribes, people, whatever. I just cross out all of this really. Myanmar, Burma, it's best known for Rambo 4. Thailand, if you like ladyboys. Japan, now I don't watch anime, I'm not a weeb. They do have a paedophilia problem, but to be fair, it's a beautiful society. Things actually work over there. They do have a paedophilia problem. It's cheap, it's not too bad. I would give it a tick of approval. Kazakhstan, now this is a giant oil field for Russia. Flights too expensive, middle of nowhere. Everyone there seems depressed, stuck in the Soviet days. I don't know, don't think it's worth it, but I'm actually banned from Kazakhstan. Not my thing, guys. North and South Korea. Now this one is mislabeled here, because this is true Korea. I don't see why the US got involved with this. Now you've basically got a plastic surgery country country that has people obsessing about exams, and everyone there is really depressed and works 21 hours a day. For me, North Korea is fascinating. I do highly recommend. Boom, no to South Korea, yes to North Korea. Ukraine was basically a Jewish money laundering scheme for Israel back in the day. If you follow the money, I would go in there just because you've got beautiful.
Don't say that.
Places like Lviv, beautiful cities, they can take a train in from Poland. I wouldn't go to Donetsk or Kharkiv or Donbass anytime soon. Some of the worst countries I've come across. Moldova is the most depressing European state. And when I passed from Moldova into Romania, no joke, first 20 minutes my wallet got stolen. Serbia and all these weird countries, they should form again. Albania, nothing's really known about Albania. It was mentioned in Harry Potter once, I believe. Now I did get banned from Greece. I did jump the border from North Macedonia. Beautiful architecture, food's good, Greek men, a little bit smelly. Thank God North Macedonia can't join the EU due to Greece blocking it, because then I'll be extradited for the crimes I committed in North Macedonia, which I still deny, and it's legally a joke. I bloody love Italy. I cannot talk more good things about Italy. The only thing I would say, don't go to Venice. It's a tourist trap. This passes me onto Turkey. Yes?
Yeah, I've heard Venice is shit and it smells even worse.
I am bold, so maybe I shouldn't say bad things about Turkey because I need to go for a hair transplant. But then again, I can just go to fake Korea, because you've seen the botched jobs in Turkey, basically. I know some SAS people, some former special forces who money launder through Turkey. My Air Max is fake because they're from Turkey. Iran, good carpets. Iraq, again, we've seen war dogs. Syria, no, I do love Assad. When his emails got leaked, basically he was saying cute stuff for his wife. It was very flirtatious. I think that's kind of cool. Spain, actually, I'm just going to bundle Portugal and Spain together. I know they're meant to be different, different languages, but all cheap condos and cheap holidays are British people. Did you know in the 1950s or 60s, a good 30% of Spanish and Portuguese lived in caves, guys? France, absolutely not. One, it's my least favourite Muslim country in the world. Two, it's just very stinky. It's a stinky place, stinky food. French food is not good. I've tried it. Belgium, not even a real country, is it? The Netherlands, if you want to do drugs. Germany, used to be good. I won't say what year was good. Poland, honestly,
yeah, about 90.
Belarus, again, I just have no idea what's going on here. No one really cares at the end of the day. Sweden. Norway, honestly, if you go up here, very north, it's beautiful. One of my favourite countries is Switzerland. Honestly, one of the best passports you can have. I want to be Swiss someday. We've got a few others. Hungary, honestly, incredibly underrated country. Cool fact about Hungary, guys, you can actually commit insurance fraud because it's an ex-Soviet state. Insurance fraud isn't actually illegal. There's two Austrians I really like. One of them I can't name, and one of them is Arnold Schwarzenegger. South America, everyone's place to escape in the world if something goes wrong. My great German war hero grandfather is based in Argentina right now. Brazil, I went there, I went to Snake Island. I do not recommend going to Snake Island, guys. If you want to go to the Amazon rainforest, that's pretty cool. Uruguay, honestly, pleasantly surprised. A lovely place. Argentina, there's two economies in the world that basically defy logic. It's Japan and it's Argentina. Thing is, the only thing about Argentina, the Falklands belong to England. Personally, I think Margaret Thatcher should have nuked this area here because they couldn't do that back to us. And Colombia, again, if you like cocaine, Venezuela, you once had oil, then you did some stupid economic stuff, and you got sanctioned. And I just don't see why we can't nuke the Darien Gap. So all these people don't stop. The US should just invade all the way further down. No one really knows what goes on here. Again, if it doesn't have a name for it, if you need to really research a place and find a niche video explaining certain areas.
That's to get nostalgia with the two other terrible country, get a 3D printer. Oh yeah, to make your 3D printed guns and such. Yeah.
It's not undiscovered, it just means it hasn't made a name for itself because it's so mediocre. Cuba, again, it's apparently really boring to go to. There are some beautiful areas, but it's a slow decline country, I just would put against it. We're going to Mexico, guys. It's nice if you stay in for a resort, I guess. Personally, if I was Joe Biden or whoever, I would invade Mexico. I would push them maybe into Colombia too, and then just set up roadblocks and a bunch of barriers here, and they can just do whatever they want and they should fix themselves. The United States, California, absolutely not. New York too, I don't recommend it. Philadelphia, we've all seen It's Always Sunny in Philly. Washington DC, Satanists. Northern Florida.
Yep, that's true.
Sucks. This area here, good money laundering scheme. Texas, kind of nice, but it's half Mexico nowadays. These places are flyover states. Chicago, good pizzas and stuff. No one really knows what goes on over here. I just don't see why you would travel to a really
drugs
cold place that resembles Canada.
That's it. The only thing that happens in Oregon and Washington State is just, a bunch of druggies.
All the worst ways. Mormons. It's a fake religion. Charlotte, that's the name of my ex, so no thank you. Boston, oh yeah, annoying accents. The rest of it, it's alright guys, it's alright. However, the US State Department has denied my entry into America from England because I had...
Ricardo Comstocks at the 10, it's funny, I cannot fathom a population I have genuine hate for more than the cheats and Jews. Good fucking lord. They have no place within us, honestly. They make it so much worse. Yeah, it's just... This is my whole thing. It's like, if you're trying to rule the world, wouldn't you want to have a world worth ruling over? That's the question I have. It's like, what's the point of ruling a fucking disgusting, declining shithole? It just... I don't get it at all. I don't get it at all. You're ruling over something that disgusts. Yeah, but this is the thing, Ricardo, is like, okay, for profit, but once you have the profit, then what? What do you spend it on? A world that's in
Thanks,
decline
nigga. All right.
and disrepair and has no future? Like, you have all the money and power now. What do you do with it? Nothing. The world is done. There's not even anything worth, ruling over anymore. So, that's the thing.
Had an 8-month holiday in Afghanistan prison. Russia, well, they have a bunch of nukes full of alcoholics. If you want cheap vodka,
it's like being the king of the world, but you're the only one left. What's the point? Nero Redwood with the 5. I live in Washington. I can attest to the fact that this state blows, and we've had 2 shitty governors in a row. Yeah. You're in one of those perpetual blue states, unfortunately. But, yeah. What, buddy? What do you want? What, puppy dog?
If you go around here, there's a bunch of North Korean villages, so I wouldn't say against it. This is too cold. I would recommend visiting if you can get a visa. If you're from here or here, you're on an enemy nation list. It's really tough to do tourism. Callum from Lotus Eaters, my good friend, he's been there a few times, says good stuff. So Alaska is not a country, but it's really nice. Cabin in the woods, in the cold, beautiful. Is that it? Oh yeah, Antarctica. Not real. So guys, of course, this is all my personal opinion, but I'm just keeping it real with you guys. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to say the world's great. No, the world is a screwed up place, and we must be thankful that in many places in the West, we have a small utopia to ourselves. So, keep counting ourselves lucky. I do complain about England, but some places are very nice. I do complain about Africa. You have nice people from time to time. There's always exceptions, but it's just my general consensus if I was trying to pick a place to travel to around the world. But I want to say thank you for watching this video, my schizo rant. Please do like and subscribe if this video hasn't been taken down. You see all these names scrolling through here? These lovely, lovely people.
Good dog. Good boy. SNK Nostalgia with the 2 jumping off a roof with a golden parachute. Yeah. I guess so. And Donald Herb with the 5. What's up with the best states and environments having the most stupid people? California and Washington. You can thank Reagan for that. You can thank Reagan for his amnesty for, 5+ million illegals? That dramatically shifted the entire voting demographic for the entire West Coast into a perpetual, liberal shithole. So, yeah. The perpetual liberal hellhole is a symptom of Reagan's Amnesty Act. Well, I don't think right-wingers will deny it. I think fucking Republicans will deny it. Which Republicans are not right-wingers anymore. At all. Not even remotely. We don't have a true right-wing party anymore.
I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but if you're a broke boy, just say so.
Tony
awesome.
Esquire
Thanks,
with the
nigga. All
50.
right.
Damn, bro. Jeez. Really appreciate it, man. It's incredibly generous of you. Sup, Griffin? I'm a joint staff protocol officer. We're coordinating ceremonies, conferences, official visits, and social functions involving high-ranking military and civilian officials. Be safe today. It's going to be dope. Yeah, I'm going to probably head out there around 5-ish, I think, is what I'm going to aim to be out in D.C. So I think it'll be cool. I mean, the nice thing is the whole thing's behind a Secret Service checkpoint, so once you're in, I think you're fine. But yeah, it'll be getting in and out that might be the issue. But usually whenever Trump has an event in DC, you know, the whole area surrounding comes out in full force, because the rest of Virginia is incredibly conservative. Same with West Virginia. And then, obviously, you know, people drive from, like, North Carolina and all over. So, usually it's fine. Like, you know, January 6th, the original thing he did, like, military parade, that was, like, loaded with normal people. So, I think it should be fine. No, I'm on a metro. I'm going to get on the metro. It's, like, 15 minutes on the metro. It would take me, like, 50 minutes to get into town. Probably if I drove, so... 15 minutes on the, you know, I think what? I forgot what line. I think Orange Line. I'm not sure. But, yeah. Yeah, it'll be cool. I'm looking forward to it. It's one of the few, I guess, perks of living in the DC area.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
But really appreciate it, man. It's very, very generous of you. And Nero Redwood with the 5. You can also thank Reagan for the reason mentally ill people run around now, and the only thing Washington has to offer is Mount Rainier. That's it. Yeah, I remember that too. He got rid of the mental asylums and stuff. So, yeah. There's a lot of questions I have with the Republican Party and their heroes. But... that's another topic for another time. Ricardo Comstocks with the 5. At Tony Esquire. I train under Tony Esquire in the JDFL. I'm currently out there. Uh-oh. You're loose? I don't think they're ready for you, Ricardo.
I can't afford this shit!
And Donald Herb with the 5. DC is a cool city. Wish Western society built more cool stuff like that. Yeah, it is a cool city. That's the thing, is like all the classical architecture and stuff in like the immediate federal area is really cool. But unfortunately, the second you leave that area, it's like literally, I'm gonna get fucking shot. It is an absolute fucking hellhole in any of the areas outside of, like, the main, like, federal, I guess, National Mall type area that you associate with, like, the typical DC landscape, like the monuments and, like, the Supreme Court and the, you know, Congress building, the White House. That area is nice, but immediately outside of that vicinity is basically hell on earth. But, yeah. I do wish we had more, you know, classical architecture and stuff. How do you feel about the Black Museum? It was deliberately made to be ugly, so I don't like it. The designer of the building said that they wanted to make it an eyesore to take away from the aesthetic of the rest of the DC area. Yeah, it was deliberately designed to be ugly to take away from the aesthetic beauty of the area. To be like a, you know, eyesore. To remember day's struggle. We ain't gonna let y'all forget. The shit like that, I'm sure. Regnier with the 2. Gears Reloaded has no FOV slider. What is the point? Yeah. It's literally just a shitty port of the Ultimate Edition. There's almost no changes whatsoever. Almost no changes whatsoever. So no FOV slider. No borderless window mode, which is annoying. I couldn't even change my settings in certain multiplayer menus and lobbies. So it's the identical game that came out with the Ultimate Edition.
Afford this shit!
Do I have permanent bags under my eyes? Yeah, at this point I probably do.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Ricardo Comstocks to the 10. I just need to remind you, Israel is our greatest ally. I agree, man. Absolutely. And also, Jews are only ever good. Well, I can't say that. Jews are so great, and please also only the best Jews. And determine our beauty here in Euro places. Oh, absolutely, man. Khazar milkers lead the way. Could only hope to have as much beauty as those curly-haired goddesses have. Indeed. And Ragnar with the 2, it's the same menu as Ultimate Edition 2. Yep, pretty much. They just changed the text. So, very, very lazy port. And SNK Nostalgia with the 2, 1996 Vacation, NYC, it was great. Now, nope, yeah. I mean, it's over the past 30 years, the demographic shift in our country has just been so dramatic. Like, it's honestly hard to believe. Just, 50+ million people allowed to just pour in with zero fucking consequence. Or vetting or anything else. It's, like, insanity. Like, basically, we had 1/6 of our population arrive within the past 20 years illegally. It's very depressing to think about. And we have politicians that don't want to fucking do anything about it. Because they're beholden to the fucking fake debt that we have. And they have to increase the population by a certain number, by certain dates, in order to make sure that the debt is backed up by the people of the United States. We had a wonderful country here, and it was sold out for nothing. But the good thing is money is not real. So, in reality, if things ever did get to a tipping point, you could very easily just say, fuck you. But we'll see. Donald Hurd with the 5, but Griffin, they are hardworking taxpayers. They just trying to live their life. Also, California was Mexican, yeah. For 20 years. Before that, it was Spanish for 100. And then, American for 171. But those 20 years are the most important. Remember that. Yeah, I will never, the whole guilt tripping about colonialism and stuff will never work on me. Every single piece of land on this planet has been taken by someone else at some point in human history. It's just a fact. No, you don't want to move to Japan. I mean, yeah, that's correct. Why would I? Why does Gen Z look so old? Because they're putting makeup on so early is my guess. They want young men to work for nothing.
9/11. 9/11. Twin Towers got sent out.
Nope. I'm not listening to some fucking white kid rap. Absolutely not. Cringe. Very easy way for me to unclick a video. There's no incentive to work. Let's see what this is.
You know what, guys? I got a really good 8-hour sleep last night, and as a result, I woke up in a pretty good mood this morning. So I decided I'm going to be a nicer person today. You guys know I'm typically always bashing delusional boomers, corporate shills, and capitalism in my videos, but I am a person with empathy. In other words, I try my best to put myself in someone else's shoes and understand their point of view too. So for this video and this video alone, I'm not going to be bashing delusional boomers.
Yeah, dude, I'm not listening to a white kid rap. Like, have some pride in yourself. That ain't your culture. And it should never be. Donald Herb with the 5 people who say Cali was Mexican. Would cry if you point out Mexico was Spanish. Sorry, Aztecs, but you were only a small fraction of modern-day Mexico. Yeah, I mean, they base it off of Mexico having possession of it for roughly 20 years. Well, the Spanish had it for almost 100. So is it more Spanish than Mexican now? But the U.S. has had it for almost 80 years or something like that. So, yeah, if anything, the U.S. has the biggest claim to it.
Boomers and corporate shills. In fact, I'm going to actually try to put myself in their shoes, understand their point of view, and become one myself. For just the next 15 minutes or so, I'm no longer going to be the philosophical gamer. In fact, I'm going to be the
philosophical gamer.
Capitalist gamer. Now, but here's the funny thing. Even if I use their own logic and adopt their own mindset, Gen Z is still absolutely right for being unemployed and refusing to work. How can this be, you might ask? Well, you're about to find out.
Ricardo Comstocks at the 10. I cannot post what I want to. They stop me every time. Toucans are roaches. They are a vile parasitic species. This is what I know. It is true. Yep. I mean, YouTube definitely censors the absolute and it makes no sense because most of the time you can put it in normal chat. But yeah, YouTube is on overdrive right now with the censorship around. Yeah, those in question because, you know, they're having a PR crisis right now. Like, if you look on the internet, especially on Twitter, there is not a single fucking soul who is, like, sorry for the shit that's happening in Israel right now. Like, almost nobody has any empathy at all for them. It's like, yeah, you fucking blew up their nuclear site. What did you expect? We're the victims. The Holocaust happened.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me pull that up again. Ricardo, you'll like this. Let's see. You'll appreciate this. Where is it? There it is.
I want to show you guys.
What happened? What's
Look
going
at
on?
my tire right here.
Oh boy.
Huge with, you know, it's so sad that this could have been an accident, but the first thing that comes to my mind is if this was an anti-Semitic act, if somebody knew my beard, my yarmulke, and said, let me do that to this guy.
It looks like it was placed there perfectly.
But it's like the inside of the tire. But it's so sad that even that has to go through my mind today. Nation, no people. No one should ever have to have that percolating. Is somebody attacking me for who I am? My race, religion? Are they? But
No, this is 100% serious.
Jewish people today have that. This must stop. 1 second, I want to show you guys.
What happened? What's
Look
going
at
on?
my tire right here.
Oh boy.
Huge with, you know, it's so sad that this could have been an accident, but the first thing that comes to my mind is if this was an anti-Semitic act, if somebody knew my beard, my yarmulke, and said, let me do that to this guy.
It is. It's the eternal victimhood, dude.
It looks like it was placed there perfectly.
But it's like the inside of the tire. But it's so sad that even that has to go through my mind today. Nation, no people, no one should ever have to have that percolating. Is somebody attacking me for
That screw in his tire is anti-Semitic, guys.
who I am? My race, religion?
Javier that dropped that bolt on his way to his work truck is actually a raging anti-Semite.
Are they? But the Jewish people today have that. This must stop. 1 second, I want to show you.
Yes, we must stop it. Oh my god, the anti-Semitism. Holy fuck. It's just, you know, if you want to point to a reason why people are becoming anti-Semitic, it's this type of fucking behavior. Stop acting like a victim for every aspect of your fucking life. And then when anyone says anything you don't like, I'll fucking ruin your life. I'll sue you. I'll take everything you have. I'll get you fired. It's like, Jesus Christ. How do you even fucking live with people like that? It's just like, you want people to treat you like a normal human? Then act like one. Holy fuck. It's like, you bring about all the shit you claim to not want to happen to you. I'll ruin your life. Fuck you. You anti-Semite. It's like, oh my god. But that's always what happens. Anytime anything that they don't like happens, you're anti-Semitic. It's like, no, you're just a fucking asshole. Like, deal with it, bitch. I don't know. How dare you, Goy? I'm God's chosen. Look at me. I'm perfect. Oh my god. It's the same fucking thing every single time. The eternal victimhood mentality. Like that fucking retard Dave Portgoy from Barstool, you know, having his fucking mental breakdown because someone made a Jew joke. He's like, ban all the jokes. It's the Holocaust. Oh my god, bro. How many more of us have to die? I'm tired of it. You sound like Adam Sandler. That's because he is a Jew. Thank you. That was what I was going for, but yeah. Adam Sandler is Jewish. So, there you go. If you didn't know. Donald Herb with the 2, I can say.
Nigga, you.
But not, yeah, obviously. And also the 5, pray for Israel. They just killed some people. Remember the Holocaust. Exactly. We have a right to defend ourselves after we just attack another country. Okay. It's like kicking someone in the shin and then saying, I'm being attacked. It's like, no, you're the aggressor, bitch. Sit down. Ricardo Comstocks to the 10. These people are roaches. They were never the good guys. It's always a lie. They were always rats. Yeah, it's just the behavior is repulsive. Like, no normal human being looks at that type of mentality and goes, yeah, this is
All right,
somebody
awesome.
I wanna
Thanks,
back.
nigga. All right.
So they're their own worst enemies on that front. But yeah, nobody is taking their side with this Iran thing at all, other than the typical, you know, cuck-servatives and, you know, paid-off shills. SNK nostalgia with the 2. Anyhow, my niece is joining the U.S. Army. Medic. Nice. Very cool, man. And Nero Redwood with the 5. We need to take over the Holy Land and claim it under the Catholic Church. Wait, the church hasn't been based for centuries. Well, we just have to overthrow the Pope and put in one that is. And Donald Hurd with the 5. Ye was right. He is one of the good ones. Some might say. That's right. Let's see.
Before we start, it's worth it to take a quick moment to clearly define capitalism. Those of you who follow me know I'm pretty biased when it comes to capitalism. I'm self-aware enough to acknowledge this. So I'll do my best to come up with a fair definition we can hopefully all agree on. To me, capitalism is all about profits. The end game of capitalism is profits and growth above all else. And I'm not going to debate whether this is a good or bad thing in this video. Again, keeping my own personal bias out of this. You can argue that profits are great because it creates more jobs and opportunities for everyone. You can argue it's horrible because it incentivizes people to prioritize money above morality and fellow human beings. I'll leave that up to you in this video. But hopefully we can all reasonably agree that for better or for worse, the ultimate endgame of capitalism is profits above all else. Capitalist companies themselves will even admit this when they say this affects our bottom line. The bottom line, of course, being profits. Okay, so we've established an unbiased definition of capitalism. Once again, I'm not saying it's a good or bad thing that capitalism is all about profits. You can make a case either way. I'm just establishing that profits are the ultimate endgame for any capitalist businessman, company, or corporation. There shouldn't be anything remotely controversial about that statement. Okay, cool. So now that we can all agree on a fair definition of capitalism, let's now get into the juicy truth bombs of this video. Buckle up, guys. You're about to see why Gen Z's decision of not wanting to work is totally justified, even from a pure capitalist standpoint. In fact, you could even call it...
It's not justified. Being a stay-at-home bum is never justified.
The ultimate capitalist revenge. Part 1, living with parents, aka cutting costs. One thing I always found very ironic is how it's always the most conservative, capitalist, free market people who are the most fervently obsessed with hardcore shaming Gen Z for living with their parents. It's really weird.
Yeah, because if you live with your parents and you're a stay-at-home son that does nothing, or a stay-at-home daughter, which is way more common, FYI, even though nobody likes to say that. The stereotype is the 30-year-old guy that lives at home. More often than not, it's actually women that stay at home longer than men. But, you know, if you're just sitting at home, having mom and dad pay for everything, you're not working, and you're just, you know, lounging around all day, then, yeah, you're a bum.
Because these people view literally everything as a business, as an Excel spreadsheet of profits and losses. But when it comes to your own personal life and finances, suddenly they lose all their financial literacy. As we already established, capitalism is all about profits, and profits are very easy to define. It is simply a math equation of revenue subtracted by cost. A lot of people are obsessed with the revenue portion of the equation because that's what looks and feels better. But the best capitalist businessmen are all equally, if not more, ruthless when it comes to cutting costs as well. So,
did he really show Henry Ford?
But the best capitalist businessmen are all equally, if not more, ruthless when it comes to cutting costs as well. So,
Henry Ford is like one of the good guys of like the capitalistic, you know, I guess industrial revolution era. He was the one who established like a that isn't Henry Ford. It looked like him. Who was that? Who was it then? Oh, is it Rockefeller? Okay. Yeah, then that's a fair comparison. Although, not really. I don't know. It depends on what topic.
So, what does this all have to do with Gen Z increasingly deciding to live with their parents? Well, since we've all agreed to be capitalists just for this video...
Yeah, Henry Ford was one of the good guys. So, he's the one that cut the work week down from 6 days to 5 days. He established like a minimum amount of pay for all of his workers, like a minimum wage, basically. So, yeah, a lot of the improvements in the workplace that came about during that era were a direct result from Henry Ford just being a decent man.
You have to look at your own personal life and finances as a business too. And in the context of profits above all else, Gen Z's decision to live with their parents is the absolute best cost-cutting measure available to them now, especially with how absurdly ridiculous rent prices are these days. Furthermore, it's not even as if renting is some sort of investment or necessary business expense where you pay up front, take a hit in the short term so that you can eventually profit more in the long term. You're not even paying to eventually own the apartment in the future, like with a mortgage. You're literally just bleeding money solely for the sake of bleeding money. Now, you tell me, in which universe would any capitalist businessman say that that's a good idea? If you told Rockefeller, Elon Musk, or Jeff Bezos, guys who went to the most extreme lengths to cut every penny possible, that your boomer parents want you to move out and pay $2,000 per month on a totally unnecessary business expense that only drains half your paycheck and doesn't contribute to helping profits in any way whatsoever, they would absolutely laugh in your face and tell you to get a reality check. And this is the biggest problem with delusional boomers and corporate shills. They want you to waste.
Ricardo Comstocks with the 10. Ford wrote, yeah, I had a feeling you were going to mention that. Wrote The International Jew, a must read. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Yeah. Henry Ford was a big fan of Papa H as well.
Half your paycheck on a pointless and unnecessary expense every month. But they themselves would never do that. They shame you for living with your parents to save money. But they themselves would go to the absolute depths of hell to save every single penny imaginable. Gen Z is simply watching what they do instead of...
Yeah, but it's funny, bro. Henry Ford was like just an engine autist. Like, he's literally the definition of like basically an autist turned like multi-billionaire. So he just like had a knack for taking things apart and rebuilding them. And, you know, he literally had an issue with like public speaking. He got super shy in public. You know, he liked to keep to himself and everything, but he's like incredibly smart. Like one of the smartest people probably of that entire era. Like just incredibly intelligent. So it's kind of funny. But yeah, Henry Ford is like the turbo aughts guy of that era. But yeah, he was a decent guy. Treated his employees well. Never raised the price even though it put his company in financial peril. So, yeah, no. He is like an exemplary person in like the world of business during that era, especially with how ruthless most of the others were. But, yeah.
What they tell you to do. And it's pretty hilarious how those two things are almost...
Yeah, he created the concept of the assembly line. Yep. Estigating Soldier... I'll pull it up real quick. Is it gonna play? Oh, there we go.
Ready, set, go! With ready, set, go! I have AUT, ISM. I have AUT, ISM, autism. Don't be scared of me. Don't be scared of me. 'Cause we're the same, you and me. I have AUT, ISM. I have AUT, ISM, autism. Let's be friends and play a game. I might seem different, but we're the same. We both have eyes. And
Alright, there you go.
Never the same. Jeff Bezos was obsessively frugal in the early days of Amazon. Early Amazon employees remember even at the height of growth, he made employees bring their own desks made from cheap doors and refused to spend on office luxuries. One famous quote from an early executive claimed Jeff would walk the halls turning off lights to save on electricity. Elon Musk, in 2008, during the peak of the financial crisis, immediately cut 25% of Tesla's workforce nearly overnight. He didn't wait to restructure slowly, he acted like a spreadsheet. If you didn't directly generate revenue or progress, you were cut. Brutal, but rational to a capitalist. Rockefeller became the first billionaire in history, partially by slashing costs to absurd levels. He forced railroads to give him rebates, essentially blackmail level discounts, paid workers far less than his competitors, and bought out rivals who couldn't compete with his ruthless efficiencies. These guys would literally starve millions of people if it meant they'd save a single penny. What do you think would happen if you told them half your paycheck was going towards rent, an expense you could avoid if you had the option to live with your parents? They would absolutely laugh in your face and tell you what a stupid idea that is. Hey guys, real quick, just wanted to say thank you all so much for this incredible, rapidly growing community we're building here. Wow, I swear it seems like it was just yesterday when we just barely hit 10K, and we're already almost up to 15K right now. So if you're new here and enjoying this content, definitely consider subscribing.
Jeff Bezos is your god. I don't even really shop on Amazon that much.
And helping us get closer to this key milestone. Part 2,
So I don't
debt.
think so.
Let's imagine this scenario. You walk up to Elon Musk, John D. Rockefeller, or Jeff Bezos, and you present them this business proposal. Hey, let's give an 18-year-old who just finished high school a $50K student loan debt to force him to study something he doesn't even want to study himself in the hopes that he might be able to pay it off 20 years later. Oh, and by the way, it's only a 50% chance he even gets a job in the first place. Oh, and by the way, even if he does get a job, it likely won't be enough to pay back the loan anyways. Oh, and by the way, there's also a great chance that AI will have taken the job of whatever he was studying for before he even graduates. What do you think they would say? Well,
exactly as planned is exactly what they would say. Is this guy really so fucking stupid that he doesn't understand that the corporations are the one that want these people in debt? These people are the ones pushing for everyone to go into college and to go into debt so they don't have to pay you anything, you fucking halfwit. Like, for someone who claims to have unraveled the mystery of, you know, why Gen Z doesn't want to work, you don't understand the driving factor for the conditions in which they're living in. The whole push for everyone going to college and taking out student loans is to essentially make people debt slaves, so they have to take whatever job comes their way and accept, you know, piss poor pay in order to start paying off their student loans, which are due immediately after they graduate. So the entire system is designed to basically make you an indentured servant to your debt payments. Nero Redwood with the 10. Fun fact, John Carmack, one of the founders of id Software, tore down a wall in the office so he could watch his employees to make sure they were working, mostly because Romero was messing around a lot. Yeah. Especially in small businesses, that's very common. So, the debt slave system is the real expression, right? Yeah, I mean, that's the whole system. Is, you know, corporations fund the colleges and require college degrees in order to, you know, get a job, which when you graduate from college, you take out a massive loan. What are you going to do? You have to pay it off, so you're going to accept whatever job comes your way.
Donate, or get the fuck
You're not
out.
going to shop around and get, you know, the fair pay for whatever it is you're doing. You're going to need to survive. So it's a system of basically indentured servitude that's deliberately set up in a way that most people will never pay off their student loans, even by age 50. And you're just continuously enslaved to this massive amount of debt that you were strapped with from the very minute you turned 18. So, it's all by design. Like, does this guy really not understand that? The Jeff Bezoses of the world are the ones who penned this very system.
Well, this is a pretty hilarious no-brainer, obviously.
Let's see. Real controversial truth of the 5 months. Someone kicks me in the shin. Christians love thy enemy and pray for him. Me does that and get kicked in the balls and thrown off a cliff, low tier God style. Yeah, I mean, it's just, don't even get me started on the cuck Christians. Like, people have been so pacified, man. It's really sad to see.
Of course, they would just laugh hysterically in your face and tell you to GTFO of their office. And yet, this is what your delusional boomer parents and society want you to do the second you turn 18, especially in regards to college. Not only do they want you to do it, they force you to do it. They threaten to kick you out and cut off financial support if you don't do it. And the rest of society applauds them and claps along, shaming you as some sort of weirdo if you don't want to accept this legitimately insane business proposal. And yet, your boomer parents love to ass, kiss, and worship these CEOs all day. They even want you to be more successful like them. Well, you can now tell them that all of them would immediately tell you to GTFO out of their office if you came at them with the idea of going into massive amounts of debt just for a small chance that maybe one day you'll get a job from it. Part 3, businesses are on welfare too. I made a video a while back about how we all deserve universal basic income because there are hidden passive ways unemployed people contribute value just by existing. For example, if you're unemployed, you have a far less carbon footprint burden on the planet as you don't have to drive to work and your consumption habits will likely emit far less carbon emissions than somebody who works. Now, some people...
Wait. So you should be paid monthly for not emitting carbon? Dear fucking God. Yeah, this guy's brain rotted beyond belief.
Push back on this, saying that this isn't really contributing value, it's just decreasing burden. But what they fail to realize is that once you're in debt, especially if you're in as deep of a hole as we all are in right now, there's literally no difference between the two. The difference between negative 1,000 and 0 is exactly the same difference as the difference between 0 and positive 1,000. And if you don't believe me, consider that the majority of publicly traded businesses on the stock market, enterprises that are as capitalist as it gets, are not profitable. They can't turn a profit from their own business operations, and as a result, they have to depend on other forms of assistance, such as bank loans, investors, or government subsidies, which are funded by taxpayers, just like welfare is. This is why it's so funny to me when people say Gen Z is lazy or entitled for thinking they deserve free stuff. Businesses receive literally billions of times more, and none of them bat an eye. They don't necessarily have a problem with people receiving welfare. They only have a problem with poor people receiving welfare. Now, if you press them on this, a lot of them will say they're also against corporate welfare as well. But here's the thing. Over half of publicly traded businesses would go out of business pretty quickly if you eliminated corporate welfare. Our whole economy and society depends on welfare and people receiving free stuff. Over half of companies literally would not be able to function without it. But we only have a problem when poor people receive it. As this comment puts it perfectly, rich and not working. Okay, poor and not working. Scandal! Part 4, who's really the burden? So, as we've already established...
Yeah, it is a scandal if you're poor and not working. If you're rich and not working, why the fuck would you need to, work? You're already wealthy. You don't need other people to take care of you. You can fund your own lifestyle. If you're poor, then you're relying on other people. This is retarded. Ricardo Comstock said the 5, the bad guys were actually the good guys. Every white dude knows it, and they lost. Who did this to them? Yeah. The current state of our society from a moral perspective is beyond disgusting. Truly disgusting. I don't know. I mean, the good thing is it will not last. There's no way. Eventually, something will have to give. I mean, it may take a long time, maybe past after we're dead, but eventually, I think the pendulum will swing back and swing back very, very hard. Because when people finally wake up to the fact of how just fucking degenerate all this shit is, the retribution is probably going to be biblical. And Donald Herb with the 5, holy shit, just saw this guy talking about another Muslim rape gang in the UK, and holy shit, why do they keep accepting this shit? It's not working. 'Cause, dude, multiculturalism is our strength. We need more kebab carts.
The difference between -1,000 and 0 is exactly the same difference between 0 and +1,000. Most companies are not even profitable themselves. So this means even for most capitalist companies, the goal isn't so much to profit more. The goal is to just reduce your debt or burden as much as possible. Again, not here to bash capitalism in this video, just here to apply the same capitalist logic businesses benefit from to our own lives as well. Fair is fair. Same rules for everyone. So let's go back to Gen Z's decision to live with your parents and refuse to work, aka refuse to be...
Yeah, but what's stupid about that logic is a company is evaluated not by how much money it makes now, but how much future earnings could be. A person who gets paid to do nothing is going to continue to do nothing. That's not the case for companies.
Be exploited. This is just a capitalist cost-cutting measure to reduce debt and expenses as much as possible. All this delusional boomer logic of, but you have to work, or you're a burden to society, but you have to work, or you're a burden to others. Well, so are most publicly traded businesses, but the goal is to lessen the burden as much as possible, right? So Gen Z's decision to be unemployed is simply a smart economic decision that literally any capitalist business themselves would do. Capitalists always say that nothing is free, and that's why we have to work for everything. But if nothing is free, then getting a job isn't free either. In fact, it is one of the most expensive things on the planet right now, and you'll be way less of a burden if you're unemployed than if you work. Let's do the math. 4 most viable careers these days, ones that your boomer parents would consider a quote-unquote real job. You need a degree, which means you have to go into at least $30,000 of student loan debt. Also, once you graduate, you're going to have to move to a big city where rent is significantly more expensive. You're also going to need a car to get to work on time reliably, not to mention in America, pretty much every employer...
Not in the big city, you don't.
Requires this to the extent that they won't even consider your job application if you don't have a car. Rent in a big city is probably going to run you at least $2,000 per month. A car is probably going to cost you at least $20,000 if you get a new and reliable one. You could always get an old, rundown used car, but those are very prone to breaking down, and eventually the maintenance and insurance costs are going to add up to the cost of a new car anyways. So now we're well over $70,000 in debt before we've even earned a single dollar. Keep in mind as well, none of these upfront debts you have to pay even guarantees you a job. We all know very well that in this economy, most people who get a degree can't get a job anyways. And even if you are one of the lucky few...
Yeah, because they got a shitty degree.
Who gets a job, what are the chances you'll ever pay back all these debts? Student loan debt alone, on average, takes 20 years to pay back, and this is only going to get much, much worse with how bad inflation has gotten. We're probably now in a situation where most of us will never pay back the insane amounts of debt we have to go into just to get a job. Correction, the insane amounts of debt we have to go into just for the hope of getting a job, and to be even more specific, for a less than 50% chance that your degree will get you a job. Now, compared to if you're just an unemployed Gen Z living at home with your parents, you have zero debt, zero expenses, maybe you cost your parents $300 per month in food or whatever, and this can be easily paid for if you just find a few online freelance gigs, or even just by helping out
online freelance gigs. Oh my god.
Around the house. So this is why this whole logic of, but you should work, otherwise you'll be a burden to society, is a totally stupid emotional argument. This entire statement only makes sense if jobs are free to get in the first...
Okay, but what do you do after your parents no longer want to pay for you? You have no money, no savings, no house, no place to go, no job, no work history. Congratulations. You're in a shittier position than you were in originally. Should always have some sort of income.
Place. But they're not. They're actually really expensive. And this means you'll be a far bigger burden to society if you do work than if you don't work. You'll be a $70,000 burden to society and your parents if you try to get a job. You'll be a $300 per month burden if you just live at home unemployed. Allow me to quickly clarify one thing. I'm not calling people who try to work and contribute a burden. I'm calling the system that forces them into debt a burden. The system will make you a far bigger burden if you do work than if you don't work. Now, once again, what would any capitalist businessman say about all this? If you went up to any of these billionaire CEOs,
go be a plumber, go be an electrician, go work on engines, go fucking do welding. Go do HVAC repair. Go buy a fucking pressure washer and offer to clean people's houses. Like, there's plenty of ways to make money that don't involve going to college. So, it's just idiotic. You can go fucking do landscaping.
these delusional boomers and corporate shills love to ask, kiss, and worship all day. What would they say if you asked them this question? Hey, so I have two choices right now. Option one, I can either run a business where we operate at a small, manageable $300 per month loss, and it won't be that hard to find a few couple online freelance gigs to pay that back. Or option two, I can try a really insane and risky business idea where I first have to go 70K into debt for a less than 50% chance I'll even make a single dollar from it, and then even much—
Yeah, this is a demoralization agent in action. This guy's doing way more harm than good.
Smaller chance I'll ever pay that debt back and become profitable. Every single one of them would laugh in your face and ask, what kind of stupid question is that? Why even bother wasting my time with a proposal as ridiculous as option two? And this leads me to the ultimate point of the video. When it comes to delusional boomers and the capitalist shills they worship, watch what they do, not what they say. They want you to go into absurd amounts of debt that you'll never pay back, but they themselves would never, ever consider going into that level of debt for less than 50% chance they'll ever make a single dollar from it. They want you to waste money paying for rent, car payments, and all these unnecessary expenses, but they themselves wouldn't waste a single dollar when it comes to running their own businesses. So Gen Z living with parents and refusing to work in this system and this economy isn't being lazy or entitled. They're just doing what any capitalist businessman does when running their own businesses. They've rightfully seen that it's straight up just more profitable to be unemployed with how expensive it is to get a job now. They're cutting costs and reacting to free market incentives, or the lack thereof. In many ways, them being unemployed is really just the perfect capitalist revenge. Now, the recent uprising of Gen Z NEETs started out as just a small niche community, but those days are over. It's rapidly exploded into a massive international movement influencing real change around the world right now. We cover this more in this video right here. Check it out. I'll see you there. Thanks for watching.
Getting a job. Let's talk about it.
About a year ago,
Getting a job. Getting a job is bad. That's right. It does way more harm than good, dude. Is Gen Z like the new buzzword to put in your fucking video title? Uh-oh, we all have black fatigue.
Wherever you have to go, just get away. Because there's no fixing this.
What if I were to tell you that there was a high school athlete who was stabbed to death by another high school athlete at a track meet for telling him he was in the wrong seat? And in this altercation, both individuals are males, one white, one black. Can you guess which one perpetrated the crime? Of course you can. Everyone can. Young black males are extremely disproportionate.
Yeah, this shit's crazy, dude. Look. So you always hear like the narrative that basically, you know, men are the most violent, like offenders, but look at white men compared to black women. Like, that's insane, bro. Like, they always tell you, like, look how much more violent black females are compared to white females. Look at that shit. 16 versus 1.4. 13 versus 1.9. 4 versus 0.8. That's wild, dude. And in every single category, they're more violent than white men. So,
violent. Everyone knows it, especially in the age of pocket cameras, and it's backed up by every statistical record the FBI has ever released. This is a fact. The data is there and in abundance. Refusing to accept this premise in the first place is an admission that you don't actually want to remedy the violent crime epidemic in this country. Some people are simply more worried with how you talk about the problem rather than the actual problem itself. 17-year-old Austin Metcalf was stabbed in the heart by 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony when Austin and his brother attempted to remove the black male they did not recognize from their tent at a track meet in Frisco, Texas. I know it's hard to believe, maybe Netflix can clear this one up for us. This was an anti-white hate crime. They happen a lot in the modern Western world. Surely members of the black community perceive barbaric acts of this caliber to be unjustifiable as well, right? I mean, who wouldn't? Just not the ones who have already raised $230,000 for his defense fund on Give, Stand, Go, in the first fundraiser in history, entirely funded by welfare. White people are victims of black crime at an astoundingly disproportionate rate in this country, like 10 to 20 times the inverse, as FBI statistics showcase, despite the country consisting of 5 times more whites. And we're not talking about per capita. These are raw numbers. Just under 5% of all black males in the USA will commit murder in their lifetime. 1 in 22.
Just get the fuck away.
Yesterday, 46-year-old Muslim Brunson was charged with attempted murder, assault, and criminal possession of a weapon after he approached 25-year-old Megan Berg from behind and slashed her neck with a broken bottle in New York City. It's fascinating how, regardless if it's the USA, England, France, Germany, so on, you ever really see this go one way, and no one is supposed to talk about it.
This can't be fixed.
I open my car, I was gonna go get him some food, and literally the second I open my door to step out, he just like starts stabbing me.
Fort Worth Police Department says Quindarius.
There's no fixing this.
These are hate crimes that you would never hear.
Quindarius.
The Mockingbird media address in a million years. Go ahead, check the front pages of CNN, the Washington Post, and MSNBC. I'm sure you'll find a stirring memorial about how cool Val Kilmer was in Tombstone and Top Gun. Now, mainstream media would rather portray white people as the ultimate perpetrators, because most people are dumb and will believe what they're told without a second thought. I wonder how many billions of dollars of damage cities will endure as a result of this murder. How much looting and arson and public outcry will come from this? How many murals with Austin's face on it will he see? How many murals with Austin's face on it will get blown up by lightning? Will he get a gold casket and have his funeral broadcast on national TV? Will his murderer be crucified in the media, or even mentioned? The obvious answer to these questions is a big fat no. Austin Metcalf's life did not matter as much as the life of the 65 IQ armed-robbing career criminal ODing on fentanyl. Can you imagine if the races were reversed? Says banal commentator 3000. It would be the biggest national headline. Yeah, we know. That's the only way the right addresses this. Attacking the obviously corrupt news apparatus, instead of accepting the horror of letting yourself be called racist.
This is why they took my guns. I have my guns. At least I think so. Maybe I'll go check, but yeah, last time I did check, I do have my guns.
By 1,000,001 imbeciles and troglodytes for speaking as aggressively and forthright as the situation calls for. Everybody knows who you're looking out for when you use the ATM or walk down the block. If you're scared of offending morons or being called a racist for acknowledging reality, then you're an easily disarmed weasel. This country was not built by limp dicks and compromise, and it certainly won't be saved by it. Quick, folks, if you haven't already, please hit the like and subscribe button. It really helps out when you do that. Thank you. Let's listen on and try to absorb some hard truth from the most impressive minds you'll ever be thankful were given access to modern technology.
Y'all not gonna make me believe or feel any kind of sympathy for Austin Metcalf at all. He put his hands on that young man when he should have kept them hands to himself. When the young man told him...
Why does she have, like, literal fucking turds hanging from her head? There's no way she actually thinks that looks good.
Touch me and see. You bet not touch me.
Hey, your ceiling bird is chirping.
That meant that I don't want
you... The ceiling bird.
In my space, I don't want you touching me. Rosa Parks days is over. Austin Metcalf got exactly what he deserved.
Just get the fuck away.
Yeah, now do Jordan Neely. You heard it here first. If someone grabs your arm, it's entirely warranted to drive razor-sharp objects you're carrying illegally into their internal organs. I mean, according to this genius. I wouldn't actually try it if I were you. That's called excessive force. Now, this would obviously not hood up in coat, but that's an entirely different subject altogether. We're talking about black girl magic theory here, okay? When they speak, you listen. This is going to be compulsory STEM curriculum soon.
You motherfucking can't see yourself. That boy felt entitled.
This can't be fixed.
I want to clarify something right off the start because I've already heard some rumors and gossip. This was not a race thing, and this is not a political thing. Please do not comment. If you do not know what happened, do not turn this into a racial thing. It was not. Do not politicize this. It's not. This is a human being thing. This person made a bad choice and affected both his family and my family forever.
Unbelievable. This is absolutely vile. This is exactly what so many boomers and boomer-adjacent individuals fail to grasp and do it. You willfully ignore immutable facts of reality.
Yeah, what a fucking cuck, bro. His own son gets killed in a racially motivated attack, and he's still cucking out for diversity. What a yeah, there's a special spot in hell for him. What an absolute spineless coward. Spineless fucking coward. Ricardo Comstocks of the 10. You hear how great Japan and Korea is to visit. Imagine a place just for whites. Switzerland. Who is preventing this? Well, they have huge beaks. I only hate them. Yeah, Switzerland and Norway are really your only two options for that nowadays. Unfortunately. Yeah. It's funny. You know, white countries need multiculturalism, but no one else does. Why is that? I don't know. It's hard to figure out, man.
Dead sons. This is how real life works and has always worked. Fellas, make sure she looks at you the way a white dad looks at a minority who just brutally murdered his child. If this was not a race or a political thing, this was a human being. He made a mistake.
Nah, Norway is very hard to get into still, because they have the Sovereign Wealth Fund, so it's almost impossible to become a citizen of Norway. You have to have everything lined up. Same with Switzerland.
Son. No response. How many times have we seen this exact same response from the parents of victims in the past decade? This was not a race or political thing. This was a human being. He made a mistake, because rationalizing your hasty and unwarranted forgiveness relieves your incumbency and duty to take meaningful action. Imagine you raise a daughter or son for 18 years. You essentially become one with them. Now imagine they randomly die one day, because a member of an extremely statistically likely violent demographic has the impulse to turn him into another likely statistic. Do you, A, pretend like it's your moral obligation and duty to forgive this electric chair-bound reprobate, exchanging your child's existence for a heartwarming PSA for the expansion of tolerance and diversity after getting stabbed to death by it? Or do you, B, demand restitution and demand a cultural address as to why the fuck your son is dead? If you pick A at all, let alone while the corpse of your son is still warm, it's hard to imagine you really loved him. If you did, the hate for the evil enacted upon him would send you into a blind rage. It's almost like these parents are getting held at gunpoint to say these things. Forgiveness isn't even in the question. It's not like this invalid even asked for forgiveness in the first place. How could you have already granted it? Do you really think he's looking for it? It's not an issue of starvation, as the wind plays a discordant harmony on his brittle ribcage and the rocks that his body is sprawled out across. When struck with a hijacked 767, you don't blame the building for being incapable of withstanding structural damage. You take action against the perpetrators, unless in the event, of course, it was perpetrated by Israel. My generation is taking over right-wing politics. And this like fake evangelical classical conservatism sports ball loving swill drinking boomer cuckery is running on fumes. I promise that. My generation is not going to allow me to be more concerned with the murders and abuse of children by minorities than their own parents are. This suicidal, spiritual, and intellectual pacifism is not going to last into the coming years. Some people are sure as hell gonna try though. Amy Coney Barrett sided with the other 3 women who were on the Supreme Court for some reason to rule against Trump's completely legal use of the 1798 Alien and Seditions Act, which gives the president authority to deport aliens unilaterally. In this case, Venezuelan nationals, largely ones participating in violent gang fare. Thanks, Amy. Very cool. Defying the Constitution, siding with gangs and aliens is very MAGA, just like when you refuse to help block vaccine mandates. She also very visibly has a case of TDS, which is strange considering Trump gave her job. Gee, I wonder if she's one of those weird white parents like Mike Johnson who adopts Haitian children for virtue points. Wow, I didn't see that one coming. Thank you as always for watching, folks. Like and subscribe to the channel. You can follow me on X at Nuclear Grifter. We'll see you soon. Peace out.
The dad is scared. Yeah, probably. I mean, it's just, I don't know, dude. Yeah. The days of white guilt need to fucking end. This shit's retarded as fuck, man. What the fuck do you have to be, like, guilty over? It's not our fault they envy us. Yeah, it's just sad, bro. Very, very sad. The ooga booga fictation of language. I'm tempted just to click on it because of the title. SNK nostalgia with the 2. Evil will always exist. I wish we could stop it. I do too, man. I absolutely wish we could too.
I just said you have a blessed day, McChicken.
Bro, you know who you playing with, bro?
What you mean?
Get that McChicken shit from, bro.
Nah, I'm just saying, cause I ain't gonna lie, cause you know how like there's an M? Like I thought like
I know what the fuck on my face, bro. I don't know what you thought, bro. Stop playing with me, boy. You know who you at, bro?
Nah, we in Chicago. I just said like I got you on pump 1, bro.
Nah, you tweaking in here, boy. You at Facebook goofy shit. Cuz, boy, you always with me, gang. Like I don't stop.
Why
you stop?
Why you so mad, boo boo?
Who the f is your boo boo though?
No. I was on the phone.
Call me boo.
No, look.
Where's your boo boo?
No, look. This is, I just felt like I ain't gonna lie to you. I feel like at the end of the day, it's like I thought you was a part of that LGBT.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
That's what you thinking?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so you think I'm part of that zesty community? You bugging, G. Ain't nobody no stinky, but you bugging, G.
Oh, your butt don't stink
back there, G.
Huh?
You must smell yourself right now. You must stink back there, gang.
Nah, your butt don't stink.
No, you must stink back there, gang. Stop playing.
The youth of America and the wider West, for that matter, inhabit a seamless world, endlessly consuming low-quality TikTok and Instagram slop that feeds into the generational disdain for being articulate, dressing in anything other than a hoodie with broccoli hair, or, God forbid, cultivating one's manners. To do so would to be finding oneself standing in a peer crowd of none. People, especially the young, mimic those whom they perceive as having the most social capital, and Gen Z, for their part, idolize social media influencers.
Catch me outside, how about that?
Huh?
Catch me outside, how about that?
Catch you outside? What does that mean?
what I just said.
Catch her outside and she'll go outside and do what she has to do.
Language reflects the health of a civilization, and the English language is showing signs of steep decay. So what does this mean for the overall health of society? Well, let's find out. But first, a word from our sponsor.
Doom watching.
Using the internet without encryption is like sending a private message to a group who encrypts your core copy. You're secure. It also like Netflix.
I just thought the title was funny. The Ooga Boogafication.
Windows, Mac, Android, and more, sent off the and secure your the funeral of one of my best friends and somewhat of a father figure to me. His name was Alan, and his passing marks one of the very few of what is left of old London. He was born in a rough part of the city, and through his own passion for education, reading, and learning, as well as the social confirmation, at least at that time, that came with speaking with a wide and articulate vocabulary, made himself into what one would have in previous generations rightly been known as a proper English gentleman. Juxtapose Alan and his extremely articulate use of the English language with what is now known as Multicultural London English, MLE, a dialect that has emerged in London, particularly among the young. It's a mix of influences from the various immigrant groups that have settled in the city and now make up the majority of its population. MLE is sometimes also referred to as Jaffakin in the media, similar to the Multicultural Toronto English, MTE, often called the Toronto accent. While some may call this a transition or a welcome transformation or just another aspect of the strength that we have so much of in the multicultural West, it really, really is not in reality.
reliable car चाहिए in stock सड्डी को 2025 Honda Civic Sport हैगी है. You can own this car in only $290 bi-weekly with $0 down. For best deal.
I give you a best price. Oh my god. SK nostalgia with the 5. I lived in Puerto Rico, US base. People from everywhere we hanged out, playing video games, watching movies, and climbing rocks around the ocean. Nice, man. Yeah, Puerto Rico back in the day was a lot nicer than it is now, that's for sure. They still haven't cleaned it up after that one storm that came through.
Try and understand, if you will, the trajectory of modern society, as it suggests a cyclical pattern of rising and falling, with language serving as the barometer for cultural vitality.
Is that the guy from fucking Game of Thrones?
Civilizations, as history shows, often peak in cultural and intellectual output before descending into fragmentation, driven by forces like loosened social norms, demographic shifts, and now in the 21st century, technological acceleration. Today we see this in the evolution of spoken English, from its apex in the mid-19th to mid-20th centuries to the emerging broken and truncated speech patterns of younger generations, which reflect a broader unraveling of the cohesive identity of all of the English-speaking nations. Ebonics-like language simplification, evident in the emerging multicultural forms of English springing up across the Anglosphere, is not merely a stylistic quirk or a new form of speaking or accent, but a symptom of cultural entropy. And linguistic decline, along with civilizational decline, often follows a pattern, as noted by Sir John Glubb, during periods of decadence and intellectualism. And now the rootless youth of the multicultural West are fully immersed in this fluid environment, and what this is inevitably foreshadowing is a coming future where language is reduced.
That armor looks sick as fuck. Yup, the Romans were based.
To utilitarian grunts, ooga boogas, if you will, functional but stripped of articulation, poetic, or philosophical depth. Technological progress, while a hallmark of intellectual peaks, paradoxically is hastening this decline. Moreover, these advancements have shortened attention spans and are greatly degrading the use of language to match the rapid pace of information exchange. We're now heading into a world few could have possibly imagined. Communication seems to be collapsing into a minimalist code sufficient for machine-human interfaces, and thus the same between dumbed-down people, and all but devoid of cultural richness. FYI, I'm LMAO IRL. Yet, this decline isn't inevitable. Civilizations have historically self-corrected through cultural revivals or external shocks. A conscious push to preserve linguistic heritage through education, literature, or even deliberate rejection of digital shorthand could slow this slide into linguistic oblivion. Without such efforts, Zoomer's speech might be the harbinger of a world where language and the civilization it reflects is reduced to a shadow of its former self. So, thank you very much for watching. If you did like the video, please check to see that you're still subscribed.
That was, like, very uneventful. That literally just felt like a reason to put an ad. Oh, God. The Raymond guy. We've come full circle now. And we got the Redditor Wizard guy, too. Wowie zowie, man. Ricardo Comstocks at the 10. Israel is our enemy of every white man. And also at the 10, I have hate, only hate. Well, I know who you voted for in the poll, but yeah. They're definitely not acting like our greatest ally, that's for sure. That's for damn sure. And I think a lot of people are waking up to that fact. I think a lot of people are waking up to that right now. Go to sleep? Why? No. In the poll. There's a poll in the chat where it's like, whose side are you on? And the choices are Iran or Israel. So I said, I have a feeling who you voted for in the poll. Not in the election. Yeah, I gotta go to downtown DC later too for the military parade. So the current situation of Japan's low desire society, young people don't date, buy homes, or work hard. Yo, sounds like me.
Right now in Japan, something strange is happening. Young people seem to have silently agreed to stop buying houses, stop getting married, stop having kids, stop spending, and even stop caring about work. Promotions?
Literally me, for real, dude.
Salary raises? Forget it. Some are choosing to live day by day, working short-term gigs, earning today, spending today, not even wanting to take a single coin home. To describe this phenomenon, Japanese scholar Kenichi Omai coined a new term, low desire society. In simple words, it's like everybody decided to lie flat, living a carefree, salted fish.
You're gonna solve the problem? Are you gonna breed with 1 million Japanese women?
Lifestyle. But how low can Japan's youth desires actually go? Curious? Then follow Uncle Lang.
You're gonna have to fuck until your foreskin comes off.
Because today, we're diving into the strange world of Japan's low desire society. It wasn't always like this. Back during Japan's economic boom, things were completely different. The rich flew around the world buying luxury goods and art. Ordinary people too spent money like there was no tomorrow. Consumerism was everywhere. Gold leaf ramen, gold flake ice cream. Extravagant spending was normal.
Yeah, gold flake ice cream is not... Bro, you can get those gold flake sheets for like 50 cents. They're not even expensive.
If you didn't drop 10...
That is a big-ass scam. Like that fucking whatever steakhouse where they give you the gold-plated steak. Like, literally, those gold sheets, you can buy a pack of them for like $3, and you get like 20. They're absolutely nothing.
Tens of thousands of yen just eating out. You felt embarrassed to tell anyone. Real estate prices? Out of control. In 1989, the total value of Japanese land was 4 times that of the entire United States. Selling Tokyo to buy America wasn't even a full joke. Back then, buying a house...
Really? That's actually kind of... I didn't know it was that bad. Damn.
...was seen as guaranteed profit. People rushed into the housing market, even with crazy mortgage rates.
The Japanese real estate market was 4 times the price of America's? That's actually kind of crazy.
Of 8 to 10%, and then the tragedy struck. In the 1990s, the real estate bubble burst. Overnight, countless people fell from heaven to hell. Hundreds of thousands of families went bankrupt. Tens of thousands became homeless. In Tokyo alone, the homeless population doubled. And so, over the next 30 years, Japan's economy stayed stuck, barely moving. It was in this frozen time that the low desire society slowly formed. One clear sign? Young people stopped wanting to buy homes. In 1990, a new apartment in Tokyo cost 934,000 yen per square meter. That's about 41,000 yuan at the time. Imagine this back then. It took 26 years of working without spending a single yen just to buy an apartment. Later, prices crashed. By 2002, it fell to 13,000 yen per square meter. Prices have risen a little since, but never returned to the peak. Today, a new 70 square meter apartment in Tokyo costs about 13 times the average yearly income. Nationwide,
Jesus Christ. That's really... Damn.
Only 8 times. Mortgage rates, dirt low. Even 35-year loans stay under 2%.
13x the annual income. Wowie zowie, bro. I mean, That's about what it is in my area. So I can't really say it's that shocking, but, you know, still, that's really high.
Even 50-year loans stay below 3%, but still, nothing seems to awaken the desire to buy. Among young people, it's almost a consensus. Carrying a mortgage? Pointless burden. Between 1,983 and 2013, home ownership among 25 to 20.
Yeah, I mean, the average house where I'm in is like 1.5 million, and my income's a little over 100,000, so, yeah. I mean, my work income, not all, but...
29-year-olds dropped from 24.8% to just 11.3%. Compared to the real estate madness of the past, it's like night and day. But it's not just buying homes. Young people are also turning away from marriage and children. Since the early 2000s, Japan's marriage rate has stayed under 0.6%. Less than 6 couples per 1,000 people marry each year. And kids? Even fewer. Today, each woman in Japan has an average of 1.3 children, far below the replacement rate of 2.1. Only a handful of countries have even lower numbers. Since 2011, Japan's population has shrunk for 12 straight years. By 2050, according to the United Nations, Japan's population will drop to 105 million. The working age population? Only 45 million. Each elderly person will have barely one young adult to support them. Imagine that future. Even basic elderly care could become a luxury. And everyone knows it. Yet marriage and birth rates just won't rise. Why? Economics. Back in the booming years, Japan was alive, full of energy. Young...
Dude, this is the thing. Is this whole consumer shit is toxic. If we got rid of all the spending habits, like, you know, of needing your $5 fucking drink in the morning, of needing to blow a shit ton of money at the bar, or going to the restaurant, or whatever, like, if people actually did save money and stop just consuming constantly, things would get better. But that's the only way it's ever going to get better, is you have to live with less. You know, we live in a world of constant pleasure. So people are constantly wanting to go on vacations or go to fancy restaurants or go out with friends and go party or buy an expensive car and own, you know, expensive clothes and shoes and get their hair done and nails done and spend thousands of dollars on, you know, just random shit. It's like, if you took all that money you wasted,
tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
All that money that was just wasted, most people could afford a house. Most people could have a good life. But most people don't want to give up all the other shit. Like, they don't want to fix their food at home. They don't want to drive, a more economically effective car. It's just, we've become addicted to consumption. Consumption is the number one vice. Whether it be shopping addiction, you know, just gluttony, like anything. The only way people cope, essentially, nowadays is just constantly spending money on shit that they don't need and offers them zero value whatsoever. So, you know. Like, I could have bought an expensive car. I could buy an expensive car right now. I don't. I have a 8-year-old Hyundai that even when I bought it was not even expensive. So, and I don't live in like a super fancy apartment, you know. For what I have, it's kind of low end in my area, but it's not as expensive. And, you know, I'm not blowing money at the bar. I'm not going on vacations. Most of the stuff I buy holds value. I'm not, you know, just wasting money on shit. But most people don't do that. Let's see. Ricardo Comstocks with the 10. Beat Sarada Gordon. Took the lead to write the Japanese Constitution. Look up her early... Do I even have to? I'll look it up real quick. Early life. Russian of Jewish descent. There you go. Immigrated from Russia because of anti-Semitic violence and settled in Austria-Hungary. Interesting. But I thought the Germans were anti-Semitic. Ascendant with the 5. As a certain chosen one once said, you underestimate my power. Don't try it. And Ricardo Comstocks with the 10. If we got rid of all toucans, well, that's utopia, man. I don't know if that would solve all the world's problems, bro. We got a lot of shit that's going wrong. And Ricardo Comstocks also... Oh, wait, no. Did it twice. I don't know why. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. I bought an Atari Jaguar just for fun. 500. Nice, man. It's pretty neat. I don't think I've ever heard of the Atari Jaguar before. I'm not familiar with that. I know the 2600 and I think the 7800, but I haven't heard of the Jaguar.
Young people had little, but they had hope. Hope made marriage and family seem possible, even exciting. But after 3 lost decades, that hope is gone. Now, young Japanese are cautious, or simply choose to stay single forever. Surveys show about 15% plan to remain single their entire lives. Traditional ideas like, the man works, the woman stays home, less than 20% support it now. Believing marriage must lead to kids dropped massively. From 67% to 36% among women. From 75% to 55% among men. Sure, society progressed. But still, marriage today feels more like a burden than a dream. Dating? Also fading? In 1982, 2/3 of unmarried people had boyfriends or girlfriends. Now, most singles are truly single and don't even want a relationship. Over 40%
Literally me, for real, dude.
of men and nearly 35% of women have never dated anyone. Naturally, marriage ages have climbed. Today, the average first marriage age in Japan is 31.2 years for men and 29.6 years for women. And raising kids? Even harder. Private education in Japan is expensive. Raising one child through private schools to university graduation costs about 41 to 42 million yen. Even with public schools, it costs over 27 million yen. This financial burden crushes the desire to have kids. More and more families choose one child, or none at all. Now, if low birth rates come from passive resignation, Japan's low work desire is very active. The hardworking Showa generation? Long gone. Today's workers born after the bubble burst grew up relaxed. They would rather enjoy life early. Why kill yourself for nothing? Retirement keeps getting pushed later and later anyway. When looking for jobs, young Japanese focus on 2 things. Stable salary, stable work. Forget ambition, forget growth. Many dream of retiring by 50. Stretching to 60 is already generous. Only about 25% say they're willing to work until 65. Overtime? Almost impossible. Around 60% refuse to work more than 20 extra hours per month. The ambition...
What would you even do if you stopped working, like, at 65? That's the thing I don't get, bro. It's like all these people that want to retire at, like, 50. It's like, what would you even do? Like, what would you even do to fill your time? I don't know. I really, like, I would struggle with that, because it's like, what, are you going to watch TV all day? You're going to play video games? Like, what would you even do? My father retired at 52, couch potato. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, that would drive me insane, man. It would drive me absolutely fucking insane. A forest and rope. Yeah, I would take a trip to Japan to the suicide forest. And then I'd hit up Logan Paul and be like, yo, bro, you got to check this out. Here's the coordinates. I don't know, man. Like, what? I don't know. Personally, I could not envision myself just sitting around doing nothing all day. I would be miserable.
Ambition to become company president? In 1990, it was 34.4%. Today, just 7.8%. Most are happy reaching mid-level management. Department manager? That's good enough. Start their own company? No interest whatsoever. Honestly, none of this should be a surprise. Years of stagnant wages, an aging society, weak economic growth, low expectations feed low desires. And the younger generation? They've learned the harsh lessons of their parents. Back then, fathers left home early for work, came back drunk at night, rarely spoke to their kids, forgot birthdays, knew nothing about their children's school lives. Family ties weakened. Couples argued, heavy mortgages crushed them. And, in the end, the bubble popped. All their hard work turned into a bitter, cruel joke. For today's youth, the takeaway is simple. Hard work does not guarantee reward. So why work yourself to death? As the joke goes, working hard doesn't guarantee success, but not working hard guarantees peace. And that's exactly how Japan's low desire society came.
Ricardo Comstocks with the 2. Israel's the nation of demons. Well, I think Israel is dubbed the world's gayest country, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. The Jerusalem Post. Is Tel Aviv the gay capital of the world? Tel Aviv Pride is among the biggest annual pride parades in the world, and as of 2019, it is the biggest in Asia. In Asia? Oh my god, now they're going to call themselves Asians, I guess.
Came to be. For Japan's youth, it's a rational choice. But behind that rationality lies a lot of helplessness and sadness. That's it for today. What do you think about the low desire society? Would you like to live like that? Feel free to leave a comment. Making videos is not easy, so if you can, please support with a like, share, and subscribe. Follow us, and next time we will continue exploring the bizarre and fascinating world.
Yeah, queers for Gaza are fighting for the wrong side. They should be queers for Israel, I guess. Bro, I always see these fucking videos recommended. It's some random old person. The truth about ending up alone. I feel like this is like psyop shit. And then there's Raymond again.
I can't afford this shit!
Am I that fucking ugly? Yes.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Well, it's, yeah, I don't know, bro. It's funny. Sometimes I click on like the I don't know, like black and red pill videos just for a good laugh. I watched one of Raymond's videos. Let me see if I can find which one it was. Bro, it was hilarious. He was like going off. Yeah, I think it was this one. The women women got the world they wanted. I'm pretty sure it was this one. Holy fuck. Yeah. I watched one of his videos the other day. It popped up in my recommended again. SK Nostalgia with the 2. Japanese porn is way better these days. Yeah. Hell yeah, bro. The only problem is it's censored, so. And Ricardo sucks with the 10. What has our greatest ally ever given us? You tell me. Really nothing, to be honest. Other than the occasional staging point in the Middle East, not really anything at all. So, I would say, overall, if we're talking technically, you know, the UK or France is technically our greatest ally. I mean, France was our original ally to the United States. And then also the Canadians, for the most part. And Britt with the 2, Ricardo has a lot of things to say tonight. Yes, he does. The Chinese, yeah. The rise of racist black people, Ching Chong. Yeah. Should we watch Am I That Fucking Ugly?
Not long ago, walking up to someone at a bar or striking up a conversation in public was how you met people. Now, it just feels like men have ghosted in real life, women are frustrated, and men are disconnected.
I can't sleep, I can't eat, I can't drink anything.
I'm 37 and honestly, it's so hard being alone. Every night I wonder why men don't even notice me or take the first step. Don't I deserve at least a little attention? Am I not attractive? Nah, the problem is right here. You waited too long.
Without pain.
So what happened? Let's rewind the clock to the pre-Instagram and pre-dating app era. Back then, guys would actually have to walk up and start a conversation, risk a little rejection, but that was all part of the game. Then came 2020, and with it, the great pause. Suddenly, socializing wasn't just hard, it was dangerous. People went months, even years without being around strangers, and
I'm sorry, bro, the fucking commentary.
And social skills plummeted just as hard as my high school.
It's killing me. Oh yeah, the people had to walk out to each other and they had to talk.
GPA. It became totally normal and socially acceptable.
Yeah, totally normal.
To do nothing all day. My daily routine during quarantine was to wake up, doom scroll, binge YouTube, play a few games, eat and repeat, and I did that for an entire year. So when things did open up, a lot of guys didn't bounce back because some guys realized that they can chill, eat, and avoid drama. And there's a lot of it with us living in the quote-unquote girl boss era. And look, no one's saying that a woman should.
Yeah, man, I totally realized that I don't need to talk to any more people. And yeah, I just gave up on women. Like, I would rather just eat food and play video games. You know, these women just don't know what they want anyway. Oh my god.
Didn't chase their dreams or be independent. But when women are chanting phrases like, I don't need a man, most of them are acknowledging that and going to do their own thing.
For the women that say, I don't need a man, analyze that statement. I said it for many years. I would end up in relationships. The man felt unneeded and he cheated on me.
So when a man does have a purpose, and if they're not being valued, they'll go somewhere where they are, usually around their friends or just isolated from the world.
I don't normally go out, but when I do, I go out with my girls, and I am seeing something, a trend. Girls are all going out with their girlfriends. There's not like one date in it.
Yeah, that's because, bro, the average guy doesn't like going out. No man enjoys going to like a fucking bar or a nightclub by themselves. So the entire point of going to those places is to get women. And most women don't want to be fucking talked to.
When we check the comment section on this TikTok, guys are saying like, I'm cooking for myself, I'm playing video games, and I'm unbothered. Now let's talk standards, because social media has done a horrible job on your perception of a perfect relationship.
I prefer him to not be married. I'm not going to be a homewrecker. Be Asian. Be at least 5'9". I want to wear heels and have him still be taller. Do not be obese. I would like a fit man. And please make at least $150K a year. I think this is to show like how high our standards are, and we probably will never ever find our ideal person. And they said my delusion score is a 5 out of 5. I do not belong on this planet.
But let's be real to all the girls out there, most people are average and there's nothing wrong with it. But what is wrong is expecting a high value partner without being one.
Yeah, the crazy thing is she's like below average. Way below average. She's like maybe average.
And the guys that do meet the standard, and there's nothing wrong.
I do not belong on this planet.
But let's be real to all the girls out there, most people are average.
She's definitely below average. Below, average, I guess. Old. Below average, below average, below average. Most of these bitches are below average, and they probably all think, I'm a teen.
Average, and there's nothing wrong with it. But what is wrong is expecting a high value partner without being one. And the guys that do meet the standard aren't interested in your quote unquote average person.
How are you? Awesome.
Where do single men between the ages of 28 and 40 go on Saturdays? And I don't mean like a specific restaurant or a specific
home.
Specific location, I mean generally speaking. Are they at the gym? Are they at a bar watching football? Are they on a hike? Are they at home doing additional
I would be at home.
Work? Are they at the driving range? Are they getting
But I'm not 28, so
lunch with their friends? What does a 28 to 40 year old single man's typical Saturday look like?
Well, as a gen
sleeping. That's it. Well, I guess I'm going to DC today, so there you go. My typical Saturday has been broken. I am doing something this Saturday, but usually it's just sleeping.
Gen Z male in his early 20s, let me break it down for you. They're just out with friends, working on themselves, sleeping, gaming, living with...
Remember that? Oh yeah, the video, that nasty ass... Yeah, I remember, with the clown shoes.
About drama and lifting at the gym. But now lifting has been just as dangerous because of the gym creep label. If you look in the general direction on someone in the gym, you could get blasted online. You're one clip away from being the next viral supervillain. And let me tell you, most of the time, guys in the gym won't even notice that they're looking at someone, because when I finish a heavy set, I see stars and things in my eyes while I zone on absolutely nothing.
What the fuck? Yeah, bro, when I'm in the gym and I lift something heavy, I totally see stars. Like, no you don't. No, you fucking don't. When the fuck has anybody gone to the gym and seen fucking stars and shit after lift? That is the most retarded shit. This isn't fucking Tom and Jerry, retard. Oh my god. Yeah, I totally wouldn't realize if somebody was looking at me from across the room because I just see stars after hitting a personal rep on my new workout routine. Oh my god, bro. Dude, if you're seeing stars, then you're lifting too heavy. That's not healthy. You shouldn't be cutting off fucking blood flow to your head.
This was the saddest thing that I've seen all week.
So how much money is in your guys' bank account?
I got like 1,500 right now.
I got like 90K.
90K?
You said what?
90K.
90000.
Dude, where'd you get that money?
My dad, he works at a company on that.
What, he just gave you that?
I mean, like, it's like overtime, but yeah.
So this whole time you...
I mean, you're my boyfriend.
But like, I got 1,500 in my account and you didn't pay for anything for the last 3 months.
You never asked. You never asked, but I would.
Yeah, I knew you had that. I would.
Damn, bro. This is women behavior. This guy is literally a woman. Why are you mad? Like... This is what I mean. People go, I want a traditional woman. It's like, okay, well, this is not a traditional man.
Alright, but like you never asked, so like I don't know what you're saying.
That's some women energy.
Like 15 times since...
I don't know why you're mad.
Like, what is wrong with you?
You never asked me. Like, you know my dad has money.
No.
Bro is probably a good guy and he probably worked hard for every dollar that he made, and she still tried to flip the narrative. Gaslighting, blame shifting, and manipulation. It's like she needed all the god cards to dig herself out of this mess. And now, if you're still...
Yeah, why would... So he had no problem paying up until he realized she had money, so what's the problem? Like, it's retarded as fuck. Damn, bro, I pay for everything and I didn't even care, but then I realized that she actually had more money than me? What the hell, bro? That's so fucked up.
Wondering why men don't approach anymore? Now you know. I understand that women grew up watching these Disney movies about princesses and how the prince in shining armor comes to save the day, but this isn't reality. Your ideal guy isn't gonna drop in from a battle bus and ask you on a date.
Yeah, dude.
If you see a good guy, say hi, make the first move, because if you're waiting on him, you might be waiting forever.
Dude, I fucking hate this genre so much. This genre of content so gay, bro. Wowie. Yeah, I want to dwarf in the battle plus. On Twilted Towers. Let's see. SNK Nostalgia with the 2 bring back the LA Roof Koreans. I agree, man. Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. And Dark Matter with the 2. Oh wait, the 20. Watch Dirty Secrets of okay. I'm not promising I'm gonna finish that because those do make me want to barf. We'll see. If it's graphic, I'm gonna probably have to turn it off. What is it by Guga or Gaga Eats? Okay, there we go.
In this episode, we are going to uncover some of the darkest secrets in Indian street food. India has always been the land of spice and flavor. But there is a dark side to it, which you have never seen. This guy over here is making kachoris, or fortune cookies, and he has no dye for it, so he's using his mouth to make them. Isn't that unique? Next we have 500-ton pot. It's bigger than your bedroom, and people throw food and money directly into it, which is later cooked. Next, we have very strange and unique Indian sweet. They're using their bare hands during the old process, and they're stretching it into thin strands or sweets. This guy is making kulfi, like ice cream, but you can see he's using the used paint cans. A bit of paint and a bit of rust inside the ice cream. Would you like it? And here they are presented beautifully.
Oh my god.
Next, we have this beautiful auntie frying the popper in the engine oil. Dark black engine oil. Here you are. Next, we have this guy who's putting soda inside milk tea. It's not all dark
Jesus Christ.
and gloom. We have something different
You know?
They're not sending their best.
here. Motorized jalebi making. Looks delicious. This is the world-famous Lali Chingani of Varanasi, India. No, he's not sitting in a toilet. This is his shop, and he's selling Indian street food. Very yummy and very famous all over the India, and even internationally. He's a celebrity. Next is this nipple guy. I can't focus on the food he's making. This is omelette paratha, for the germs and microbes directly from the hand. And this guy is very interesting. He's crazy. He's out of his mind. He's not just making food, he's also dancing and karate at the same time. How cute. He's not a common mouse. He's Mouse from the Stuart Little movie. Have you ever seen the Stuart Little? This sweet is very unique. He's making this on the ground, and then on the wall. He's wearing proper clothes, so no germs will enter the food. Not even the sweat and blood of these hardworking people. This is how Christmas is celebrated in India.
Shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck
So
up!
nasty, bro. I don't understand how that's a vacation destination. Oh my god. Ricardo Comstocks at the 10. There are people... Wait, there are some people who are with us. Whites and East Asians. Those are the only real people. Yeah, I'm Key. You're not real. Well, I guess you're part East Asian, so never mind. Either way, you're real to me. I hate everything about India. Dude, I just, like... Ugh. It is very repulsive.
This is Dairy Milk Chocolate Factory in India. The guy down there is loving it. Wait, what? He's making food in underwear. Oh, it gets very hot in there. That's why he's just wearing underwear. I don't know what he's making, and I don't even want to try it. How do you guys even eat this food? I don't understand. I think he's also making ravioli. Indian people love this sweet. Have you guys ever tried the momos? The famous momos. This is how they make momos in India. Cleanliness is in front of you. They're using very clean and hygienic processes. They're using proper utensils. Working on the table, so no germs or hair will enter the food. And after going very hygienic process. Oh my god. What is going on over there? I can't believe what I'm watching here. Oh, this guy has come before, I think. Oh, what is this making? They're making it again. Someone can kill me now. I've watched everything which I have never wanted to watch. This was supposed to be a documentary, and this is a fun. And I'm done. Oh, what is this? He's putting Fanta into a frying pan. And then, he's putting eggs in there. 1, 2, 3. I think he's making an omelette in a bottle of Fanta. Oh, yuck. This looks nasty. Throw it away. And here we have the uncle who is making something. What is this huge wheel? This is going round and round. He's making peanut oil. But you can see he's very clean.
Oh my
and everything is
god.
clean around. And the stone is clean. The
Dude,
oil
that's
is clean.
so gross.
Jokes aside, this lady is very clean. She's using proper gloves. Everything is very clean, so India can progress, and it is progressing.
Is she even Indian, though? She didn't look Indian.
Proper blouse.
She looks more Asian than Indian.
Everything is very clean, so India can progress, and it is progressing.
Maybe she's mixed. Bro, I'm sorry. Like, I have an honest question.
When a girl says
Do you find this attractive?
this to you in Asia, you should never say no.
Like, I don't know.
It's a phrase that originated from a Korean drama, and it implies inviting a person over for some spicy business. You know, like Korean instant noodle? Well, I didn't know about my own culture, and I thought she wanted me to take her to a nice ramen restaurant, which is exactly what I did. Together we went to this ramen place where they serve $100 ramen with A5 Wagyu beef and gold in it.
わー。
毎日何食べるの？
毎日
そう。
毎日、
ご飯
サラダ。
だからこんなにあれなんだ。スキニーギャルなんだ。
No, 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 no. あとはハンバーガー。ハンバーガー。
Since I'm an extremely practical guy, I got the $100 ramen for myself and ordered the $10 ramen for her. She and I both enjoyed the ramen a lot, so I think it was worth it.
You sure that's not too big?
I feel like we both had a great time, but she never brought up ramen to me again. When a girl says this...
Whoa, dude. She's a wholesome chungus? Yeah, dude. I don't know. I couldn't do it. I could not do it. Ricardo Comstocks with a 10. Imagine going into a place in Germany or Japan with these requirements.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Yeah, it's well, dude, Indian food is ranked #1 in the world. India has the greatest food out of any country on planet Earth, obviously. That's why we need more of them, more Indian restaurants. You're loaded? Yo, are we going to the Indian restaurant? I'm never eating Indian food. I've had it like twice. I didn't think it was that great, to be honest. Chinese food's way better than Indian food, personally. I liked Chinese food better than Indian food. I don't like Chinese food or Indian food. Do you like Japanese food? Japanese food is great. You feel clean after eating Japanese food. Like, if you go get sushi and, like, have, like, a soup or something, like, you just feel, like, clean. I don't know. It's a weird feeling. But... it's a very, like, light and pure cuisine. So, it's not, like, heavy and I don't know. It's the same thing with, like, pho as well. What is that? Is that Vietnamese, I think? Like, if you ever have, like, pho, you feel that same effect where it's like your body almost feels energized and clean. Like, it's just a very clean and pure and healthy food. You can tell. There's no, like, unnecessary shit in it that would make you feel, like, lethargic or bloated or anything like that. You just kind of feel nice and refreshed almost. Ooh. Damn. Only good thing in Japanese food is... the fried and barbecued stuff. I highly disagree with that. Yeah, pho is good. I'm Key. You're not a Jap if you think that sushi is nasty. You're a fake Jap. Should I get Gears of War Reloaded when it comes out on Steam? Yeah, if you're interested in playing the multiplayer, you could try it. Like, you could pre-order it, I think, and you can play the demo and then cancel your pre-order if you don't like it. But yeah, I would try it out. I mean, the sooner you buy it after launch, the better experience you'll have with the multiplayer, because there's a risk that it won't be around forever. No, I've never been to Benihana, but I've been to hibachi places, and I'm not really big on them. I think hibachi's a ripoff, personally. You get so little meat for, like, you know, $40, and it's just kind of a waste. It's mainly just rice, and it's like, bro, rice is dirt fucking cheap. It's about the experience. Well, I don't really care about the experience. I don't know. Most of the sushi places I've gone to have been pretty, they're pretty price, I would say, conscious. They're not, like, overly expensive. I mean, if you get, like, the super fancy, like, specialty rolls and stuff, then yeah, they're expensive. But if you just get, like, a salmon avocado roll, it's like $5 to $10. It's not even that expensive. You're loaded. We're all trying to get like you, Ricardo. How your race affects dating as a man. Huh, let's see.
Your race matters. In dating, at least. A study by the University of Chicago done in 2006 looked at multiple different traits of men, including height, facial attractiveness, and ethnicity, and attempted to give dollar values to each of these traits. So if you're 5 feet tall, you need $317,000 in additional income to be the equivalent of someone who's 5.
Wait, really? If you're 5 foot tall, you need $317,000 more income than someone who's 5'11".
11 and a half. I think it's hard to visualize these income amounts, though, and so for the sake of this video, we're going to be looking at height and ethnicity. So if you're an Asian man in the eyes of a white woman, the largest subtraction in the study, we can see that's the equivalent of being about 5'3", which is 8.5 inches shorter than the baseline, 5'11 and a half. And if we look at a lighter one, we can see that Hispanic men in the eyes of Asian women is considered to be about 5'10", which is, 1.5 inches shorter than the baseline. Now, I'm not going to take any of these exact figures because this study does use a smaller sample size, and I'm going to ignore them. But what we can take away is being an unfavorable ethnicity can be the equivalent of being approximately 2 to 9 inches shorter. So if you're a girl's favorable ethnicity and she likes your race, you're going to appear your regular height of, in this case, 6'3". Whereas if you're her unfavorable ethnicity, in terms of your attractiveness, you're going to appear 5'6". Obviously, you don't actually appear shorter, but in terms of your attractiveness, this is pretty easy to visualize. So what are people's actual preferences? Well, when we look at a study from OkCupid done in 2014, we can see men's online dating preferences tend to be pretty neutral outside of their preferences for black women, with black men being the most neutral. We can see that Asian women tend to do the best outside of their own race, although all women tend to do best with their own race. Now, when we look at women's dating preferences, immediately you'll probably notice women are a lot harsher, Asian women being the harshest in terms of race.
So let's see. So Asian men don't like anyone except Asian women? Interesting.
Racial preferences. All men tend to do, again, best with their own race, although with white men it's kind of close. White men tend to do just by far the best outside of their own race, with Asian men doing the worst outside of their own race. Now, these percentages you're looking at are match percentage increases and decreases, which probably don't mean much to you because I doubt you've used OkCupid. So what instead we're going to look at is inches. If we use the study I looked at earlier and convert these numbers over to inches, you can see
approximately how much attraction is gained or lost based on your ethnicity across national averages. Some of you are probably thinking right now, what about me? I'm multiple. Well, we're going to cover that now. If you're a mixed guy who's a mix of black and white descent, and you meet a girl who's white and has the national average white woman preferences, which are white men are neutral and black men get a -6, then what we're going to do is take the two and add them together, or in this case, subtract, and divide it by 2 to find the average, which in this case would be -3, giving you a score of -3, meaning in her eyes you're losing about 3 inches of attractiveness due to your ethnicity.
Wait, what type of retarded... Bro, a mixed race white and a black guy is literally still a black guy. That is the most retarded logic ever. A white guy and a black woman don't make a mixed race guy. They just make another black guy. Like, come on. Nobody looks at a mixed race guy and goes, yeah, you're halfway my preferred type. Like, no. They're like, yeah, you're black. This is retarded.
Pretty simple equation. You can do this for all of your ethnicities and every group you encounter, although remember, these are all averages. Just quickly, for those of you who don't think dating app / sites data counts, 60% of people meet online nowadays, so it's super important how well you do
RIP
on online dating.
It's Jover, man. You gotta download the shitty dating apps.
And 2, the attraction percentages on that OkCupid study perfectly line up with the most common interracial couples in America. Dating apps certainly are real life, even if they are a little bit of an exaggeration. So how do you use any of this to your advantage? Well, first of all, there's been a decrease in racial preference over the last, well, ever. And this means interracial relationships are only becoming more common. Despite this, though, every race will tend to do best with their own race, especially Asian men and black men. I'm not really sure why, but this is what the data seems to bear out. Interracial dating is more common in major cities, and so I recommend if you're struggling because of your ethnicity and you are in a small town, so say you're an Asian man in a town of all white people, or black people, or really any ethnicity, I would recommend getting to a city where people are going to have less harsh racial preferences, and you'll do better. I will keep in mind, not all cities are the same, and some cities will be better than others. So I want you to let your mind go blank for a second and imagine a situation. Imagine you're an Asian man deciding where to go to university, and you have 2 choices. University of Toronto in Toronto, Canada, and Queen's University in Kingston, Canada.
Alright, I'm already bored. His math angered me. Bro, what the fuck is this? Blacks versus ninjas? Oh my god. She. That's actually fucking fun. Go to sleep? No. Ricardo Comstocks at the 10. I have a feeling hot white ladies don't run this math. Of course not. That's the thing, is despite the propaganda, which if, you know, it was actually the reality, they wouldn't need the propaganda. Most white people and most people in general prefer their own race by a large margin. And even if they say they don't, in reality they do. So... I have 1.4 million. Do you want to marry me? No.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Leftover women. So she's a hag. Nope. My face is so ugly. I agree. That looks like that Raymond guy. So this second channel. Griffin, get you a snow bunny. Okay. Where the Y women at? The Edgar haircut. I can't pull it off, man. Sorry. How to spot Autistic adult. What the fuck? Bro. Some of these fucking thumbnails, like, bro, how to spot the autist. Yeah, I think we should check. We'll check it out. That autistic guy. Wowie zowie, what a channel name.
Ever met someone who seems a little bit different? Maybe they're super intense. They avoid small talk. Need loads of alone time. They could be autistic. And they might not even know it. Let's talk about the signs of autism in adults that most people completely miss. And by the end of this video, you'll have a much better insight into whether you should or shouldn't consider going down the diagnosis path. Welcome, my stars of Orion. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Orion Kelly, that autistic guy. I'm all about providing validation and support for autistic people and their loved ones.
Oh my god.
Let's do this. Some signs of autism in adults you might have completely missed. Starting with a preference for alone time over social time. You see, autistic adults often need more alone time than, say, the average bear. It's not because
literally me, dude.
Dislike people. Well, some.
Yo,
It's
let's
because
see how many I
socializing
fit.
is exhausting for autistic people. Let's say you're friends with someone who always turns down hangouts, right? Invitations for hangouts, but they seem totally fine with one-on-one chats, catch-ups time, right? Or they like hanging out with you, but they never seem to invite you over to their place. These are the types of signs that people miss. See, our home is our safe place. It's sacred. It's our recharge station. So although things can seem small to neurotypical people, an example would be like the pop-in. What's with the pop-in? You can't just turn up at my house unannounced and uninvited and expect to receive anything but a glaring look and potentially a pitchfork mob chasing you.
I think he is autistic and Australian, if there's a difference between the two.
Down the street. That's never happened, but in my mind, I wish it would. Honestly though, that feeling of the pop-in, it feels like someone's physically kicked down your door like an FBI or something, right? They've kicked down your door and they've just charged in your house. Your home is your fortress, your castle, your safe place. Someone coming unannounced is really no different to an unannounced visit from law enforcement in the middle of the night. A raid. Right? That is how it sounds when someone rocks up to your house.
Oh, fuck. Ricardo Cumsucks of the 5. I need 100% alone time. Am I 100% autistic for real? I'm afraid so, man. I'm afraid so.
And you're not ready for it, okay? Don't drop by unannounced. Why? Okay, here's an example. Let's say this happens to you. So you're home in your safe place. And you're
That's why the government made you wear that helmet.
Requiring some alone time. Maybe it's to decompress. Maybe it's to recharge.
All
Maybe
right,
it's
awesome.
to
Thanks,
regulate
nigga. All
yourself.
right.
The world has dysregulated you. Regardless of the reason, you not only really enjoy, but actually need right now that quiet time, that alone time, for those very reasons. And a friend, a family member, someone you know quite well drops by, and you're mid re-regulation. And your reaction comes across cold, rude, unwelcoming. But see, to you, they're the people who are rude and unwelcoming, right? They're basically punched down your door like a raid in the middle of the night. Let's move on to communication. Are you someone who seems to communicate differently? Now think this one through, because this one is huge. Do you interrupt? Do you ask what others think are odd, excessive, unusual, unnecessary questions? Follow-up questions? Do you get stuck on specific words? Specific things you or someone may have said 5 minutes ago. My wife and I can have these situations. She could be telling a story. I will stop her mid-sentence and ask her, hang on, what did you mean by that? And I've got a question. Sorry, what was that about? Now, it's not because
I don't have autism.
I'm
I've
trying to
never done
derail
this
the
in my
conversation
life.
or the story or disrespect her. It's simply that I need to understand that part before I can continue to follow the rest of the story. See, autistic adults often ask for clarity, follow-up questions. Sorry, can I just get this right? Because see, without it, we actually risk misinterpreting everything. And here's the paradox. When we ask a ton of questions...
Yeah, if anything, I'm more so like, just get it over with. I don't want to keep listening.
People get annoyed. When we don't ask and just guess, people get upset because we completely misinterpret or get the entire story or conversation wrong. We can also struggle with conversations that don't have a clear point. Okay, if someone's venting or just chatting for the sake of it, a lot of times I'm sitting there thinking, hang on, where is this going? What is the point? What do they need from me? What's the problem and what solution can I provide? Now, I'm not trying to be rude. It just doesn't register to me naturally that people are speaking not for a result, but because they just want to speak. It's part of their process of maybe dealing with emotions. They're not just trying to share information to then get some sort of feedback or solution. They're just trying to talk to you about stuff for no reason. You see, the autistic brain is stronger logically than emotionally. Therefore, we are going to be those types of people that not only are black and white rigid sticklers, but also we see things. We pick up on errors, mistakes, oddities, naturally, and for the most part easier than neurotypical people. Therefore, when you're giving us information, our brain automatically thinks, okay, I'm getting information, I need to understand every word. If I don't, I'll just ask some questions to elaborate or to clarify, and then I'll be able to formulate the best possible response or solution to whatever the information is that's being given to me. It doesn't occur to us that you wish to share a problem, not to have it solved, but simply to share it, to vent. Yeah. See, I always thought venting was a process used as a solution to releasing heat or energy, right? I guess what I'm saying.
Let's see. Ricardo Comstocks at the 10. So I'm autistic, right? But I just lay down and ignore this nonsense. He is annoying. I just want to be alone on my own space. Yeah, I don't really see an issue with wanting to be alone. Like,
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
yeah, the way I would look at it is as if, like, you need to be alone, not if you want to be.
Saying is maybe your non-autistic partner or friend is simply full of heat. Wait, that came out wrong. Another sign of autism in adults that you may have completely missed is this innate inward focus. As a result, through your childhood and through your lifetime, you may have been referred to as daydreaming or lost in the clouds, off in another world. Hello, the lights are on, nobody's home. These types of phrases. People look at you and think, where are you? Where have you gone? You're always going somewhere. What's happening in here? You spend your life inside your mind. People say that to you. What's funny is people say that to you, but no one ever thinks, or it never occurs to someone that that might be as a result of something. The bottom line is autistic adults often operate with an inward focus. That means instead of placing most of our attention on neurotypical things, social interactions, relationships, we're more hyper-focused on our own inner world, meaning our passions, our plans, our structures, our routines, our
Funko Pops
interests, right? The idea of me spending an entire weekend deep dive researching into something that I'm desperately passionate about, legal cases from the 1800s potentially, would completely fulfill me. This is something that I can lose.
Legal cases from the 1800s. That is very specific.
Time on and love it. Meanwhile, doing that, my phone is blown up because I've missed something. It may have been a get-together, a party, a meeting, an appointment. Not intentionally. I was just entirely consumed in my own world, in my own zone. Now, this inward focus actually also includes masking and camouflaging. So suppressing who we really are to appear more normal. So while we're doing that, we're often simultaneously overwhelmed by unprocessed feelings because we haven't had time or space to work through them. So it's kind of like running an internal software 24/7 while trying to act like everything's fine. But please don't take this the wrong way as in like narcissism. So this isn't about not caring about others. This is about having this inward focus because we know there are certain things that we can do that can help us re-regulate ourselves, navigate a world that was built to literally destroy us. Now from inward focus, I want to talk about the next sign.
I'm going to be late for work. It's a good thing it's a Saturday, Key.
Has a connection. So being in your own world. I mentioned that before. Okay.
Alright, that's boring.
Developmental condition, disability, our set of cognitive...
Alright, this... I wanted, like, some surefire aughts, like, signs, like, you know, Funko Pop collector, or, I don't know, Disney adult. Fuck are the bro, what the hell are these videos? We don't touch each other enough and it's becoming an epidemic. What the fuck is this I don't know, bro. You could spend like hours, I feel like, just going down these fucking rabbit holes of weird fucking videos. We don't touch each other enough. She is right. Yeah. I'll touch you. Yo, I'm withdrawing my consent. Stop. No. No, sweetie, don't touch my penis. I'm not ready. Oh my god. That... Oh, dude, that's got to be one of the funniest fucking things I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm withdrawing my consent. Stop touching my penis. Guys, don't you just hate it when your girlfriend wants to stroke you off? Like, oh my god, dude. Stop having sex with me. Why are you dating said person? Alright, let's just see what this is real quick.
I don't know about other cultures. I cannot speak for other cultures, but we here in the United States.
At least she's where she belongs. So there you go.
Are starved for physical touch. And most people don't even realize it. I bet the thought does not even occur to people. Our modern culture has made it very complicated. People are so
Yeah, tattoo opinion automatically discounted.
much more isolated. People stay single longer. They're living alone. Our culture is so individualistic. And people have become increasingly disconnected from their bodies. When was the last time that you were really touched in a way that felt safe and felt caring and comforting? If you don't already know, I'm a massage
I don't even know. I can't think of the last time.
therapist. This is something I'm very passionate about, and it is the main reason that I
There you guys go. This is a marketing video.
got into massage therapy because of the myriad benefits that
Dude, I hate getting a massage. I had a massage once, and that shit literally almost drew me up the fucking wall. I hated that shit, bro. I absolutely hated that shit. I went to a, whatever they're called, I think it was a chiropractor or something, and, like, I had really bad headaches when I was, like, in middle school, and I was trying to figure out what it was. So I went to, like, a chiropractor, and they did, like, a neck adjustment and then, like, a deep tissue massage to see if that was what the problem was. In reality, it was just I was grinding my teeth, so I needed a night guard. But, bro, that shit literally... I was about to, like, crawl up the fucking wall. I hated that shit. I absolutely fucking hated that shit. Like, I will never get a massage again in my entire life. Like, having somebody dig their fucking fingers into my back, like, was the most uncomfortable shit I've ever sat through in my life.
I received from experiencing all different types of body work in different cultures when I spent a lot of time traveling in my 20s, and I would always get body work done in the places that I visited. And it was always in developing countries.
Did I finish? Yeah. Twice.
It was often part of the culture to receive body work, especially in Southeast Asia, but honestly also in Central America. I received a massage and energetic bodywork treatment from this Mayan woman who incorporated numerology into her bodywork. She was incredible. I've worked with so many different practitioners.
Oh, God. I got this massage from a Mayan woman, and she, like, incorporated numerology into my massage, and I've never felt more in tune with my inner chakra. Oh, my God. And then I got these energy crystals, and it changed my life. And after that, I had some herbal tea. Oh, my God.
It's always been something I've been interested in. And once I started actually practicing massage as a career, I realized how much we are lacking this in our society and how underappreciated it is, like underprioritized. It's kind of a luxury in our culture. It's not a luxury in other cultures. In fact, when you go to Thailand, if you get a massage, it's super cheap. It's so cheap because locals...
Yeah, because you're not going for the massage. Oh... Yeah, I don't think the massage is the main point of getting a massage in Thailand. That's the reason why it's so cheap. That's basically the entry fee.
Get it every day. They get body work. It's part of their culture. And here in this...
Yeah, they do get it every day. Yeah. $10 sucky. $50 long time. Oh my God. Yeah, I wonder why the Thai people get a massage every single day. I don't know.
In the States, it is rather expensive, and you can only really get weekly massage if you have, like, a pretty substantial disposable income. But it is such a gift. So let's get into it. We evolved to be touched. Humans are biologically wired for physical closeness. Not only do we inherit our mother's nervous system, and all of that is calibrated based on co-regulation that we receive with our mother, and so much of that is from physical touch. That's how we co-regulated with her as an infant. Not only that, we evolved in tribes where touch was...
it's like Mama-san from that one game. What was that called? The Vietnam game. Mama-san. The $50 sucky. I don't remember. What game was that? Shit. Do I have it over here still? Oh. Shell Shock. That's it. I found the case.
constant, and it was communal. Like when we were evolving in tribes, a child, you would breastfeed with multiple women. Multiple mothers who were producing milk would nurse several children. We had physical touch with so many different people, and it was safe. I cannot emphasize enough the word safe. That's going to come up a lot in this video. So not only that, in tribal societies, children slept close to their elders. And I know there are people who practice co-sleeping with their kids now, and that's a very controversial thing. But in general, as a culture, we're very much motivated by the idea of individuating as soon as possible in every aspect of our lives. It's like becoming independent and separate from.
What the hell is wrong with sleeping next to your child?
Whereas in our evolutionary past, people relied on physical proximity for
They like doing it naked or something? Like the fuck?
survival and connection. Now, we don't necessarily need it for survival, and apparently we don't need it for connection either because people think they're
I don't know, like when I was little, my dad would come and lay down next to me and I would like fall asleep and we'd watch a movie or something. I don't know, like I feel like that's pretty normal. Like not everything's straight out of a porn.
connecting online. That's a whole other story. But this is the point that I'm making, is that we have convinced ourselves that we don't require this very, very essential human need. Another side note, people talk about the 5 love languages, like my love language is physical touch, blah, blah, blah. Dude, everybody's love language is physical touch. And if you don't like being touched, I'm not even going to discuss that in this video actually because it's way too much, but there is something going on psychologically. If you have a problem being touched, like at the top of my head just started to tingle. Whenever something gets really activated, like I get triggered and I feel strong emotions come up about something, the top of my head, like energy runs up and the top of my head starts to tingle. And then that always makes me curious. And I'm like, ooh, okay, I need to reflect on that because I just got it from saying that. And I'm getting chills now on this left side of my body. Yeah, if you've arrived at
Oh my god, this is one of those fucking spiritual whatever. Ugh.
Place where you don't like being touched, I'd be digging into that one big time. I'm just saying, if that was me, I would be digging into that, and I would be determined to overcome it because you are.
Ugh. The place I hate being touched the most is the top of my head. Ugh. That's why I hate getting my hair cut.
Are robbing yourself of something that is essential, and it is going to affect the quality of your life. I think it's going to affect longevity if you just.
Bruh, now I'm getting the fucking cringe feeling just thinking about it. Ugh, I hate that feeling.
Need safe, empathic, nurturing touch. It's so important. The second part of this is the physiological and psychological impact of touch, which I just kind of alluded to. There are hormonal benefits to physical touch. Number one being oxytocin release. Touch triggers the bonding hormone. It reduces stress, it fosters connection, and it promotes feelings of safety. And I'm sure that you've all experienced it before with someone, and you know how they always say, if you hold a hug for 20 seconds, it releases oxytocin. Like, who knows if that's actually true? I think it can be released a hell of a lot quicker than that. But either way, it does release oxytocin. And it also reduces cortisol, the stress hormone. So it reduces stress and anxiety. It also actually boosts endorphins. So it increases feelings of pleasure, and it reduces physical pain. I mentioned co-regulation with your mother as an infant. It regulates your nervous system, like I said. But it does this throughout your life. It becomes a way to regulate yourself. Touch calms your nervous system. It will shift you from fight or flight or sympathetic overactivation into your parasympathetic nervous system, otherwise known as your rest and digest. This is critical for your mental and physical health. Parasympathetic signals safety. And I'm not like a citing studies person because I just feel like all studies are flawed and you can always find a study to support whatever your belief is. But I'll mention that there are studies that show that it improves people's immune function, it lowers people's blood pressure, improves sleep, and decreases depression and anxiety. And don't worry, because I'm going to get around to the fact that like not all of us have a partner, like someone we can, sleep with. But first, the third thing is that there are real consequences of touch deprivation. So people who lack physical touch will experience more chronic stress, more emotional numbness, and social isolation. There is actually a connection between touch.
Well, I definitely have emotional numbness, but I've always said that. And, I mean, social isolation, there you go. I do have that, but what was the first part? I didn't pay attention.
But first, the third thing is that there are real consequences of touch deprivation. So people who lack physical touch will experience more chronic stress, more emotion.
Yeah, I'm not stressed ever, so I'm almost never stressed. But I guess
numbness and social isolation. There is
emotional numbness, definitely.
Actually a connection between touch deprivation and mental health issues like depression, like anxiety, and physical pain. And to be honest, young people are particularly
physical pain
at risk because of the combination of
how would not being touched make you feel physical pain? Nero Redwood with the 5. The thing I hate most is getting a haircut and they run the razor down the back of my neck. Causes me to twitch, lol. I never understood why. Dude, I used to have... When I was young, I used to have to get my hair washed at the fucking, like, haircut place, and that shit pissed me. I hate the feeling of people touching the top of my head. Ugh. That is, like, the easiest way to make me angry. But I don't know. The head is off limits. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't like it either. The whole experience of getting your hair cut, I don't like.
increased screen times and having been raised on screens, porn addiction, and lack of real life intimacy. So let's actually talk about that. Porn is a huge issue that is making people completely disconnected from not only other people, but also from themselves. They're living in fantasy worlds, further distancing themselves from human connection. So we're already isolated enough. And then you are taking away what is literally required for our species to survive and propagate, which is reproduction, physical intimacy. And young people aren't even interested in it because they perceive that all of their needs are being met somehow through the device with the screen. Like they literally think that all of their needs can be met somehow through that thing. And
well, the thing is, though, is once you transcend, we'll use her fucking hippie language and, realize your inner meaning. Do you really need sex? Not really. You don't really need it. You need money. You need food. You need shelter. You need water. But you don't really need sex at all. It's nice if you can get it, but it's not necessary. It doesn't necessarily add anything to your life, so.
It makes people lazy, complacent, despondent, unmotivated, unempathetic.
Griffin is coping? Not really, man. If I get laid or not, it's another day in the week. It doesn't really matter.
And really just a shell of themselves. Because if you were fully embodied, I don't actually think that you would be okay without physical touch and closeness with other people. So there has to be some level of dissociation and disconnection from yourself and lack of embodiment in order to say, yeah, I don't need any of that. I'm good.
A dissociation from yourself? What does that even mean? This is what I mean. It's like buzzword, whatever.
My own. Nah, you're not. Now, something that to me is really important.
Having kids is different from wanting casual sex, which is what porn replaces. Porn doesn't replace starting a family. Porn replaces casual sex. So that's a completely different thing.
Is how our culture has made touch a pretty controversial and difficult subject. Physical touch, at least in Western culture, has become so hypersexualized that we equate physical intimacy with sexual intimacy. We leave very little space for safe, nurturing, non-sexual touch. And to be honest, even people in marriages and relationships will talk about this because I listen to, if you ever heard of Dr. John Deloney, there's a hummingbird outside, you guys. Oh, it's right here. Hummingbird. I love them. That's one of my spirit animals. There it is again.
Hate. Oh my god, bro. One of my spirit animals. Oh my god.
Cutie. He's the psychologist on the Dave Ramsey show, and then he has his own radio, that hummingbird, and he has his own radio show where he takes callers call in, and so many women, particularly women, talk about how they have gotten to a place where they don't even want to be touched by their partner because there's an expectation that sex will follow. They are withholding physical intimacy and connection because of what they believe will be required of them. They want physical intimacy. They want to be touched. They want to be kissed. They want to cuddle, but they don't want to feel like it's like trans.
Wait. So they want physical intimacy, but I don't want to have sex with them. What the fuck kind of logic is that? You think that's normal? That's normal? That you want to be physically intimate with someone, but you don't want to fuck them? Why are you married to them then? That's a you problem. Yeah, that is a woman moment. That is a certified 150% authentic woman moment. Oh, I want my husband to be physically intimate, but I don't want to have sex with him. What type of retarded ass logic is that? This is the thing too, is after you have sex with him, I guarantee you he would be physically intimate with you. And that is the most retarded shit ever. Yeah, I only want to have sex with Javier or whatever. I don't fucking know. Or fucking Mandingo. But not my husband, ew. Fuck him. But not literally. What the fuck, dude? Yeah, Tyrone. Chad. Dude, what the fuck kind of logic is that?
Transactional. I now owe you sex because you gave me this physical affection. And that is a real problem, and that's why...
You do owe your husband sex. Holy fuck. Oh, bro. It's gonna set me off.
It's just so close to my heart because it's safe. It's safe touch that doesn't expect anything of you. It only wants to give. And in addition to our hypersexualized culture, we have things like the Me Too movement, which has also created so much fear and confusion around physical touch that people, they don't know what's appropriate. And to me, it leads to even less caring touch. because people are now afraid of being, accused of sexual harassment, that we aren't even allowed to touch one another. And, there are other cultures that hold hands and hug and kiss a hell of a lot more than we do. And by more than we do, I mean, they do it and we don't. So this leaves a massive gap. Where do people go to receive touch? That's purely
Bro, this is the most retarded shit ever. Me. I want physical touch, but I don't want him to touch me this way. I don't owe him sex. It's like, but he can't have sex with anyone else. What the fuck? It's just pathetic, bro. Absolutely pathetic.
About care and about comfort and about human connection with no strings attached. And I also want to add a little side note, because I have been part of Tantra communities in the past, spiritual communities, and it can be
Tantra? Let's look this up. Tantra. A practical, devotional, and ritualistic spiritual tradition with roots in India. Oh, God. It's often misunderstood, but it's not about sorcery or primitive polytheism. The word, let's see, means to weave or expand in Sanskrit, and it refers to both the philosophy and practice that emerged from Hindu and Buddhist traditions from the 6th century. Aims to expand the consciousness through various practices, including rituals, meditations, and yoga. Dear Lord, bro. Oh my God. This is everything wrong with modern women.
Common for people to engage in what they will often call cuddle parties. And you can even go, I think there are places you can go and pay to have someone cuddle you. I mean,
cuddle parties.
This is how starved we are for physical touch. People that just want to be held, and they gotta go pay somebody for it. But the thing that I want to say is that a lot of times in these spiritual communities, they're doing this. It's all meant to be very no expectations and safe. But I will say that I think oftentimes predatory people do find their ways into these environments, and there are expectations. And then women with really low self-esteem find their way into these environments, and they end up being manipulated, and it does turn into something where then something is expected, even if it's unconsciously expected. They're people will go into it with this unconscious expectation that maybe they'll cuddle with someone, and then something will spark, and it'll become whatever, and eventually it just becomes a physical connection and a sexual connection. And yeah, I have a real problem with that, because safe, the word safe, nourishing touch is life-changing. And in our modern culture, massage therapy is one of the last remaining spaces where people can experience safe, healing touch. It can evoke profound emotional releases for people, because people are finally being held in a way that they didn't even know that they needed. I have had people cry on the table so many times, and I've cried.
Oh my God. Holy fuck. Oh, man. It just feels like I live in a different world sometimes, bro. I feel like I live in a different reality. What in the fuck is this shit? S&K Nostalgia with the 2 as your attorney. Watch Ford Farlane Dice Man. And there's a trailer. Yeah, we can check it out. I might get the copyright thing, but yeah, we can look it up. Nero Redwood with the 2. This woman's eggs are dried up. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Because a lot of what happens too when you're working on people is you start to feel, it's like an energy emotional transfer, and you start to feel what they're feeling. And sometimes just with my eyes closed without saying anything, and I'm massaging someone, I'm communicating to them, there's so much intention behind the touch and wanting it to nourish them and to make them feel supported and connected and cared for. Massage, unfortunately, is rather expensive. It's treated as a luxury, but it's not a luxury. It is a biological necessity for emotional regulation and your overall well-being. And I truly believe that it contributes to longevity. The other awesome thing about massage therapy, by the way, if you're looking for an AI-proof career, human touch cannot be replaced. No matter how advanced AI
Yeah, it can.
gets, no matter what these robots are like, it will never replace the energetic exchange and the emotional resonance of one human being touching another. Because no matter how advanced the AI robots are, they don't have souls. And that is so much of what is transmitted when we
oh my God.
touch one another. It's spiritual. It carries this unspoken transmission of care and presence and empathy. And that is something that only another living, breathing soul can offer. If you are struggling with stress and anxiety, or you're feeling disconnected from your life, you probably need to be touched more. I encourage you. You don't have to get a massage every week. Try getting one once a month. You can afford it. Seek out safe, nurturing touch in whatever way you can, whether it is through massage therapy, physical affection with loved ones. Maybe you have access to that, but we were not meant to go through our lives untouched, isolated from one another. So many of the addictions that we have stem from this thing that we're missing: touch, connection. And actually, don't people say, this is what I think, I don't know if it's Gabor Mate who says it, but the antidote for addiction is not abstinence. The antidote for addiction is connection. And I do believe that so many of the weird neuroses and addictions that we have
Now how? You got to go pay for a Thai massage, Ricardo. You gotta go pay for your Thai massage, obviously.
These weird coping mechanisms are because we're disconnected. We're not connected to other people or ourselves. And a lot of that is like we're not connected to other people physically. And so we reach out for other things. We reach for weed. We reach for porn. We reach for food. We reach for alcohol. We reach for the remote control. We reach for our phones instead of reaching for one another. Your body, your mind, and your soul need connection. And that starts with something as simple and as profound as human touch.
So go pay a woman to touch you that totally will never date you either. Basically hire a prostitute. I still remember the day that a 13-year-old... at 13 years old, and an older female schoolmate came by and hugged me from behind, out of nowhere. It felt like I was being revived from the dead. Shit. Yeah, I was just gonna see. Did she hold both hands up? Yep, that's what I figured. Not married. I had a hunch, but I wanted to confirm it. But yeah, there you go. Shocking. Professional prostitute tells men to go pay women to touch them. Stonks. Man. Shocking. Never would have guessed that would be the advice. All right, we'll see if this works. But yeah, I'm going to watch to see if we get a copyright claim.
To his clients, he's the greatest.
What is it they call you? Mr. Rock and Roll Detective?
To everyone else, he's just a dick.
I'm sorry that I made you clean the toilets and the bathtubs. I mean, who did all the work in bed?
Andrew Dice Clay is Ford Fairlane.
Does that excite you?
Oh, that. Don't take it personal. Roseanne born naked. Gone.
Got women to the right of me. Got women to the left of me. I got chicks all around me.
Ford Fairlane, featuring Priscilla Presley, Sheila E., Ed O'Neill, Robert Englund, Tone Loc, and Wayne Newton. Yes, Wayne Newton.
I dedicated my life to making sure that this industry is so disgusting that we'd have to self-destruct. I even spit in the punch bowl.
We're dealing with a very sick puppy here.
But I ain't got you.
Ford Fairlane. He came from Brooklyn to save the world.
Top of the world, Ma!
Now that's rock and roll, eh?
The Adventures of Ford Fairlane start June 8th at theaters everywhere. Andrew Dice.
Oh, I'm just starting to get... Well, that was perfect timing. I just got the copyright thing. And Ricardo Comstocks to the 10. Okay, so where do we go for these awesome massages? Let's see. What was her channel name?
I don't know about other cultures. I cannot.
Make Life Medicine. There you go. MakeLifeMedicine.com. Book a one-on-one call. There you go. She can hook you up, Ricardo. Dude, these comments are just pitiful. They're just simps. They're all just simps trying to slide in, bro. If I put in the legwork and talk enough in her comment section, maybe she'll notice me. Japanese women prefer foreigners. Oh my god. No way, dude. I have a shot. I can have a real-life anime girl? Slip her a 40 and she'll do it tonight. Yeah. Just make sure you jerk off before you go so you can last longer. Make her really work for that 50. What 100 hours in Stellar Babe looks like. Looks pretty shit to me. Why grinding alone is bullshit. What the fuck does that even mean? Bro, what are these videos? And who is watching them? Like, who looked up, yeah, guys, why grinding alone is bullshit? Like, who watches this shit? Yeah, grinding BBs. Yeah, there you go. Like, a lot of this shit is just fucking garbage. What does that even mean? Grinding alone? Like on your pillow? I'm almost tempted to click on it, but I don't really want to. Grinding like in Tony Hawk or in RuneScape, dude. The bald incels spurg out again? Maybe we can do it tomorrow, or I guess later tonight. I probably should go ahead and hop off, because I may try to get a few hours of sleep before I go downtown. I may go ahead and hop off, because I got to go to DC later today, so I may get a few hours of sleep. No, do not. I am. I have to. Peace out, Maine. But yeah, I'm probably going to go on. So, we've been live for 10 hours. Damn. So, yeah. Gotta go take my dog out, and then I have to go, I guess, sleep a little bit, and then get ready to go, so. Have a great Saturday, everybody. And I'll talk to everyone, I guess, later tonight. Peace out, guys.